Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, day 2 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. On this eve of the Belmont, the stars are out. Torpedo Anna runs today. Grade 1 DK Acorn favorite. Is she the best 3-year-old filly in the country? Some believe she's the best 3-year-old in training, period. Trained by Kenny McPeak. Last month, the Kentucky Oaks Kentucky Derby sweep. Can he do it again? The Acorn Belmont sweep? Not impossible. Not if Hall of Famer Belmont has his way. He counters with a champion. Just FYI, the reigning 2-year-old filly champ defeated Kentucky Oaks favorite. So how will she respond? So many great storylines, so much great racing. This is America's Day of the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Javier Castellano won the Astoria yesterday. 7-time Travers-winning jockey right here at Saratoga, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. Saratoga Racecourse, another big crowd expected at the track they call the Spa. Meanwhile, just moments ago, star jockey Arad Ortiz, there he is. Great to see him showing up here at Saratoga. Little hitch in his giddy-up, banged up at the starting gate before yesterday's 5th race. He was off all of his mounts, but he's back today. Arad Ortiz back riding at Saratoga. Welcome, everyone, trackside. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Make no mistake, this is one of the biggest days of racing every year in New York. The Belmont Stakes Eve program really is the best of both worlds. You have the excitement, the anticipation, all leading up to the 156 Belmont Stakes. Oh yeah, by the way, the racing. First of 12 races in about 19 minutes, headlined by 4 graded stakes races, 3 of the Grade 1 variety. As we take a look at some of those highlights. Stakes races all in succession. Intercontinental kicks off the All-Stakes Pick 4. Grade 1 just a game. Chad Brown is running 5. Grade 1 New York presented by Rivers Casino, race 11. And finally, Grade 1 DK horse, Acorn, race number 12. I welcome in my co-host, Sarah Elbadwi, Chris Griffin. Guys, great to have you on set. Great day of thoroughbred racing. Sarah, what are you most excited about? What are you looking forward to most?
Well, besides hanging out with both of you, I would have to say the very generic answer of the Belmont Stakes coming up tomorrow. Really looking forward to that matchup of our Derby and Preakness winner, as well as the horse who's going to be going off as your favorite in all likelihood, Sierra Leone. So it'll be a good race for sure to see how everybody really stacks up in that 3-year-old division.
Hanging out with us, Chris, or a particular storyline, a race, a horse?
You know it's hanging out with us.
It is hanging out with us. It's a new setting for me, right? I can't not say I'm not excited to hear Frank Miramati get on the mic and call his first Belmont Stakes. So I'm very excited to hear Frank in the booth. A lot of great racing action. We are on the turf. You've got all the great Grade 1s coming your way. We've got the Acorn coming up. Plenty of special wagering options as well. Hanging out with you guys. 1 and 1A.
It's great to have you on set, both of you here. 3 Grade 1 races on a Friday, not too shabby. And let's start with the DK horse, Grade 1 Acorn. Here's the field. 3-year-old fillies, different distance. For decades, the Acorn, a 1-turn race here at Saratoga. 2 turns, mile, and an 1/8. Number 4, just FYI, 5-2, second choice. Number 9, Torpedo Anna. 9-5, make it 8-5, morning line favorite. This is a big part of the reason why. Kentucky Oaks 5 weeks ago, Churchill Downs on a sloppy track, Sarah. Torpedo Anna in command throughout, just FYI, poised and seemingly ready to pounce.
And this was such a dominant effort from Torpedo Anna, who really controlled this race from start to finish. But it's not as though those fractions she was setting were pedestrian. She was able to really get away with a decent, solid pace, but just to hold things off. The pace did not come apart. Regulatory risk running on for 3rd. Ways and Means tried her, but she had enough to hold off a Just FYI, who was making only her 2nd start of her 3-year-old year. Perhaps maybe some improvement in the forecast for her, but Torpedo Anna showed that she is currently at the top of this 3-year-old class.
That was just her 2nd start this year, Chris. Torpedo Anna. Like, should we believe the hype? Might she be, could she be the best 3-year-old in training, either sex?
Well, it's quite possible, and trainer Ken McPeak, when he calls his shot and says, we're going to go out there and we're going to win the Kentucky Oaks, and they go out and do it, how can you not be against that? 4 wins, 1 second, as you see the Kentucky Oaks winner. She's got a lot of the same rivals that she's going to be facing here this afternoon. Can just FYI make up the ground on her? I'm going to say yes as a little bit of a tease for my selection, but Torpedo Anna, she could really assert herself once again if she wins it in dominant fashion.
More on just FYI in a moment. Yeah, McPeak did indicate if he wasn't running Mystic Dan in the Belmont, Torpedo Anna, he says she'd be in the Belmont Stakes. He's done it before, won a classic with the filly beating the boys in the Preakness. Right on cue, just FYI. Good news, she's a champion. Bad news, 0-2 this year, Sarah, but all defeated by two very good fillies. How can she turn things around, specifically on Torpedo Anna?
Well, she needs to get just a little bit faster and get herself a little bit more involved in those races early. If they are going to be ones that are dominated towards the front end, she has taken that step forward from 2 to 3 in terms of her buyer speed figures. You like to see that. And maybe now third off a little bit of a layoff, she's finally rounding into some of that best form.
Acorn Race 12. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Early pick 5 starts in the opener. You have 15 minutes. Pick 6 begins in the 7th. Race 11, don't sleep on this. The New York Belmont Stakes double. Great wager. Main track is fast. Turf course is firm. Temperature in the mid-70s. Time to fire up that Naira Bets account. Don't have one? Really good time to sign up. And when you do so, use that promo code STAKES25 for your free $25 bet. $200 deposit match. Sign up, NairaBets.com. Live look at that gorgeous Saratoga paddock. About to get this party started. And a live look at Mr. Papa Giorgio, Vegas vacation fans. That is your horse just getting started on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 on the eve of the Belmont Stakes.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back. Just getting started. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com and download the Naira Bets app to get started. Riders are up for the opener. Really good maiden race. 7 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older. fresh faces, some first-time starters. We did just see moments ago Escondido, number 6, throwing a fit, Sarah, in the paddock.
Yeah, maybe he heard that he'd have to come sit on the desk with you instead if he wasn't a good enough
Then it would be just outright excitement.
Whatever way you want to perceive it, but good to keep note of that, and it seems like they've got everything under control at this moment.
John Velasquez will ride. 2 wins yesterday. Arad Ortiz, there he is, all smiles in the saddle, and just great to see him back riding here at Saratoga. Chris, right when that incident happened at the gate, the way he was really favoring his ankle, that limp, it looked significant.
Yeah, significant because he's a world-class rider. He's a top rider in the country, possibly in the world, and when you see an injury like that, and it's just a little dinged up, if you will, injured versus hurt, he's just hurt, and it looks like he's going to be right back in the saddle, and he's going to get things going, and hopefully get right to the winner.
You have no concerns whatsoever. You're going with Ortiz in the opening with the Luminaire.
I think this is one of those athlete moments where you come back out and you say, yeah, you know, people are worried about this. I'm not focused on that. I'm going out there. I'm going to ride the best horse in the race in this opener, get to the winner's circle, quiet all the question marks.
Sarah, for you?
Well, it seems like Chris doesn't think that Arad Ortiz Jr. has anything to prove, but for me, I'm going with the number 3 Pentathlon, a horse that has a little bit of experience. This is a field full of first-time starters, but this one's coming back, making the 3-year-old debut, and looking at the races this horse was in as a 2-year-old, we have seen both of them be fairly productive moving forwards, especially that debut race. Just Steel, BU, Locked, horses that went on to compete in, if not win, Grade 1 events.
Call to post for the first of 12 on this eve of the Belmont Stakes. All set, let's meet the field. Start of the early pick 5, race 1, there's Truly Warrior and Tyler Gaffley, and he will ride a Pletcher Maiden in the Belmont Stakes. Number 2, Call Bob, the lone New York bred.
Yeah, Dam was best sprinting, needs to do better. 0-for-4 lifetime, needs to really pick it up.
Pentathlon, Joel Rosario in those famed colors, Phipps, black and cherry.
The horse I'm going with has been working well towards that 3-year-old debut.
Luminaire, welcome back, Arad Ortiz.
Holding right at that 4-to-1 price that we did see. I just think Arad Ortiz Jr. wins it here in the opener.
Commander of Truth, first of many Chad Brown runners this afternoon.
Another one with experience and a little bit more recency as well. 87 buyer last time out, finishing 3rd.
Escondido, let's see if he's settled down. Let's see if we can find him. Not just yet. Is it the pony acting up or Escondido? Escondido seemed pretty chill, much more so than just a few moments ago.
Acting up at that big number, maybe better longer. I thought this horse might want to go 2 turns.
Still on his toes. Clever Mischief, CHP Racing, debuting colt.
Yet another first-time starter in this field for trainer Chad Brown. Bullet work, 2 back.
Rolling along, tepid favorite, the Canadian.
I did not mind the synthetic to the dirt yesterday. I'm going to mind it today. I'm going to play against Just Miss on the synthetic last out.
It's a miracle, $575,000 Arrowgate colt.
This one, Martin is not necessarily known for first-time starters, but the pedigree is a little bit interesting, as is that purchase price that you mentioned.
20-to-1 outsider Dylan Davis won the opener yesterday. Mr. Papa Giorgio. Chris, you got the Vegas.
Yes, I have. I did get the reference. Sarah's favorite movie, maybe, after this shift. But Luis Saez does pick up the mount. 2 third-place finishes, needs to pick it up.
That's the field. Strong maiden special weight event, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds and older. As mentioned, busy afternoon for trainer Chad Brown. He's taken a few moments, though, to speak with Michelle Yu, who we welcome to the broadcast and is standing by live with Chad Brown.
Chad Brown with a pair in here, and you have a horse with experience and adding blinkers today. Why the equipment?
I just thought he's been a little unfocused, particularly early part of his races, and this might sharpen him up a little bit. He's worked good on them, so we'll see.
You also have Clever Mischief, a first-time starter. What are expectations here on debut?
We always liked this horse. He took a little while to come around, but his works have been solid. I had him in good company in the morning, which is a good test for him, and I expect him to run well, win or lose.
All right, got to look ahead to the Just a Game where you have 5 runners. Tell me a little bit, a quick overview, if you will.
Yeah, I'll be busy in there. You know, to run this many in a race, it's not something I really wanted to do, but I thought they all deserved a chance in their own right to run this prestigious race. And a mile at Saratoga looks to suit them well. And look, they're all doing very well. They're all in good form right now. Gina Romantica, you could say, you know, needed the race last time at Keeneland, but her form is so strong before that. I expect her to come right back on a course she likes, and it's a bit of a wide open race, and I'll be as excited as anyone, you know, the last part of the race is he was going to nose on a wire.
What about from just a plan standpoint? How do you talk to 5 riders and tell them all what to do?
You know, just individually, the behavior of the horse. I don't give too many instructions, particularly in a race like this. It's just, you know, this is what you can expect when you're on this horse. These jockeys all know these horses, so it makes it a lot easier. And then just play the break.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Always fascinating, that scene pre-race, especially in a big stakes race where it's a trainer, if they have multiple runners, in this case for Chad Brown, talking to 5 jockeys. Looks like an offensive coordinator or a basketball coach talking to his team, setting a play.
He's got to gather everybody around and figure out what the tactics are going to be with each of those riders. But he's done this before. He's had several races where he has 4, even 5 entrants. He knows how to strategically place everyone to give them their best opportunity for success.
Good problems to have, Chris. And his history in the Grade 1 Justa game, he's racked up winner after winner after winner, and 5 in today's edition for Chad Brown, as you might expect. Belmont Stakes weekend. Regardless of where we are in New York, Belmont or Saratoga, you know he's bringing heavy artillery.
Yeah.
Brown, who has multiple runners in several big races, as you'd imagine.
Yeah, and when he says they're all doing well coming in, that becomes the puzzle for us handicappers to go out there and say, well, which one is going to have the best effort this afternoon? But White Beam, I mean, can she bounce back basically off of that last effort? She was caught up in an early pace duel and then just got caught in the final stages, and now you see just the long list of horses that all have live shots. I mean, you see 115-1 morning line odd shot. That means that every one of his runners really has the potential to win.
Way at the bottom of that screen, Sarah, the Belmont Stakes favorite in Sierra Leone, 9-5 morning line. Realistically, what price do you think he is at post time for the Belmont?
Well, last but not least, right? I mean, I'm hoping that the connections of Seize the Gray, my racehorse, that they show up ready to bet. And that might give you a little bit more of an inflation on the price of Sierra Leone. I think he's the horse to beat. If you get around 8-5, 9-5, 2-1, suddenly he might be an interesting bet.
Sierra Leone, 9-5 morning line Belmont Stakes favorite. That's tomorrow. In 4 minutes, here and now, we have the early pick 5. Sarah, you've put together a ticket for us, yes?
I believe so. We'll see if we can get it up there on the screen. But yes, I am going a little bit deeper in this first race. I don't have a super strong opinion in here. I do like my number 3 Pentathlon, but this is a wide open affair with a lot of horses that have not run before, have run very limited starts. Next race, going a little bit deeper as well. I do like the number 9 Tappet Shoes all the way to the outside. Going to try to beat Arthur's Ride. And then 2x2x2 the rest of the way with a couple of long shots. Addicted to You. That number 5 in race 3, he did not get out of the gate last time out.
Yeah.
Yep, they're going to Lucency in race number 4 as well as Noda. And to wrap things up, going with Boats A Rockin' as well as one of my personal favorites, Run Curtis Run, to hopefully close things out for $80. And I heard that you want half?
Yeah. I'll let you know in 3 minutes.
I wonder if Sarah was rooting against me there. She was that 5 deep and don't have the 4 in. I'm nowhere on the ticket there in the first.
Well, I guess you're not buying into my pick 5.
I don't think I am, but Irad Ortiz Jr., you see Irad Ortiz Jr. there, Luminaire. I thought that, the Dam, I Still Miss You, she did very well sprinting. So I think that this specialty distance is 7 furlongs. Tough debut distance for a 3-year-old, but I like City of Light, the sire, on top. I like Todd Pletcher, first-time Lasix for a first-time starter. So I think the 4-1, it's
Doesn't
pretty
it feel
even.
cold?
A little bit.
For the connections?
A little bit. I think maybe the expectation is, you saw that early money come in and then maybe the price floats back up. I don't think Irad getting a little banged up yesterday has anything to do with that. I know that sometimes on the circuit field, he'll like people bet Irad kind of blindly as far as going out there and wagering him, but it's a wide open race. You got a 7-2 favorite right now in the 8, so it seems pretty open here at this maiden special weight.
2 minutes out to the opener. This early pick 5. Michelle has made her way front side. Michelle, what are you noticing in the warm-up?
Horses warming up here for the lid lifter, and I have to say, no horse looked better in the paddock or on the track than the 3 Pentathlon for Shug McGahee. From the minute they entered the walking ring, my eyes were just drawn to him. And if you want some backup, Maggie Morley's standing out here as well, and she came up to me and we had to concur as far as that goes. 2 thumbs up for Pentathlon here for Shug McGahee. 5-1 down from a 12-1 morning line with a really good effort last time out, but that was in October of last year, so he is coming in fresh. He got a little bit warm in the warm-up as well as the sun is now coming out. I thought the other horse that looked fantastic was the 9 It's a Miracle for Tom Morley. 12-1 in the morning line. This horse is a huge overlay right now at 23-1. Did everything right in the paddock, and there's a look at him right now. You can see him warming up just beautifully, paying attention very well. I think this horse is going to outrun his odds for sure. the only horse that wasn't acting great was your favorite, actually, the 8, Rolling Along for Josie Carroll. Runner-up on debut for the son of West Coast with the blinkers on today. He came over without them on, and he was very naughty. After he got the blinkers on, he was still acting up. He was kind of half rearing and getting through the leaves of the trees. He was certainly sending some people scattering. In the warm-up, he's been much better, but the pre-race antics were still not ideal for me. We have arrived at the starting gate for the first here. Best of luck at Saratoga.
All right, Michelle, and there he is, Rolling Along, who is the lukewarm choice, 7-2. His debut, Michelle reference. Let's take a look. This was mid-May at Woodbine in Toronto on synthetic, Rolling Along. Chris, you'll see there he is, a solid effort, solid debut, just picked off late.
Yeah, I talked about French Horn yesterday, who I really liked in the Astoria, coming off synthetic, off of a Woodbine try and coming over to Saratoga in the surface. You know, you take a look at this effort. On paper, it's a good effort. Is it as strong when you watch here? Because, I mean, the horse kind of just, yeah, I mean, it's a one-pace style on that synthetic track. Should transfer just fine. I think West Coast on top, you know, a sire that was in the exacta 11 to 13 times over the main track. So this is a horse that does make sense. I would almost say a little cold too. I mean, 6-1 is taking action at 7-2, but based off of being an odds-on favorite with the blinkers going on, maybe that's the big question mark.
Not saying he was best, but reason to improve, Sarah. You saw a mistake there, late swapping leads. Lots of room for improvement for Rolling Along here.
Absolutely, and bet significantly first time out, just as Chris was mentioning. And when you look at a horse making this kind of surface switch for trainer Josie Carroll, it's a smaller sample size going from synthetic tracks to dirt. She's 4 for 18, 22% with a $2.21 ROI over the past 5 years, so she gets the job done. But I think when you look at the bulk of this field, it's a very wide open race, and you'd have to imagine that he would have to be a better dirt horse than he was a synthetic horse and step up off of that first race, and that could be why you're seeing such a wide open board as of now.
Javier Castellano, that's not him, that's Joel Rosario. Castellano on Rolling Along, yesterday's upset win in the Astoria for the Hall of Famer. And here's the thing about these races. For 3-year-olds and older, maiden race, several 3-year-olds in the field. Just because a 3-year-old doesn't make it to the Triple Crown or the Kentucky Derby doesn't mean a career is a wash, right? You can see great things in the second half of a 3-year-old campaign. For example, you have an Arrowgate first-time starter in here, and it's a miracle at 22-1, number 9, Arrowgate, who run the fastest mile and a quarter ever at Saratoga, winning the Travers several years back. Still plenty of time for later developing 3-year-olds to do great things in a campaign, in a sophomore campaign.
Indeed. I think it does come with a few question marks maybe, because you wonder about first-time starters as 3-year-olds and what were the hiccups that took them to get to the racetrack and to be able to make their debuts now at 7 furlongs. But these late developing type 3-year-olds can make an impact during the season, because there's still plenty of season left, obviously, as we kind of round out the Triple Crown series. But when you take a look at also, we haven't even talked about the one really and truly Warriors, Tyler Gaffleonis, Todd Pletcher. I don't love rail draws for a horse going 7 furlongs, going 7/8 on debut, but maybe this is a horse that we're not taking a look at enough, because that's a huge work on May 31st, where this horse was throwing a bullet 46-2.
Tough assignment, Sarah, as Chris mentioned, the inside draw in a good-sized field, 7/8 of a mile.
Absolutely, and while we did see Todd Pletcher win with a first-time starter yesterday, that was a coupled entry. Those horses were not breaking directly from the rail. They got a little bit more of that outside to middle post position, but that work, it merits some respect. Best of 152 horses, that's not happening by accident.
Good luck with your early pick 5. What numbers do we have again? Sans Chris's number 4, Illuminaire?
Well, if we get through this first leg, are going to have 3, 5, 7, 8, and 9, and you can buy in for a special discounted price if we get through the first leg.
Let you know in a couple minutes. Rolling Along, the tepid favorite, 7-2, first of 12 on this eve of the Belmont Stakes. All set for the opener and the start of this early pick 5. Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, the voice of the Belmont Stakes, with the call post time for the opener, live on Fox Sports 2. It is a good thing for on set with a track announcer. Chris Griffin, do your thing.
All right, I hope Frank jumps in here, but that is Illuminaire at 9-2. Stalking the pace setter, call Bob on the inside. That 0-for-4 maiden, trying to mitt the victory here in this fifth. Less than a half mile to go. It's called Bob at the big number there into the turn. Illuminaire is just stalking. I can't believe this is happening right now. 3 wide, here comes Escondido, a big long shot under the pump there. Far outside is going to be Commander Truth, the Chad Brown runner. They are 4 across the racetrack and bottled up towards the inside. Who is that? The 3 pentathlon. Rosario just waiting for the cue on the inside. Illuminaire is put ahead in front. Is Frank back on? Not sure. Illuminaire at the top of the stretch here has kicked. It's a Rad Ortiz Jr. and Illuminaire here trying to dive down towards the inside is going to be the 3 pentathlon. Call Bob is hanging in, trying to hang on for a minor share. Escondido out wider and tipping to the far outside. Here comes the late run from It's a Miracle. It's going to be Illuminaire who's still in front. It's a Miracle is closing in the late stages. Illuminaire, Rad Ortiz Jr. What ankle winner in the opener. Sorry.
He calls the race. He picks the winner. Like magic, subbing for Kareem here. Chris Griffin, standing ovations all around. Illuminaire at 4-1, make it 9-2 in the opener at Saratoga. By the way, you're the only one who didn't know that was completely planned.
That was completely planned. Thank you for that.
Idea. That was
Thank you for that surprise.
Just to take the edge off. Just to take the edge
see if
off.
you're still with it.
Thank you for the surprise. Sorry about the early pick 5.
No,
There's
it's
always
okay.
another
I
way
mean, out of all things
to roll it
considered,
right
you
in.
did
But
great.
look, Rad Ortiz Jr. making that statement. Todd Pletcher, I love the first time lay 6. Didn't think I was going to call the race, but it's nice to be able. I do that at home, right? I mean, just with my normal selections. I
just yell at the TV.
There he goes, open it up. Everything worked on the monitor. You were seeing the field, but right here you do see the 3 pentathlon has every shot, I think, towards the inside. Call Bob has kind of called it a day, and you see this late run here from a nice run from Dylan Davis and Tom Morley, runner the Arrogate towards the outside, but the favorite had all kinds of trouble at the start. Illuminaire wins the opener.
Is that the first race you've called at Saratoga to an audience?
Yes.
Is it?
We could call it that.
I think it counts.
That's exactly what it was.
History is made this weekend, folks. History
all
has
around.
been made all around.
The back of the baseball card will say first call at Saratoga, June 7th, 2024.
And picked
the
a
first
winner.
race and picked a winner in the process. Illuminaire, Centennial Farms. And for Todd Pletcher, Sarah here. We said it felt a little bit cold on the board, 4-1 for Pletcher Ortiz. And then the favorite with Chris referenced, rolling along, number 8, Sarah. What goes wrong right out the back?
Quite a bit. I'd love to take a look at a head-on if we can, but this horse really got out of the gate okay to begin with and then had a little bit of trouble, ended up far, far back. Number 1, the other Pletcher first-time starter, also had some gate issues as well, breaking very slowly towards that inside.
How about the effort from the Arrogate first-time starter? Speaking of cold on the board, 24-1 debuting cold, completing the exacta 4.936.
Yeah, you have to notice the sire on top Arrogate at this point. When you start to notice him in the running lines and rest him. I mean, Arrogate just really throwing runner after runner after runner, and you've seen that they've got the ability to sprint. They've got the ability to go 2 turns, and that's a promising run for a firster. You know, you don't love to finish second, obviously, in a horse race, but that just tells you that for $575,000, a big purchase price like that, the future could look bright, as we talked about with these late developing 3-year-olds.
Like he developed a little bit later. Arrogate, sire of last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Art Angelo, well represented in the Belmont Stakes. Sees the Gray, sire of a Preakness winner. We all know about the magic Arrogate produced here at Saratoga back in 2016 in the Travers. Wow, what a call. Audio, you have 22 minutes, Chris says, to get this thing fixed. Otherwise, tee it back up for race number 2. Festivities continue. Blues Traveler at Saratoga downtown as the festivities continue, getting closer and closer to the 156 Belmont Stakes.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, 2, in the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Miller Lite tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great.
It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both. Hey, thanks for the backup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a $12.50 post on weekends, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you by Hillendale Farm, Atalapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. About the winner in the opener, there he is, Arad Ortiz, banged up yesterday, right back to the winner's circle, a Luminaire. Chris, well done on many levels, the winner and the call.
I appreciate that. And yeah, Arad Ortiz Jr. making the selection was fun enough, and getting the winner at 11:20. Always nice to see that, a nice payout there. But these are connections that you can trust. And Arad Ortiz Jr. getting a good position. He's a world-class rider. For him to shake it off, show up, he was obviously ready to go. He's got a huge weekend ahead of him.
Yeah, he does.
He proves it here in the opener. Now, I hope my man Frank is calling the rest of the races the rest of the way. But that was, of course, kind of a fun thrill. My phone's going off, so clearly people did hear me.
We'll find out if you're calling another race at Saratoga in about 21 minutes. 11:20, a Luminaire Centennial Farm own antiquarian. Sarah, do you give him a look? Do you give him a shot? What do you expect from him in the Belmont Stakes?
He has ability. I mean, I don't know how good that Peter Pan was overall, but when you think about the way that he has been able to really train and coming into this race, and obviously Todd Pletcher's success at getting horses to stretch out a distance, you have to consider him as a possible factor.
Peter Pan Stakes winner last year. Chris, could we see it again? Antiquarian?
Possibly. I thought that there was a workmanlike effort in that last effort. I think the numbers have to get better. You got to run a little bit faster to be able to tackle some of these rivals we're facing here tomorrow. But these are connections that can get it done. We've seen the Peter Pan to the Belmont work. Connections you can trust. It's got to run faster.
Centennial Farms have worked back in 1993 with Colonial Affair and Julie Crone. We'll see about Antiquarian, one of three for Todd Pletcher in tomorrow's Belmont Stakes. Pletcher striking early on the Friday program with a Luminaire. As we turn the page, will Chris Griffin call this second race? Race 2 here, good allowance race, and kind of a run through for Frank Miramati, for our crew, for the jockeys. 1.25 miles, same distance as the Travers, as a Belmont.
And same distance as both, truly. I mean, really trying to find out what this track is playing like at that distance, getting a little bit of a preview of what it will be like to have a big race like this tomorrow to close out a big weekend. Obviously, going the 1.25 mile distance is a little bit different, a little bit unusual, but it's not the first time that we've run a Belmont Stakes at something, a different track or a different distance.
And that's tomorrow night on Fox. Just getting underway here, that second race, post time 19 minutes. Who will hoist the hardware, the August Belmont Trophy tomorrow evening? We'll meet the field for the 2024 Belmont Stakes as our coverage continues from Saratoga.
Takes the lead. Cody's Witch
not a first. The history of the Belmont Stakes and where it's been contested, Jerome Racetrack, Morris Park in the Bronx from 1890 to 1904. A little more familiar. Belmont Park in Elmont from 05 to 62. Then a break here. We had the Belmont Stakes at Aqueduct for a handful of years. And Belmont Park, Big Sandy, big facelift currently from 68 to the course last year. We'll be back before long, and for the first time ever, Saratoga Racecourse hosting the Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening. And that starting gate to be placed right where it will be tomorrow night. Mile and a quarter, Belmont Stakes, live on Fox. It's very different as far as the way you look at the race. Perhaps could you make the argument that the competition, that there are some horses, maybe a better field, stronger competition here because it is at a mile and a quarter this year?
I mean, possibly you do take away that unknown. You do take away the mile and a quarter question, the mile and a half question. You know that many of these horses have been able to get this distance as they did in the Kentucky Derby. So you're taking away that big question coming in of who can really endure that mile and a half.
There is the field, 10 of them. Mile and a quarter Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets, $2 million purse. Sierra Leone, 9-5 morning line favorite. Our crew has been on the backside, barnstorming all week. Let's meet the runners in post position order. There is the Preakness winner in Seize the Gray for Dwayne Lukas.
He's really improved, a horse that has gotten much faster in his last two starts, both of which were graded stakes wins. Is he under the gun from the rail?
Number 2, Resilience, Wood Memorial winner, 6 in the Kentucky Derby.
Was in contention. There was a big group there at the top of the stretch, but it seemed like maybe the top-notch level horses maybe ran away from him a little bit. He's going to have to improve.
Would be a second for Mott, struck with Drosselmeyer, 2010, Mystic Dan. Look, post 3, worked in the Derby.
And if you're into that sort of serendipity, possibly a horse that you want to use in here, ran his race in the Preakness as well, just not quite the same pace and not quite the same distance, but now getting back to something you know can handle, mile and a quarter.
Post 4, the Wine Store, very consistent, a lot of second place finishes.
If you've been frustrated by his odds, he's always taken money. He was the second last time in the Peter Pan. You're going to get a number if you like the Wine Store tomorrow.
Would be a second for Jockey, Manny Franco, won in 2020, Tis the Law, number 5. Just discussing this guy, the Peter Pan winner, Antiquarian.
And this is one of those horses that will try to win for trainer Todd Pletcher. We had a Peter Pan to Belmont Stakes winner last year. He'll need to get a little bit faster, but sky's the limit for him.
First of 3 for Todd Pletcher. Here's Dornoch, the Fountain of Youth winner, 10th in the Kentucky Derby with trouble.
This is a long shot that I do like. I think that they're going to try and figure out tactically what they want to do. I think they're kind of trying to decide. Decisions have to be made as far as what the path is going to be. But Luis Saez, he's beaten Sierra Leone before. Maybe he can do it again.
Protective, the maiden, 3rd in the Wood, 3rd in the Peter Pan.
Clearly has some ability. When is he going to put it all together? The Belmont Stakes being his first race is not going to be with my money. He can take a step forward, though, and has been consistent.
Anna Marie, kind of a buzz horse going into the Derby, finished 8th with trouble start to finish.
Yeah, a horse many people thought had the most trouble trip in the Kentucky Derby, and just after the start really kind of lost all chance. Pedigree says yes, late developing type says yes, does have to improve.
Sierra Leone, Derby runner-up, Belmont Stakes favorite.
And he is the horse that is trying some new things in terms of equipment, in terms of a new rider, trying to figure out those small details. He's really done very little wrong, but potentially could have been undefeated in his career. He is the horse to beat.
Mind Frame, second choice for the Belmont. 2 starts, 2 blowout wins.
Promised myself I wouldn't say wise guy horse, but he is. He's 2 for 2. He's getting a lot of respect at 7-2. Mind Frame could get it done, but do we see a star there? The numbers say possibly.
Top class 3-year-olds, mile and a quarter for the second consecutive year. The Belmont Stakes only on Fox for the first time here at Saratoga. History made last year, history to be made once again. The Belmont Stakes tomorrow night on Fox. Coverage continuing from Saratoga, 1863 Club. Great way to spend the afternoon. The second race in 12 minutes.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gun Pilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunna, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
You my little boo thing, so I'll give a hoot what you do
would say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell 'em I'm next. Tell 'em you find a little something too fresh, I know.
The cross-country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Breeding in New York State just got a whole lot greener. Starting in 2026 with 2-year-olds and expanding in 2027 to include 3-year-olds and up, New York breds on the NYRA circuit will be offered purses matching the race's open company counterpart. That's a nearly 20% increase per race compared to 2023. Bowling season is in full swing. There's still time to take advantage of New York's better than ever state bred incentives. Visit NYRA.com/NYbreds for more info.
B-Day Triple Crown winner in the Travers at 100 to 1. Get a bar named after you. That's how it works. Jim Dandy Bar. Sweeping renovations. Upgrades have been made to the lower level of the clubhouse, highlighted by the reimagined Jim Dandy Bar. Entire ground floor renovated, designed to have an open and airy atmosphere. It's a new horseshoe-shaped bar, expansive drink rail where the fans can see a clear view of the saddling paddock. Kind of a coin toss here. Is Michelle in the Jim Dandy Bar, or is she in the paddock with eyes on horses for the upcoming second race? And that mare, look at this, special guest appearance. Idiomatic, favorite for the Ogden Phipps, reigning older female champion.
She's putting that win streak on the line. She's been so successful over her campaign last year and did return a winner this year and looks to add a second victory to that career, facing many of the same rivals that she did dominate at Churchill Downs. And she is just an Amazon of a horse. She is gigantic.
Just took off, Chris, the second half of 2023.
And she's been kind of that superstar that we kind of haven't been able to talk about as much. You know, we've seen other big performances and other names kind of in the headlines, and she just continues to go out there and excel, and she continues to win races. Maybe this is her campaign. Maybe this is where she really gets her due.
Can only hope this year's Ogden Phipps is exciting as last year's with Clairiere. Search results slugging it out to the wire. Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, one of several Grade 1 races all leading up to the Belmont Stakes. We check in with Michelle in the paddock.
That's right, Lafitte. Paddock, not the bar, just of yet. Standing right by Idiomatic, and Sarah's so right. Her size and her scope are just sensational, and her attitude, I think, is such a key thing for her. I mean, she's walking around here. It is busy. She's in a new place, and every once in a while, she kind of stops and looks around, but for the most part, she just comes out here and does her job, and I am just enthralled. But there are runners in the paddock here as well that I like. The 5 leading contender for Chad Brown, I had to give a check plus to. This horse just looked fantastic. Ran third last time, but got moved up to second and just made a amazing appearance in here. And don't get me wrong, Chad Brown horses generally look really good. This horse looked even better than you would expect. I also liked the looks of the 7 Kerouac for Norm Cassie. Well beaten last time out and picked up off the claim, and they opt to move him up. On form, he's a little hard to back, but if we're just going from a looks standpoint, I have to say he was one that really caught my eye. Several different turns around here. We'll see how they warm up as well.
At a big number, 34 to 1, Spoiled Gelding Kerouac going from Jonathan Thomas's stable to Norm Cassie's. Strength to strength.
His better numbers have really come on a synthetic surface overall. He's a horse that might need to take a step forward from a class standpoint, but he is getting those new surroundings. And he's also second off a little bit of a break as well. If you like him, I've never wanted to talk anybody off of a long shot.
We know if Chris is calling this one yet.
I'm calling the 5 as the winner. I'm going to give you that for right now. But when you take a look at leading contender, there's question marks in this field for me. I think at this 1.25 mile distance, I start looking When I have to start kind of making a case for horses on why today is the day, I get a little concerned when I start doing that. So I do land on the 5. That'll end up being my top pick in here just because of the company that he's kept. Maybe that's me giving a little bit of a stamp towards Ben Duke for having a little bit more respect for that runner. But this is a field where you could see, you could make a case for quite a few of them if they kind of turn things around. There's some changes being made. You see Top Barnes, first-time geldings. You see just these adjustments being made. I think they're trying to figure out where are they. Are we kind of on the cusp of being able to be on the improve, or do we kind of have to back down a little bit and find the right spot?
Glad we didn't wind up splitting that ticket.
Yeah,
Sarah,
now you can say that.
Wait, just, you know,
It's
last
okay, I ran back
moment,
and picked
just
4.
a gut call. I want to sit this one out.
Oh, I should have gone with Chris.
Chris, all the mojo working. Call to post for this second race at Saratoga. Good allowance field. Same distance as the Belmont Stakes, 1.25 miles. Easy to spot. There's Arthur's Ride.
He needs to bounce back after a subpar effort last time out. Race 2 back makes him the one to beat.
Duke of Gloucester rolled in his slop at Monmouth.
Was expected to do it, though. Was an odds-on favorite in there. Took a lot of money. Got the job done. Different field today.
Rocco Strong, pre-race issues in his last pair.
If you like betting back horses that got a shoe repair in the paddock, he is your guy.
Costa Terra, 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, good connections. Linda Rice, Jose Lascano, but 4 seconds on the year and a third. Has to get to the winner's circle.
Leading contender, Chris's top selection. Michelle liked what she saw.
Deserving favorite, has kept some good company. I don't like that the seconds are piling up more than the wins.
Powerhouse connections there. Then Donegal Forever. The Isaac Murphy did not work out at Churchill.
Probably got to throw out that race right next to the top long distance horse in that division, but really has to improve, get back to that 3 starts back effort.
Kerouac, outsider 37-1.
Does he want this distance? Does he want this surface? Will he improve going to new connections? Lots of questions.
Michelle, like what she saw from that long shot, then Perform, who ran in last year's Preakness Stakes.
I mean, this horse could improve. 17-1. Give me all of that. I'll put this one in the exotics. Why not?
Tappet shoes back to dirt after a debut turf score. Don't see that very often.
You don't, and it's kind of an odd move, but when you look at the company that he was keeping, he used to run against Arcangelo, Dennington, Red Route 1. He has faced some of the better horses in that division. We'll see if he gets back to maybe what could be his preferred surface.
That's the field. 1.25 miles. Allowance runners, $115,000 purse. Post time 4 minutes. Right back to Michelle.
Thanks, Lippy. Joined by Brad Cox. And your future assistant, who's this?
Brody Cox. He's got a few years to go, but we're going to get him in the shed row sooner or later.
I like it. He was leading Idiomatic earlier. It was awesome. Let's talk about Tappet shoes right here. This is an interesting move, Brad. Horse just won an allowance race on the grass. You're taking him off the grass and you gelded him.
Yeah. Well, you know, the grass race at Church, I just felt like it came up right. There was another race in the book going a 1.316. I preferred the 1 1/8 off the layoff on the grass. Thought it'd be a little bit easier on him. He handled it well. He finished up strong. You know, I don't know. I saw this race. I called the racing office. They said it was coming up somewhat of a shorter field. I thought I'd take a chance, enter. We like what we saw in the PPs, and we shipped him up. He's doing well. He's a good mover, and he ran well on the dirt last year. So I think he's dual surface. He can run on either or, and you know, looking forward to seeing how he handles the 1.25 miles.
Why geld him off of the win?
He was actually gelded before that.
Just bragging on the PPs. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, that he was gelded off the layoff.
Now the outside draw here. Happy for that?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, they got a pretty good run to the first turn. It's a 1 1/8 oval, so you know they got a decent run to the first turn. And Frankie, you know, will probably be second close. Is kind of the game plan. Let him kind of find his stride. He's a really good moving horse. Hopefully, he can get a good, comfortable rhythm and he'll handle the 1.25 miles.
Idiomatic looked great schooling in here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, she schooled once a couple days ago, so this is her second trip. She looks great over there now. She just got hosed off. She's going to head back to the barn. You know, just got to get a good, clean trip. You know, she's got enough speed normally to, you know, create a good trip. So, you know, looking forward. You know, when they start putting win after win together, you almost want to just get it over with because, you know, we enjoy it, but it is a little stressful, but excited about tomorrow with her.
And just really quick, yesterday you won the Jersey Girl with Almost Gone Rocket. She test bound?
Yeah, no doubt about it. That's a good solid 8 weeks between races. She bounced out of it in good order. You know, we'll give her the time now, let her just recover from the run yesterday. She was tired this morning, but overall happy with the way she looked. She was sound, and we'll, you know, probably keep her up here and just prepare for the test.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Michelle with Brad Cox. And along with everything else, yesterday almost felt like a grade 1 test preview day, guys, between what we saw from Ways and Means for Chad Brown about 2 hours after Almost Gone Rocket and that sensational performance in the Jersey Girl.
And I think that we're going to see some of the best at this time as really one of the biggest days of racing that we've had so far this year. And you can really be excited by many of these performances at all different types of levels. When are you going to see Ways and Means, who was that 2-year-old that was so flashy, come back with an effort like that in just a regular race on Thursday? There's always something going on here at Belmont at Saratoga.
Brad Cox, idiomatic tomorrow. Ogden Phipps, look forward to seeing Almost Gone Rocket continue to develop. And here with Tappet Shoes and Frankie Dettori drawn towards the outside at 5-1. There is Costa Terra at 9-2 as this warm-up continues. Costa Terra and Chris, 5-year-old debut, and then some rust to shake off here. Hasn't raced since last December and tackling this demanding 1.25 mile distance.
It's a demanding distance to come back off of a layoff, and the horse, you know, you took a 5-year-old by Gun Runner, was just showing some seconditis a little bit kind of towards the end of 2023, is now going to make that debut. Do we really feel like this horse is going to turn things around? And at 9-2, I'm going to take a horse that I feel, from an exotic standpoint, Leading Contender is my top choice, but the 8 and Perform, I don't understand it. I mean, I just feel like everyone outside of maybe the top 2 in the wagering, they're pretty even. I mean, a third, beaten 3 last time, has to improve off of that Belmont at Aqueduct performance, but these are connections, Shug McGahee, Dylan Davis, that I think they sit back, try and make one run, and maybe try to get back to that Tessio run. But the horse that's taking all the action, Arthur's Ride, it seems like the bettors are saying going back to that 2-back performance is what we're going to see.
I get the sense we're going to hear Chris perform very shortly.
Really?
Surprise!
Is what I'm hearing. Is what I'm hearing.
Now can we bet on that?
About 50.
I've practiced Gloucester. It is Gloucester.
It is Gloucester.
It is Gloucester.
It is Gloucester.
It's not one of those tough ones. It's
Well, Massachusetts love.
Yeah, you got to make sure that you get all the pronunciations right. I hear Frank on the PA, but if not,
this is going to be like calling the Travers for you, or the Belmont Stakes for you. 1.25 miles.
Or the second
here
optional.
at Saratoga.
But you make that point for the handicappers that are taking a look at this
Sure.
1.25 distance. You can see the layout on paper, but now you get a chance to actually see it physically on screen. So maybe for your handicapping, as you take a look at the race, as you're trying to handicap tomorrow, where do I want my horse to be? How long is that run going to be towards that first turn? What is it going to look like? Where do I want to be positioned? So the bettors can really take advantage of this.
This is, and you're seeing the fans here now at Saratoga, and everybody is kind of flocking over towards the rail. And you see that opening day. The first race every summer is always at 1.125 miles for this very reason, Sarah. So the fans here can be as close as possible to the action, to the horses, to the jockey as we set sail on a brand new racing season at Saratoga. There's always, especially on this set, you can feel that energy, the crowd about to watch a race to start right in front of them.
Absolutely. I mean, we're right in front of them watching the horses load into the gate for this 1.25 mile journey. And it's always great to be able to get that close view, especially when you know you're going to see those Belmont Stakes horses up close and personal, just like you will for this race.
You're off the hook, Chris. We have
it.
Frank Miramotti, the voice of the Belmont Stakes, the voice of Saratoga. We believe 1.25 mile race 2, live from Saratoga on Fox Sports 2. Here's Frank Miramotti.
Kerouac follows Rocco Strong. Costa Terra, Perform, and Tappet Shoes. They're in the gate. And they're off, and losing the rider was Tappet Shoes. Number 9, Tappet Shoes lost the rider, and Donegal Forever did not have a smooth beginning, but has recovered. Arthur's Ride sprints by the stands in front. Rocco Strong comes away in second. Costa Terra. Donegal Forever is 4 deep. Kerouac outside of them. Duke of Gloucester, Leading Contender, is racing in between horses. The loose horse is right on horse's heels in mid-pack. That's Tappet Shoes, hoping to get him out of harm's way. At the back of the field is Kerouac, rounding the clubhouse turn. And the lead belongs to Arthur's Ride and Junior Alvarado. 3/4 of a length. Rocco Strong is now racing a joint second on the inside of Costa Terra. They're followed by Duke of Gloucester, who's 4 lengths off the pacemaker. Leading Contender is next. As they swing on to the backstretch, Perform in the pink silks is down at the rail. It's another 3 back to Donegal Forever. and Kerouac trails. Down the backstretch, Arthur's Ride leads it by a length. Rocco Strong racing second. They're followed by Costa Terra and Duke of Gloucester in the yellow colors down on the inside. Perform has made a little bit of headway, racing head-and-head with leading contender, 5 lengths off the lead. Donegal Forever is just behind them. The distant trailer is Kerouac. Around the far turn, Arthur's Ride has been there throughout. Now Duke of Gloucester starts to close in within a half length of him. Another 4. Perform has made steady headway right into third. Rocco Strong drops out of it. Down on the inside, it's leading contender there at the top of the stretch. Arthur's Ride, Duke of Gloucester. Perform hugs the rail and closes into second as they come to the 8th pole. It's been a 1-horse race. Arthur's Ride lets it out a notch and has a 7-length lead. Perform is second by a long margin, and then Duke of Gloucester. Arthur's Ride just sprinting through the stretch. He'll win by double digits. Second to Perform, and then it was Duke of Gloucester in front of Donegal Forever.
All right, so a lot going on in this one. Arthur's Ride, dominant winner. You saw right from the start. Tapit Shoes, bad stumble. Frankie Dettori went down, bounced back up almost immediately as soon as they corral Tapit Shoes. They may have already. We'll pass that along. I don't have confirmation. What is confirmed is that Frankie bounced right back up and that Arthur's Ride hammered his opposition in an impressive score in this second at Saratoga.
And always good to see a good possible outcome for what could have been a very scary situation, with Ryder being okay and getting right back up and working on catching Tapit Shoes as he goes for quite the joyride, a solo out there. But Arthur's Ride really, really showing that effort 2 back, not a fluke at all, big bounce back.
Powerhouse performance, team just FYI. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, 1826. Let's go back to the start. Outside post, Tapit Shoes, Chris. What happens?
Yeah, it's a stumble at the break, and it's a pretty bad stumble, and these are world-class jockeys and Frankie Dettori right at the top of the list. But when you do see a stumble like this coming out of the gate, you kind of look first. It's the 6th Donegal Forever, and then you do see that stumble. Frankie just couldn't stay aboard. He checks himself very quick. You see him pop right back up. I did see the horse on the backstretch running in the opposite direction, and it looked like the outriders were getting to the number 9, who got up in there in the mix a little bit, and these riders do look out for one another, and when they see a situation like that, they're going to steer clear. The horse got towards that outside rail and just kind of took a run around, but Arthur's Ride bounced back to form.
That's always dicey with the riderless horse, but the 2 best images we saw, Frankie Dettori bouncing right back up, and you saw there corralled Tapit Shoes, seeming on screen no worse for wear.
And with a stumble that badly, to have both up and looking well at the moment is obviously something that we're very fortunate to have. Tapit Shoes regathered himself and said, I want to go off on a run. And Frankie regathered himself and popped right back up. So hopefully best case scenario for both horse and rider.
And we talk about the athleticism from jockeys. The horse is showing athleticism as well, too. A stumble like that, collecting themselves. It's a horse race. They're very fired up in the starting gate to be able to collect themselves. These are superior athletes also on 4 legs, too. So Tapit Shoes comes back, okay. Arthur's Ride in the winner's circle.
Eventful second race of 12 here at Saratoga. Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott. Arthur's Ride running up the score. 1826 results when we come back. And the coach, Dwayne Lukas, Preakness winning trainer. That was his 7th, trying for a 5th win in the Belmont, which sees the gray.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
That was legit. Runaway performance. Arthur's Ride here on America's Day at the Races. Glassman Racing, trained by the Hall of Famer Belmont. Junior Alvarado. They'll team up a little bit later on this evening in the DK Horse Grade 1 Acorn with the reigning 2-year-old filly champ, Just FYI. I think they'd take that result very happily should she reproduce what Arthur's Ride just did.
I think so. I think they'd be all right with that.
Easy win, Arthur's Ride. Over to Michelle in the winner's circle.
Thank you, Lafitte, joined right now by Belmont. And you said that's racehorse time. You happy with that performance?
Yeah, it was very good. I mean, we've been anxious to run him a distance of ground, and we finally got a race for him today. He's coming off a really poor race at Churchill Downs, but he hated the racetrack that day. It was a mile, it was in a sloppy track, and he didn't care for it. So I'm glad the rain held off long enough for him to get a chance to run on a dry track.
Getting that nice 10 furlongs in there, is there some classic aspirations for him now?
Well, I think you'd have to look down the road. It kind of gives you, you know, a lot of options down the road, you know, this year, next year. So hopefully, you know, stays together and stays sound, and we can look at some nice races next year.
In the Acorn, you have Just FYI coming up. How's she going to turn the tables on Torpedo Anna?
Well, you know, we had no excuse last time. I mean, we've just got to, the only way we can turn the tables is outrun her, and there's only one way to win. And, you know, I don't know that we had any excuses the last time other than, you know, the track was sloppy, and maybe the other one handled the sloppy track better than we did. But, you know, we'll do our best.
Thanks, Bill.
Okay, thank you.
Lafitte?
It's interesting, guys, with Just FYI, Belmont, Arthur's Ride there, 670. Chris, you like to perform a little bit, completes the exacta 18-1. He talks about Just FYI and her training, that, yeah, she's training really well for the DK Horse Acorn. Then he said she's training about as well as she was before the Kentucky Oaks, though, and we couldn't get Torpedo Anna on that afternoon, like, trying to figure out why this time it might be different.
And it seems like he doesn't have a specific answer for that. She's going to run her race. Maybe she will eventually be turning that corner as a horse who takes that step forward, who asserts herself back as one of the leaders of the division. But if he hasn't seen any difference in the morning, we might not see any difference out on the racetrack.
I'm told you're leaving?
I'm out of here. I got things to
like
do.
An hour.
Places to be.
Is it him?
No,
it can't be. Well, we're going to find out here when she leaves set.
You're going to miss Car Talk.
Devastating. I saw it yesterday. It's okay.
It's going to be even better the second time. Some of our viewers may have missed it. Car Talk. The coach, the legend, D. Wayne Lukas and Jonathan Kinchin. This week's Car Talk is Lukas seeks a 5th win in the Belmont Stakes. That's next.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
is Arrowgate and Mike Smith. Oh, they've opened up a 6-length lead here with 1 furlong to run. They've left the field reeling behind. American Freedom and Gunrunner are fired behind Arrowgate. What a commanding performance. He won the Travers by 12. Oh, what a race he ran today.
Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th ball, trying to pull it off. He's in front by 3. He has jettisoned National Treasure. Then it's Hit Show. Forte's coming right. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming on the outside, trying to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it. Arcangelo has won.
Of those moments, the late, great Arrowgate has provided as a racehorse, as a stallion, sire of Arcangelo, Belmont Stakes winner a season ago, and now maybe, sire of back-to-back Belmont Stakes winners, Arrowgate, sire of Seize the Gray. That moment last year, Javier Castellano so fired up, finally getting that first Belmont Stakes victory 5 weeks after his first ever Kentucky Derby winner with Mage. History made last year with Jenna Antonucci, screen right, first ever female trainer to capture a Triple Crown event. Arcangelo by Superstar Arrowgate, as is Seize the Gray. Seize the Gray here for trainer Dwayne Lukas. It's amazing, Chris, that all these years later, 1980, his first ever Preakness winner. Here we are, 2024, just saddling, just winning his 7th Preakness, the coach.
It's been fantastic to see the coach just continue this. He's always been around, but we've really seen him in the last few years be able to have some real top contenders once again in this division, a division that he owned for a long, long time. So Seize the Gray, if he goes back to that performance, Jaime Torres, we'll see what happens. And he's also changing with the times with the big ownership group as well.
Yeah. Thousands and thousands of owners, literally, and feeling like that Preakness didn't wipe him out too much. Seize the Gray, drawn on the inside for the Belmont Stakes. His trainer, the legend, the coach, Dwayne Lukas. This week's guest on Cart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin. As you know, as a trainer, he hasn't lost a thing, and his wit still as sharp as ever.
Wayne, it's been a long time in the making. I've been trying to get you on this golf cart for quite some time.
Well, I think you have to talk people into getting on there with you. They probably don't have their insurance up to date.
In 1980, you won your first Triple Crown race with Codex, and then a few weeks ago, you won another Triple Crown race 44 years apart. That's some pretty serious longevity.
That is, that just means I've outlasted them all.
Tell me a little bit about Seize the Gray. Was that always the plan to go to the front in the Preakness, or were you worried what Bob was going to do?
What happened is Frankie was trying to rate, I think, with us and was having trouble with Bob's horse. And next thing you know, he's in the 5 or 6 hole, as you see, and we were cruising, and he let us go ahead and have it. And Jamie did a beautiful job of just cruising along.
You've seen a lot of great riders, but in a big stage like that, you gave a young guy a chance.
When we won the Pat Day Mile, as you might guess, the agents went to calling. They said, "You're surely not going to let that guy ride in the Preakness in a big race like that." I said, "I absolutely am going to let him ride. He did everything perfect." Maybe it's a coach in me, but I've always leaned towards trying to help somebody that's, trying to help themselves. And I told him one day in the locker room, I said, "If you hang around me, I'm going to make you better than you want to be."
You just said it there. You said you're going to be the coach, and that's what you're affectionately known as around the racetrack, as the coach. Where do you think you picked that up? When did it come around?
When a couple of Dallas Stewart, Todd Pletcher, a couple of these guys went out on their own and started doing well. I hadn't coached basketball, for, I don't know, forever. I think the last year I coached was 68, 69 season. And somebody said, and the coach won another one, and it kind of stuck.
Of all the guys that have worked for you, I'd imagine Todd was probably the best basketball player, right? I heard he could shoot it a little bit.
I don't know. I never tested him. I should have taken him out and gone one-on-one with him when I was younger, and we'd have found out how good he was. But he looks like he'd be all right.
Talk about the sense of pride you have when one of those guys that worked for you, whether it's Maker or Dallas or Todd, wins a big race?
You know, I really do get a great feeling. And when they win a big one, I get the same sensational feeling that I would if I won it myself.
How do you feel about them when they're in the gate with you?
When they get in the gate with me on Saturday, Todd Design and Mike Maker, I guess, get in there too. Those two are in there. They're on their own. I want to kick their ass. After it's over, different thing.
What do we think about these shades here? These are my Wayne Lukases.
They're
like
those?
those?
Yeah, they're a little small for you, Jonathan.
Okay.
You need to get a little bigger, a little wider.
Okay.
You know, with all that hair, you know, you need to widen them up a little bit.
Think I'm ready to get a leg up in the morning?
No, you're not John Wayne. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, Wayne, you got 4 Belmonts, and we'll be rooting for you to get number 5.
I was going to ask you, Woody Stevens was so competitive, bless his heart. He had that watch with 5 Belmonts on it. Now he's looking down. Do you think he's nervous?
Yeah, I think he's probably a little
nervous. You think he's getting a little nervous? He'd always say, Cowboy, you'll never win 5 of these. Well, watch out.
Watch out is right. JK, you're not the Duke. I've been telling you that for years. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Dwayne Lukas, great stuff. Trying for that 5th win in the Belmont Stakes. We're now joined by Rajiv Mirage. I had forgot, you won a Breeders' Cup race for the coach.
Yeah, the coach isn't shy about giving anyone an opportunity. He gave me a shot in the Breeders' Cup, and we won with a big long shot called Hightail. And yeah, that was a great day.
In the juvenile sprint, no longer part of the Breeders' Cup program, but nonetheless, like I'd get a tattoo if I were you. I won a Breeders' Cup race for Dwayne Lukas.
I already do. I just don't show it. So I have it tattooed right on my arm right here.
Wayne Lukas, it's amazing, Chris. Just that we talk about the longevity, and last summer when he had Seize the Gray, we watched him graduate here at Saratoga. He defeated Dornoch, and how confident he was in his abilities, and who knew that all these months later we'd be talking about Seize the Gray coming back to Saratoga as a Preakness winner, maybe leaving Saratoga a 2-time Classic winner.
Yeah, it's why you got to watch all the races on the entire card to be able to catch where these horses may end up in some of these big stages. And Dwayne Lukas, when he walks into the racetrack, when he walks into the winner's circle, his presence is just felt. He just has this aura about him that everyone knows who he is and wants to be around him. And we'll see if they're all around him in the winner's circle tomorrow.
And riding for Dwayne Lukas for so many years, I was fortunate to ride for him. One of the things that he does that is really cool is if you're standing around the winner's circle, he will randomly grab someone from the crowd to be in the win photo. He's the only trainer that I've seen that does that. And actually, it's a pretty cool thing for a fan that doesn't really get an opportunity. That's usually a custom only for people that own the horses and
Often
stuff.
with kids.
Often
and
with
those,
kids.
Those moments that create new fans. Dwayne Lukas, Seize the Gray in tomorrow evening's Belmont Stakes on Fox. You were just looking at Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice as we get set for this 3rd race on the Friday program. First turf race this afternoon. We're seeing this all afternoon long. You're not having an issue with the handicapping. You're picking winners, but challenging handicapping endeavor.
Yeah, when you take a look at this turf race and going the 1.8 mile distance, and this is where you start to get the long shots. We saw long shots yesterday in that New York bred turf maiden race. First-time starters, they can surprise you. That's not what we're going to see here. We see a starter race like this. This is horses that, again, we talk about being kind of on the cusp. I'm going to take a shot with, I think, what is a mid-range price in the 8 and Lord Flincher. I like that sire on top, and Castellano riding very well.
You see the rail is out at 18 feet. Rajiv, how does that impact race dynamics, and why is the rail out at 18 feet?
Well, the reason for the rail to be out a bit is like they had a bit of a moisture with a little rain in yesterday, and they want to protect the inside lanes so that's not chewed up for the bigger races. So for the graded stake races, so they will protect it by saving a little space and putting the rail out. But when the rail is out, it kind of forces the horses from the outside draw even further out wide, which if they get stuck out wide too much, they'll lose so much ground that it'll be hard to overcome. So for the jockeys that are on the outside, you kind of want to be cautious, pay attention to not losing too much grounds on the turn and trying to get over to the rail.
How advantageous in a bigger field to have a horse with some tactical speed forward as opposed to a horse coming from far back and perhaps having to circle all that traffic?
Yeah, it's definitely advantageous for horses to be closer, but most importantly, it's advantageous for the horses that are drawn towards the inside. When I was riding on the inside in these kind of races and I broke from the gate, what I would like to do is I'd like to float out to the right a little bit and even force those horses, make it harder on them to not only get over, but make it more harder on them for them to save ground.
All smiles there, Jose Ortiz. You know what it takes to capture a Saratoga summer title. He's done it in the past. If you could ride one, Rajiv, you have your choice. Who would it be?
I would take a fun stab here and pick and ride a number 1 Big Night Out, because I rode his mom blind date and won on the grass. He's never tried the grass before. I think he's gonna like the grass because I won on the mom on the grass, and he has that beautiful one post position, which we're talking about saving ground. So in this race, I would take a shot with this horse.
Is that a sentimental thing, or is that who you think has the best chance to win Big Night Out? Because looking at the tote board, big number, 14-1.
Sentimentally, yes, it's leaning a little bit more into sentiments, but also there is some expectations of the horse making a step up on the graph, because we talked about the mom being successful over it.
Things always go well for the sentimental handicapper. Another look there, Big Night Out drawn inside 14-1.
Yeah, but looking to step up on the turf, first time on the turf today.
My friend Louie, Tyler Gaffleone rides for the first time.
Sees many of the same rivals here this afternoon, has to pick it up, was 2 lengths back off of them.
Long shots side by side by side. Mr. Mendelssohn is in fact by Mendelssohn.
Yeah, won a maiden 20 claimer last time on the grass by 3 lengths, but takes a big step up in class today.
Victor's valiant, quick gelding, rarely wins.
Could be the controlling speed. I mean, Flavien Prat knows how to handle a horse on the front end. We did see a horse go all the way around on the turf course yesterday.
There's Addicted to You doing his own thing. Needs to break better today.
Yeah, but I think he's the most likely winner in this race after missing narrowly after not having a good break last time.
Yo Daddy, claimed from Keith DeSormo by Linda Rice.
Yeah, 26% move and deserving favorite, I think, in here, 5-2, but warrants it.
Road Soda, 15-1 maiden winner at Aqueduct.
Yeah, the very deep closer. Will be hoping for a hot early pace.
Lord Flintshire expected more in his last pair.
Do you think that if it's just bunched up at the top of the lane, this is a horse that can show a bit more of a kick? I like Flintshire on top.
Mo Rewards, Luis Saez takes over. That's key.
Yeah, switching to the turf after having just a mild run last time on the dirt.
Number 10, Skellig Island, currently 43-1 would be a major surprise.
With Paco Lopez, you got the blinkers. I wonder maybe a little bit forward, maybe a bit more forward position here early. Hasn't shown it.
Monmouth's leading rider, Paco, then American Grant. The issue has been finishing.
Yeah, this New York bred didn't show much last time and needs a major turnaround.
Long shots inside, long shots to the outside. Sinful Dancer, number 12, out there somewhere, marooned outside.
Will definitely send shockwaves. The numbers say has to improve. Did show a decent try, though, sprinting back in April. It was a long time ago, though.
That's the field. First look at turf racing this afternoon. Post time 6 minutes. Checking the tote board. Number 9, Mo Rewards. The second choice, it's 7-2. Trained by Mike Maker. Standing by live with Michelle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Now, Mike, you tried dirt last time with this horse. Back to the grass today, which I feel like is your specialty and maybe his.
Definitely his.
Okay, I have a question now, because this horse, when he was running at Santa Anita on the mile and quarter races, was more forwardly placed. And today there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed. Is the goal maybe to get him a little bit more towards the front here?
Yeah, I think he'll be laying 1-2, and you know, he wants to run all day. So hopefully pace is slow and we get the job done.
That was the most words I've ever gotten out of you. I'm going to say good luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
All right, Michelle, Mike Maker with Mo Rewards. Luis Saez, 4-1, revving his engines.
I mean, I guess the one thing you can say, it sounds like from hearing from Mike Maker there that you're kind of tossing that muddy effort last time. You know, get back to turf, get back to forwardly placed. Luis Saez changed the tactics up a little bit. Now you get off of the apprentice rider, get over to Luis Saez. Changing tactics might be the trick.
Yeah. There's Victor's Valiant and Flavien Prat to ride the favorite, Sierra Leone, in the Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening. Victor's Valiant. Take a look at his most recent. This was Kentucky Derby Day, long way from Louisville. Aqueduct. Here, Raj, Victor's Valiant and Addicted to You in the same race. Bad start, Addicted to You.
Yeah, and it was a bad start for Addicted to You, like you can see there, and he kind of recovered and got over on the rail. And it was a very smooth trip for Victor's Valiant, who was in a perfect position coming off the turn, had dead aim, sitting right off the top two. And, you know, at the end, there was only a 3/4 of a length separating these two. Considering the trip, the difference in trips, I think that Addicted to You clearly ran the better race here today, because Victor's Valiant, and he had all chances to win, and he just looks like a horse that's not delivering that knockout punch at the end.
For Addicted to You, I mean, he comes off the pace anyway, but it's just a bad start in terms of getting your momentum going, and still a solid bang-up effort. Could have easily thrown in the towel after that poor start.
And one thing as a handicapper, race caller, however you watch a race, I feel like sometimes we don't value the start in a turf race as much as we talk about starts in a dirt race. We just saw the dirt race out here in race number 2. It's not something where I look at a turf race and I think, oh man, the start completely lost all chance for this horse on the grass. I feel like they have some time. The pace is a little bit slower. They have some time to collect. A lot of these rivals seem very similar to one another. I'm taking a horse that I hope can improve in Lord Flincher, who you saw on that replay, wasn't making up ground, maybe over the different surface. Maybe Javier Castellano has the ability to kind of get tucked in behind horses, and our Mirage rode the horse last time, so maybe that change in tactics can pay
Handsome
off.
cousin?
The other Mirage, the ugly Mirage rode him last time. But I mean, I just think coming out of that race, the reason why I picked Addicted to You is he overcame some adversity. It was a slow pace up front. It didn't set up for him. For him to make up all that ground into a slow pace after breaking slow, he's clearly the horse to beat.
And it sounds like that we want Mo Rewards then to maybe go after the front end pace, because if we do want them to pick it up, I don't see a ton of speed. I really don't. Big Night Out, the number 1 at that 15-1 price, they wanted to get on the turf. They wanted to get on the turf last time. They ended up on a muddy track, and it worked out because they ended up winning by 5 lengths. So this seems like what the Connections wanted to do, and so off the claim, they say, well, Barclay Tagg actually wanted to do that, but now off the claim, Oscar Barrera says, well, we want to try that. We want to get on the turf.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, good move to try with the family lineage, the success that they've had on the turf. I'm actually pretty shocked right now that Yo Daddy is the favorite. I mean, Linda writes, she wins a lot of races and here, and she's always live. However, this horse hasn't done much running on the grass. It shows 1 win. He was actually put up by disqualification. He didn't even cross the wire first on the grass. So I don't even think that's the preferred surface, and he might be getting bet off of his dirt win last time. So you know, I don't see why that horse is such a favorite here, but he could win, I guess.
Lukewarm favorite, just 3-1 first half of the claim. Linda Rice, Yo Daddy, crossing over to the turf course shortly. We check in with Michelle.
Thanks, Lafitte. Watching the horses in the paddock. The 4 is the one that continuously caught my eye. Victor's Valiant for Jorge Abreu, coming off a good effort last time out. And Miracle Mike, the horse that won last time, was very valiant in that. But I thought this horse ran extremely well and have liked his warm-up. Also, he's sitting here at 7-2, so I think a very valid price here. I also loved the warm-up of the one Big Night Out. I know Rajiv has been talking about this gelded son of Into Mischief, who's coming off a 5-length score and tries the grass for the first time. He had a very nice solo warm-up, and then I saw him just kind of hobby horsing around here, but he's got excellent energy. He's got some speed from the rail, and you heard Mike Maker talk about maybe wanting to be 1-2. I think this horse will be right to his inside, maybe setting the tempo from his body language in the warm-up. So excellent from him. If I'm going to give a knock against the favorite Yo Daddy, it's the fact that he was extremely warm in the walking ring. I haven't seen him too much on the track, but do note that if you see him a little hot, it's been like that continuously, and we saw how that affected the 8 earlier on today. Best of luck here in race number 3 as we head to the turf course for the first time today.
There he is, Yo Daddy. Yeah, warm afternoon, but not uncomfortable, not that hot here, Raj.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of when horses start sweating at this kind of temperature, over sweating like that. When you see that lather, that white foam on their body, that's not generally a good sign. It's a sign of a bit of anxiety and uneasiness. And that happens after they sweat a lot. So one of my angles is whenever I see that a horse showing that, I actually downgrade my chances for them that I originally picked.
Yeah, especially on a day like this. Yeah, warm but still comfortable here in Saratoga Springs as they're crossing over to the turf course. Somebody's looking for their friend Jimmy.
Jimmy is not listening to him, though. He is not listening to him.
Best of luck finding Jimmy. We've been able to reconnect with Frankie, who will be calling this third race at Saratoga, and a wide open turf scramble. 3-1 tepid choice here still with Yo Daddy. Chris?
And talking about betting from a wagering standpoint, a race like this is where you can get that separation. As a handicapper, we saw some favorites, 2 to 5s and some short prices yesterday, still with some nice payouts. Now you get a turf race where they're very evenly matched. You've got 3-1 choices on there. If you're right here, it's really going to set you up well for your multi-legs. Any way that you like to play, whether it's the vertical wagers or the horizontal wagers, this is the type of race where you can set yourselves apart and really find some of that added payoff and some of that value. Lord Flincher is going to be my choice. I like the 9-2. Hit a 9-2 in the opener, Reggie. Hit a 9-2 shot in the opener.
Nice.
So we'll see if we can get it done again here in race 3.
The thing about it is about value, getting the best value that you can, right? Addicted to You, for me here, is a most likely winner for this race. Okay. And when I see a horse that's a most likely winner and it's getting better than 2-1, I usually lean heavily on those kind of horses to be my bets. This horse is 6-1 right now.
Fantastic.
We can't connect with Frank. Raj, you're calling this one. It's your turn, man.
Yeah.
You're on the mic.
Or Jimmy.
Yeah. Or Jimmy. Wonder if they found Jimmy. Third race here. Pace, Raj, what are we looking for early on? Victor's Valiant and in his speed. Again, quick colt here, but gelding rarely wins. What are you looking for in the early stages in terms of race shape?
Yeah, I expect Flavian Prat to be very aggressive leaving the gate with him because there's not a lot of speed in this race, and he wants to secure a good forward position with Victor's Valiant. And, he's one of the horses to beat, so I don't think they're going to make it easy on him. Mo Rewards has shown a bit more speed than he did in his last race in the past, and he's ridden by Luis Saez, who's an aggressive rider. So I expect the speed to be set up by Big Night Out, Victor's Valiant, and Mo Rewards going into that first turn. And it'll be an honest enough pace to give the closers a chance to close into.
You said you'd like to ride number 1, Big Night Out, in part and sentiment. Rode the Dam, Blind Date. Chris going with Lord Flincher. Number 8 at 5-1, wagering public, sticking with Victor's Valiant and Flavian Prat to ride the Belmont Stakes favorite tomorrow evening on Fox. First look at turf racing this afternoon, post time for the third. Here's Frank Mirmati, we hope.
Mo Rewards will be next. Yo Daddy. And then 3 more left to load. Skellig Island coming forward. American Grant and Sinful Dancer will be the last 2 to load. American Grant coming up. Sinful Dancer going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Victor's Valiant gets the first call out of the gate. Big Night Out along the inside has speed, and Sinful Dancer. Sinful Dancer sprints up, immediately overcoming that outside post position and clearing off to lead by a length and a half. Big Night Out is in second. Skellig Island now racing in third. My friend Louis is next, followed by Lord Flincher on the outside. Victor's Valiant settles in mid-pack. Mo Rewards is toward the back of the field, some 8 or 9 lengths off the lead. Addicted to You hugs the fence. Is about 10 lengths off the leaders at this stage. On the far outside comes American Grant. Yo Daddy in the oranges racing in between rivals, and Road Soda lagging far behind in the early going. So it's Sinful Dancer to set the tempo, swinging on to the backstretch with a 5-length advantage. The opening quarter in a snappy 22 4/5 seconds. Big Night Out races in second. Skellig Island is third. Lord Flincher racing fourth. The half went in 47 4 as they head toward the half-mile pole. My friend Louis is along the inside, racing 6 lengths off the lead. Victor's Valiant is next. Mo Rewards making a 3-wide bid with the green cap. Outside of him comes American Grant as they move into the far turn. Yo Daddy trying to make a move at this stage in the orange colors, needs to find some racing room. He's got about 9 or 10 lengths to make up as they're midway on the far turn. Addicted to You is toward the back of the field. On the inside, Mr. Mendelssohn and Road Soda has trailed throughout. 3/4 in 1:12 3. They're at the top of the stretch. Victor's Valiant is coming with a bold bid in the center of the race course, storming to the front inside the furlong pole. Lord Flincher is now in second. Sinful Dancer has given up. Yo Daddy with Clear Sailing is eating up ground at a rapid pace. Victor's Valiant, Yo Daddy, it will be Victor's Valiant. A perfect trip to victory under Flavien Prat. That's no surprise. Yo Daddy was second. It's close for third.
Driving finish. Victor's Valiant. Favorite delivers in the third at Saratoga, holding on with Flavien Prat in the saddle.
Yeah, slingshotting off the turn with Flavien Prat. That move was the winning move as Victor's Valiant got the jump on the fast closing Yo Daddy, who had a pretty rough trip early on in the race and down the backstrip.
I'd almost have to take a look at the start of this race because Victor's Valiant changed tactics completely. I mean, this is a horse that likes to be on the front end and was sitting about mid-pack towards the back end of the field. The gallop out, if you like gallop outs on Yo Daddy, was wild at the end. I mean, Yo Daddy was just loving
He has
everything.
to find room to operate Yo Daddy. When he gets to the outside, he accelerates. Then he's kind of lugging in. Raji's on his wrong lead. Closing like a wild horse here, but comes up just short here, does Yo Daddy.
Yeah, Yo Daddy made a big run. He's on the wrong lead, and you know, earlier in the race, he was having trouble steering him, Lescano. He was throwing his head up a bit, and I mean, he only lost by a head. So.
4, 6, 8, 10. Jorge Abreu, winning trainer. AP Stable, Foxtail Racing Stable, Victor's Valiant. Go back to the start, Raj. What'd you see here with Victor's Valiant? Change of tactics, and then Yo Daddy to 6.
Well, you can see that it was always their plan today to take him off the pace because he broke like a rocket. He actually broke on the lead, and right away, Flavien took a hold of him, grabbed the reins, and slowed him down. He didn't want to get engaged in that pace, which actually was a great move because the number 12, the big long shot, Sinful Dancer, he went really fast early. 22 seconds for a first quarter when you're going a mile and a 16, a mile and an 8 is a very fast first quarter. So that was a great decision and tactics that paid off for them with Victor's Valiant.
You see the long run to that first turn, and when you have a moment like that, Flavien Prat, he looked over to his right about 3 times there in that first run past the wire the first time. I think he saw those outside runners go from a handicapper standpoint and said, they're going to go. I'm fine to just settle like this. Jose wanted out of there. He wanted off the rail. Looked like he was trying to get Big Night out off the rail as fast as possible with the rails out at 18 feet. Victor's Valiant changing tactics. It ends up working. Flavien Prat, that's why he's a top rider in the country. He gets the job done. My top pick hangs on for third, but Yo Daddy,
effort.
maybe a promising effort moving forward because he really was full of himself after the wire.
Yeah, he lost nothing in defeat. I think Yo Daddy ran the best race of any in this race. One to watch out for next time.
4, 6, 8, 10. Victor's Valiant. Flavien Prat to ride Sierra Leone in the 156 Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening. When we return, legendary track announcer Tom Durkin in the booth for so many epic Belmont Stakes moments. Durkin at his very best when it counts the most. That's next.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, Day 2, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Secretariat, who occupied stall 1, Claiborne Farm. Victor's Valiant occupying the winner's circle at Saratoga, and the winning jockey is with Michelle, Flavien Prat. Michelle.
Thank you, Lafitte. And Flavien, I was kind of shocked that you were as far back as you were, but Rajiv said that might have been the plan because you took a hold pretty soon out of the gate. What was the intent going into the race?
Well, he jumped well out of the gate. I felt like, there was like 2-3 guys that were committed to get going, and I felt like the pace was fair enough where I was going to get a comfortable spot mid-pack, so I was pleased with where I was.
Super nice closing kick as well. What did you think?
Yeah, he made a good move when I tipped him out and asked him to make a run. He really made a good run.
All right, now you get to ride at Sierra Leone in the Belmont Stakes. Have you gotten acquainted with him at all?
I watch replays. I rode against him a few times. So I mean, I know what I'm, what he's gonna do and might not do. So I'll go with the flow.
Is it hard because you haven't ridden him and because you've seen him, lugging in, to try and predict what he might or might not do in this race, especially with the change of equipment?
No, I think it's a good thing. I'll go out there with an open mind, and he got a new beat. So I think he'll, hopefully we'll be okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat here with the win, and of course we'll ride Sierra Leone tomorrow, Lafitte.
Flavien Prat to ride Sierra Leone. Michelle, thanks so much. He seems, Rajiv, like just nothing really phases Flavien Prat. Just kind of unflappable, even keeled.
Yeah, he's cool and composed, and he rides that way as well. It portrays into his riding. He's one of those jockeys that he's consistent. It does the same thing every time. He's just really smooth.
So the issues with Sierra Leone, well documented, his bad habit of lugging in and perhaps cost him winning the Kentucky Derby. Now with more power steering, the cage bit from Chad Brown, Flavien Prat to ride. Can a jockey overthink these things, Rajiv? Can a jockey overcompensate in trying to keep a horse from making another mistake, something that's become a bad habit?
I don't think there'll be much overcompensating. He's going to have to execute what he has to do with that horse, which is being very aggressive on holding the right reins and to make sure he leverages that bridle in his mouth. I think he's going to be really prepared, and he's going to be proactive in steering him before he even attempts to lay in. And I think it's going to work for this horse.
Something to watch for throughout. Sierra Leone, favorite for the Belmont Stakes. Chad Brown seeking a first. Would be a first as well for Flavien Prat. Just missed, I believe, Hot Rod Charlie behind Essential Quality back in 2021. Here, the audible for Victor's Valiant. Here, Chris, in a gelding who was 1 for 20 coming in. All right, so why not change things up?
Yeah, change of tactics. I think it was a little situational for me from a handicapping seat. It looked like they said that 80-1 shot's just going to tear away with the blinkers going on. Flavien Prat makes the right choice. We'll see if he does it tomorrow. He did it right there with Victor's Valiant.
3 down, 9 left. Stakes racing all in succession. Races 9 through 12 on this picture-perfect Friday afternoon at Saratoga. And Wick Beckman out on his own with Honor Marie. Honor Marie trying to pull off an upset in the Belmont Stakes before tripping the Kentucky Derby. How will he respond?
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
When it comes to your truck, you can power it up 6 ways to Sunday. But if you want to get things done, start with the capability of Ford F-150. Gas, power boost hybrid, or all electric. The power is yours.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal
winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Show. Breaks First National Treasure is looking for the lead again today.
You know, people said, boy, that must have been fun. No, it's not fun. It's work, okay? It's not fun. It's fun when you're over with it, okay? Maybe to some certain degree, but it's not fun. It is really stressful.
Arcangelo rides the rails around the first turn, third. Forte's up close there.
The first race on the card, the first race I had called in 10 years was 14 horses going 6 furlongs on the turf, okay? It don't get no harder than that, folks.
There's 5 furlongs to go in the Belmont.
I did make it through. I had to go down to Belmont for about a month before that and prepare. The first week, I was calling into my iPhone and played those back, and it was horrible. I almost called the folks up at Fox and said, this is not going to fly, because I was forgetting names, I was stumbling, I couldn't see the horses well. It was, the first week was really, really bad, but I got it together by the time post time came around, I think.
Arcangelo is fiercely determined. Arcangelo coming to the 8th pole. Forte's coming late. Oh, he's got a chance. Forte coming out the outside. Trying to catch Arcangelo. He couldn't do it.
Track announcer Tom Durkin called the Belmont Stakes on 25 separate occasions, but now in that booth tomorrow, Belmont Stakes has a new voice, Frank Miramati, calling the Belmont for the very first time. Some of those moments and some of those big Belmont Stakes, and for the return, Tom Durkin last year, yeah, the first thing he said when I bumped into him, he's like, I haven't called a race in 9 years. First race, the Jaipur 14-horse turf sprint, really?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long layoff for Tom Durkin, a legend in the game and somebody that I respect so highly among Frank Miramati and John Embriol. Just the names go on and on here in New York, and it's just been a pleasure to be able to join them somewhat in the booth, but to be able to hear them call the Belmont Stakes and to do a fantastic job, always a pleasure. And it's just nice to go back because you do become the voice in some very historic, iconic moments, and Tom Durkin had plenty and had his share.
You didn't know you were going to call a race today at Saratoga, and that worked out just fine on this gorgeous eve of the Belmont Stakes. Perhaps another first, maybe a first for trainer Wick Beckman, who has been training on his own since 2021, but for 20 years, an incredible education of a lifetime from some prominent trainers. Beckman captured his first graded stakes victory with a 2-year-old named Anna Marie. Now a 3-year-old, Anna Marie, has given Witt and his owners a ride of a lifetime.
I did not have a burning desire growing up or any sort of dreams of being some, thoroughbred trainer. Went to college looking for stuff, but eventually it just kind of ended up in a barn working with horses, and I found this, beautiful connection. And I spent, bulk of my kind of early years on the track under Todd Pletcher for a while, Owen Hardy, Chad Brown. When I did finally go out my own, it was more of just a perfect circumstance, Things kind of took their own natural conclusion with Chad and moved on, and here we are.
They're coming to the finish, and Anna Marie from off the pace to score by 2.
He was sent to me as a 2-year-old. Legion Bloodstock bought him for a group of people, which the Ribbles were involved. He won first time out, and they bought out the rest of the partners.
We've really liked how he trains horses. He's taught us to be patient with the horse, and he's always said, this horse could be special.
He's named after our granddaughter, who is a Marie,
And she's real spunky and real independent and real sassy, and I just kind of see a little bit of that in him.
Ran a super race in the Louisiana Derby, and we knew, like, we always thought we had a Derby horse, and then we got the confirmation he is a Derby horse.
Derby week was very, very difficult. A lot of things were going on behind the scenes, and then when we went into the hospital.
Rhabdomyolysis, my legs weren't working. Once I got myself back on my feet, it was just a matter of days. They're just waiting for some blood levels to drop, and I'm glad I got out on the night of the trainer's dinner. That was, a special night to go out and get up there and talk and be part of that. Started in the lowest position possible, laying in a hospital bed, and ended up in the highest position possible, walking over for the Derby. As soon as he came out, there was just kind of a wall of horses from both sides. His first 3 jumps were really spent just going side to side. With all that momentum from the inside outside, just didn't give him any time to get any traction. He never really got any position early. He ended up out the back, and then kind of going to the first turn, he had a little bit of trouble there. Just more adversity than there was, clear room to run. So he ran a really good race. I mean, he finished 8th, and he was last going into the turn. So, I mean, we're really proud of him.
You feel like it's a once in a lifetime, but we're already talking to our bloodstock agents, Legion Bloodstock, going, okay, where's our next Kentucky Derby contender?
Coming up here, running my first horse in New York, I can't say I was upset to come up to Saratoga. I mean, I come up here and there's just this level of stress that just melts away. And even though it's not like the real Belmont, it's still called the Belmont, no matter where they run it. So at the end of the day, I'll win it no matter where. It's fine for me.
What an opportunity for Whit Beckman and the team. A Triple Crown debut with Anna Marie, a buzz horse going into the Kentucky Derby, Raj, but just moments into the race, the team knew it was not going to be their day at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he was a buzz horse because he ran such a good race in the Louisiana Derby, which was his best effort to date. And he did get squeezed between horses. Even he got totally wiped out here. And his race was pretty much taken away from him. Kept getting shuffled back all the way to last, so he really didn't stand a shot from there. What I would love to see into the Belmont Stakes this time is them being a bit more aggressive with him, because that late running style is going to put him too far behind par. He has enough natural speed where he can leave the gate and be a little more forwardly placed and put himself within contention to win the race.
He's done his best running, Chris, from off the pace anyways, but getting jostled about the way he was in that massive field, and the problems didn't end there. There were issues on the first turn. There was issues going just from start to finish, kind of a mess.
You can prepare for everything, but once the gates open, I think Rajiv could speak to this, your plan can completely change. It did for Anna Marie. Florent Giroux, maybe a bit, coming out of the gate, very experienced, getting that early speed, maybe he's a little bit closer up, but we'll see. He's going to have to improve off that performance, but did have excuses.
Belmont Stakes tomorrow night on Fox. Still have 4 stakes races this afternoon, all in succession races 9 through 12. Good crowd here at Saratoga on a gorgeous Friday afternoon, eve of the Belmont Stakes. The excitement continues to build as we get to the better races, the stakes races, and a good wide open 4th race here, Raj. This allowance extended sprint, wide open, but a 7-5 heavy favorite here, Noda, for John Terranova. Your thoughts going in?
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse is getting bet this heavily at Nota, because I picked Lunacy, the number 9, who I thought would be the favorite coming off a narrow defeat last time. But Nota is just getting hammered at the windows right now.
Lunacy and Debate, the latest, May 4th, Aqueduct, same level. Lunacy in front, opens up, but he's not home yet.
No. He did all the heavy lifting here. He ran fast early, chased that fast pace, took over and looked all about a winner, and just gives it up to Mighty Atlas, who sat a perfect rail skimming trip. Used every inch of ground to beat him by a nose.
A brutal loss.
You think Lucency's the winner there. I mean, you take a look at that effort, 4-1. I like that price a lot. I think if you're going to take that effort, and from a handicapping standpoint, Rachel Sells claims off of Rick Dutrow out of that spot. You saw the bettors kind of back off a little bit. Mighty Atlas comes off of that effort, comes back to win another effort just after that. So this is a horse that Jose Gomez has been doing that. He's been riding very well, I think. And Rajiv, you can speak to this as well, is that Jose Gomez coming off the bug, now a journeyman. He's able to put horses in the right position. He's riding for big barns, but he picks up a horse like this. When you take a look at this 4-year-old who ran very well last time, 7-5 versus 4-1. Give me the 9 all day long, because Noda, Irad Ortiz Jr., he won the opener for me, but a lot of seconds and thirds lately.
Yeah, well, Jose Gomez, he's a polished, as a young guy, he's a real polished rider. He's been very impressive to me, one with a bright future. And I'd take him on any horse. I have no problems with Jose, how he rides. And this horse, Lunacy, what I love about him is he has a tactical speed, but he also can sit off a pace horse if they're going too fast. So, and he's drawn well on close towards the outside to give Jose all the options that he'd want.
And you saw him get picked off late in the latter stages of that race at Aqueduct. That was at a mile. This slight cutback to 7/8 of a mile might be key.
I mean, the more we talk about it, the stars are aligning for this horse to win today. He's got so many things in his favor.
Yeah, give me the cutback in distance all day long, too. As a handicapper, when I take a look at it, I like the cutback in distance. I like the coming back from that mile and shortening up a little bit. I don't know if it changes things for the horse. Obviously, it changes your tactics as a rider. Do you feel like this horse is going to have a bit more conditioning because they went longer, of course, and cut back that furlong? But Noda has the numbers to say he wins. 7-5, way too short.
Feels awfully short.
Jose Gomez rode Noda in his last six races. He's been riding Noda, and he's on Lunacy today, so he's gonna want to beat that horse. He definitely doesn't want him to beat him.
Packed paddock on this eve of the Belmont Stakes. Big crowds expected tomorrow for the first ever Belmont at Saratoga. Now, that must be the most frustrating thing in the world when you and your agent huddle up one race, we have a couple of options, and making that wrong decision and watching it all play out.
And that's us thinking or saying that he chose the other horse. He might have been booted off a Noda, of course, for Irad Ortiz. So
when that does happen, though, just choosing wrong in general, then you can blame your agent, which
that's a tough
clear
feeling.
yourself of any responsibility.
It's great to be in a position to have the options, but then when you choose the wrong one, you always second guessing afterwards.
It is difficult. It's a good problem to have. Jockeys riding several good horses in common divisions. You want to choose right. You don't want to make that mistake. But again, for a rider and an agent, good problems to have. Post-parade brewing here for this fourth race. 7/8 of a mile sprint. We start with an outsider in G Money. The lone win a couple weeks after Nick's Go won the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, it would be a complete surprise in here after losing at a much lower level last time.
Can't beat the Rock. Cantamasi's won the opener yesterday.
Yeah, can't beat the Rock. Cantamasi got off to a good start at the meet. Goes out first time for this trainer.
Noda, Irad Ortiz, 3-2. Wow.
Yeah, you pick up Irad Ortiz Jr. Fourthly place. A lot of seconditis, though, lately.
Proven hope. Last 2 wins in the mud.
Yeah, hoping to get back to his farm that he showed last year, closing out the year with 2 wins back-to-back.
Number 6 on the field, Luis Saez in the Flying P Hot Pink.
Nothing wrong with that second beating a nose last time. A return winner of that race from Oaklawn.
Debate, defeated favorite at the level 3 weeks ago.
Cuts back to the 7/8 of a mile. We'll be hoping for a hot early pace to close into.
Lucency, love the slight cutback.
Yeah, I just feel like this horse has held the right form. He continues to run fine. Second, I liked it.
Yeah.
Musical Maestro now with Rudy.
Yeah, doing the complete makeover here. Blinkers on, gelded, and changing the trainer.
Left me behind, and he's smiling assassin, Katie Davis.
Let me get left them behind at that 5-1. Oh, I thought we were going to get a big price. The money has come in. Maybe the Silk, Saratoga stable, I think, left them behind with a minor shot.
Popular around here. 'Tis the Law, Funny Side, Saratoga. That's the field, race 4. We check in with Michelle.
Guys, standing here right now with Rachel Sells, who has the 9 Lucency. We're going to get that name straight in here. And this seemed like such a timely claim. First time he was in for the tag, you picked him right up. What'd you see?
Yeah, so, we picked him up for the claim. He just looked like a consistent, honest horse, kind of what we were looking for to add to the barn. And he's been a nice little addition since we've had him.
Now, that last race, he got maybe a little leg weary, got caught in the end. The turn back seems ideal for him here.
Turn back seems ideal. We're hoping that a few of them go to the front and we can just stalk and make one run at him.
Oh, that's really interesting because now he's on the outside. Do you think he's going to have enough speed to get himself over into a good position?
He's versatile, so I think if Jose needs to, he can. Kind of going to leave it up to him at the break as to what exactly he feels underneath him and what he feels he needs to do to get him to the winner's circle.
All right, best of luck here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Lots to like. Lucency, serious contender.
Yeah, can I give a quick shout to trainer Rachel Sells, too, because
Absolutely.
she's had some difficult names that we've had before, and I actually called her. I was able to get a chance as a track announcer. You
Always
check,
helpful.
And she was wonderful in letting me know the correct pronunciation, so we got it right. But Lucency, the 7-2 is what jumps off the page for me. I mean, you take a horse like Noda at that 8-5 number, the price climbing up a little bit. Handicappers are smart. They're going to see that, you know, a bit of the change of the odds and a bit of the shifting. We talked about Arad Ortiz Jr. earlier on. You know, with him taking them out here and being at 3-2, is he going to be able to get Noda across the wire first this time? Speed has been good. We saw some front-end speed do pretty well. I think you can win from anywhere, obviously, but Noda looks pretty good on the racetrack and probably deserving of that 3-2. If Lucency holds that form and continues to do that, maybe sits just off.
We have to put this in motion. It would really help track announcers. For every first-time starter, every past performance provider, where you have phonetic spelling. Phonetic spelling for every first-time starter, every past performance provider.
I am a strong proponent of that. I would love that. I would love the parentheses. I would love to help in that production, whatever we can do.
This one's easy. Just own the field. His most recent Raj, late April, Oaklawn, the mile distance. He was very, very wide early on and loses an absolute gut-wrencher.
Yeah, what you don't see here is he drew the 9 posts out of 9 horses. Going into the first turn, he was stuck wide. He did all the heavy lifting coming around the turn, looked all over a winner, but that did him in. He didn't necessarily stop, though. I think he auto glide just came with a furious finish, and he backed that up. The horse that beat him there on the wire came back and won next time out as well.
Ramon Vasquez rode that afternoon, not his fault, playing the hand he was dealt in a 2-turn mile at Oaklawn, parked 5 wide on the first turn. The difference between winning and losing on that afternoon. Today, the cutback for him to 7/8 of a mile.
Yeah, and in that mile race, he was able to sit a bit closer because he doesn't have much early speed sprinting. Today, the cutback in 7/8, we might see him fall a bit far off the pace, which might be disadvantageous against a race where there isn't that much crazy early speed on.
And how about Michelle?
Go ahead.
How about Michelle with the top pick there, number 5, Proven Hope? I mean, 11-1, coming with a big price in here, and Trev McCarthy being aboard. Even finishes, you know, has been behind Noda, has been in front of Noda actually, 3 starts back, a length in front behind Magical Ways. Noda has faced some very strong runners, Mandatory, Magical Ways. 11-1 though, that is providing you some value because that is a horse that does make sense.
And how surprised are you on the price here? How heavy of a favorite Noda is 3-2 as we've just reached post time?
I'm surprised. I think that you'd look at the favoritism role for Noda, 2 starts back, yes. Other than that, we haven't seen heavy action like this. At 8-5, a couple scratches in the race. When you take a look at the tactics, there's not a ton of speed. Boss Tweed coming out changed the pace scenario somewhat. High Heat, also a horse that wanted to be more forwardly placed. So you've got some contending speed that's no longer there for Noda. The bettors have said 8-5 is a warranted price. I'm going to stick with that 7-2 though.
We check in with Michelle.
Oh, guys, talking about Proven Hope, who's my pick in this race from the paddock. I just thought he looked really good as he came over. He was picture perfect as far as an attitude situation, and I have just loved him on the warm-up. He's had really good forward energy. You can see he's got gigantic full-cut blinkers, so he might need that focus or the help for the focus, but whatever it is, it definitely works because he has been all business. And really, I think he should sit a nice trip in here. And he's a pretty consistent performer. I know some of his better races were on muddy tracks or a little bit lower level, but I think he suits. And I love a horse on the turn back and distance. I know he's had a try or 2 at 7 furlongs, but that was before he broke his maiden. I feel like now that we maybe know a little bit more about him, having that turn back and distance is really going to help him just with a nice finish. So my paddock pick is right there on your screen. That's the 5, Proven Hope. Good luck.
Several of them working with that cutback angle, Proven Hope, but at a price 11-1.
Yeah, there's no question that the pick makes a lot of sense at that 11-1 price. And talking about 11s, I think Left Him Behind is taking some honest action here. From the 10-1 morning line down, cut in half to 5-1.
Yep.
Turf to dirt is not my favorite angle. It just isn't. It's never worked out for me. There's really no rhyme or reason for that. It's just not one of those angles where I say that puts me in the winner's circle. Katie Davis has picked up Mounts for Barkley tag. You see this connection. I think it's going to be a 1 run for Left Him Behind. Will that run be good enough to win at 7 furlongs?
Early on, Raj, what are we looking for?
Well, I expect to see the number 4 Noda on the lead And I expect that Lucini and Jose Gomez is going to be right at his throat latch going down the backstretch, not making it too easy on him, because if he lets Noda get away with too much of an easy early lead, it might be tough to pass. So that's how the race is going to shape up, because they're the two main speeds of this race.
Final thoughts, Chris, as they move into line?
Gonna watch speed a little bit. We've seen front end speed do okay early on in the card. It's the 4th race. You know, we don't get into this speed is just gonna keep holding type scenario too soon. I don't like to do that, but it seems like a race where a 3-2, too short a price, but we'll see if the speed does hold.
Rudy Rodriguez looking on, sometimes simultaneously listening to the show. See how this one unfolds with Noda, the favorite, 6-5, Arad Ortiz, seeking a second on the afternoon. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 4, Saratoga, live on Fox Sports 2.
They're in the gate. Movement from Own the Field. And they're off. Own the Field is very quick. So is Musical Maestro on the outside. They're joined by Noda, and those three vie for command in the opening furlong. Can't Beat the Rock is just behind them in 4th. It's a gap of 3 back to Lucency on the outside of G Money. Then comes Left 'Em Behind. It's a break of 3.5 to the 2 trailers. Debate and Proven Hope is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 22 2/5 seconds, and Noda is the quickest to the half-mile pole, leading 3/4 of a length. Musical Maestro keeping company second. It's now 3 or more back to Own the Field by himself in 3rd, followed by Can't Beat the Rock inching a little bit closer in 4th. Left 'Em Behind, also steady improvement, 6 lengths off the lead. He's on the outside of Lucency midway on the far turn through a half in 45 seconds flat. It's another 3 lengths back to Proven Hope and G Money. 1/4 mile to go. Noda to catch. Own the Field trying to close the gap. 2 behind in 2nd. These two are 1-2 with a furlong left to go. And shifting about Musical Maestro. That didn't help Proven Hope along the inside. In the meantime, it's Noda hugging the rail and maintaining a 2-length lead on Own the Field, who's trying his best. Another for Arad Ortiz Jr. Noda sharp in victory. Own the Field 2nd. Can't Beat the Rock 3rd in front of Lucency.
Well, he performed like a 6-5 shot. Noda rolls in the 4th at the spot. 2 wins on the afternoon. Star jockey Arad Ortiz at ankle, just fine, I guess.
Oh, yeah, it didn't look like it was affected him there as he rode a perfect race. I did not see the race shaping up like that. Noda, he absorbed some pace pressure from the outside. Both the number 6 Own the Field and the number 10 Musical Maestro was slugging at him early, and Lucency was nowhere to be found. It was a no-show today, making that 6-5 shot look like a bargain.
Chris, at the 16th pole, looked like we had a horse race with Own the Field, and Noda and Arad had other ideas.
Yeah, when you see him in hand at the top of the lane, you think you're in some pretty good shape there. And it took some early heat. There was some early pressure. You saw the outside runner, Musical Maestro, want to push the tempo from the outside. You know, speed holding very well. We saw some of the closers not really pick up their feet and get into it, so we'll continue to watch it through the afternoon. But the money was spot on. 6-5 made sense. You got your favorite right to the winner's circle.
It's clearly evident that the speed and the rail is golden right now on the dirt. Not much change of position. And I think the jockeys are going to be watching, and what we'll see later on is a lot of people trying to go for the lead.
Saratoga debut, a winning one. Not the jockey, Noda. Arad Ortiz, yeah, he's won a lot of races here at Saratoga. Noda at 6-5, 4-6, 3-9 results. Reaction as our coverage continues from Saratoga.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival continues. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. Go all in at Mohegan Sun this summer. Great shows, delicious dining, big giveaways, and more. Visit mohegansun.com to start your summer. Feels like summer around here. Racing at Saratoga, normally mid-July. Belmont Stakes tomorrow evening here at the Spa. That was the scene yesterday, just before the fifth race. Gerardo Ortiz, an incident at the gate, really favoring his ankle. Very gimpy, Raj, at the time. We didn't know how serious it was. He was off all his mounts, went to the hospital. X-rays were clean, the MRI clean. Back in the saddle today, and right back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, you know, the adrenaline of riding sometimes make you not feel the pain. It was more painful when you go home, but it was scary moments for him there. And I know going through his head, he must be thinking, not the week, not Belmont week. Any week, but not a couple days before the Belmont. Things happen, you can't control it. It's such a dangerous job.
Helps when you're riding a colt that dominates, Chris, the way this one just did. Noda making what looked like a competitive race on paper an absolute mismatch.
Talked about the respect on the board, and the horse did get respect on the board at 6-5. Noda, front-running score, took some early heat, really opened up in the lane. No second or third today, right to the winner's circle.
Gorgeous day here in upstate New York. The voices of Saratoga on this afternoon. Well, we've had 4 races. You've heard 2 track announcer Chris Griffin in the opener. Since then, it's been Frank Miramati, the new voice of Saratoga, the new voice of the Belmont Stakes, with Michelle earlier today.
So excited right now to be joined by Frank Miramati, although you might be more excited than me because not only is this the first Belmont you're going to call, this is your first Belmont.
First Belmont, period. Never seen a Belmont in person, so the opportunity to come here and call it is something that is off the charts.
All right, now we got to hear from Tom Durkin how nervous he was last year. Yes. What are your feelings like?
Definite nerves. If you're not nervous for something like this, there are issues. It's something that I'm very familiar with the horses. I've always said that the bigger the field in the terms of, you know, quality and stature, it should theoretically be easier because at least you know them. You're not worrying who they are. But on the big stage, the nerves start to get rolling a little bit. But I love that adrenaline. It's what I live for.
What kind of extra prep do you have to go through on a weekend like this? We're talking about, you know, tens of races a day.
It's like being in a batting cage and it's coming at you at 95 miles an hour every 30 minutes. As soon as I think I can take a breath, some other phone is ringing, someone's coming up here, new fields, new storylines. I think it's important with big races to understand the storyline going in, not to get carried away. There's only one Tom Durkin to tell stories the way he does. But I just think it's important to be aware of everything. And in this particular Belmont Stakes, we have some great stories, Michelle. We've got the Derby winner, we've got the Preakness winner, we've got the Derby quote-unquote unlucky loser, we've got the new shooter who's brilliant, but can he handle this kind of level? And then there are long shots because we all know until they get in the gate, nothing matters.
Oh, we'll be excited to hear what your call is going to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michelle. I appreciate it.
So many layers to this Belmont Stakes story, including the venue, first time ever, Saratoga. Chris, I'm not asking you to speak for Frank. All right, just to make that clear. But if it was you and you were getting ready to call your first Triple Crown event in 24 hours, a Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, how nervous would Chris Griffin be?
I'd be terrified, of course. No, it's a nervous excitement. That's what it is. When you're nervous, you're prepared. It means that you're focused on the task at hand. And Frank Miramati has done this for many, many years. And this is a great moment for him to step up into this spotlight and be able to call the Belmont Stakes. And he's going to do a fantastic job. But yes, the nerves do set in because you want to perform well. It's always because you want to put your best foot forward. I don't like to think too far ahead, though. That's the only thing. The legends are legends for a reason. They know how to kind of make all the little connections and make all the words make sense. The performance on the track is really going to speak for itself. Frank is going to deliver that really home run Belmont Stakes call. Really looking forward to it. Couldn't be more excited for him, but yes, a little nervous.
Explains why you did so good in the first race. You had no time to think about it whatsoever. The race had started and you had to start calling it.
Yes, I might have been focused on the winner too. I don't want to go back and take a look at the race really and analyze the race call, but you got to adjust and adapt. Things can happen, anything can happen in this great, wonderful game that we love. It's called horse racing and being involved in the sport. Rajiv's sitting right next to me. A jockey has to adjust and adapt immediately when that gate opens. We all have to work together. But the horses, the jockeys, the connections, they're going to tell the story. So looking forward to it. Can't wait to listen.
Pick the winner. Called his first race today at Saratoga, Chris Griffin. That is going to wrap things up for us. For Chris, Rajiv, I'm Lafitte. Thanks so much for joining us. Coverage continues. We're just getting started at Saratoga on this eve of the Belmont Stakes. Picture perfect afternoon for thoroughbred racing in upstate New York. And the star of this show, you'll see her later this evening for trainer Kenny McPeak. Not necessarily the dog Sonny, but his big 3-year-old filly, Torpedo Anna. favorite in the Grade 1 at DK Horse Acorn this evening on Fox Sports 1.
Nothing stood in his way. War of Will won the Preakness.
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win.
3 down, middle and 4 down, there, middle and 4 down, 400,000 to the back. Thank you.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome to Friday action as we continue the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with the big one, third and final leg of the Triple Crown to come on Saturday afternoon. Beautiful weather on this Friday here in upstate New York at the most iconic racetrack there is in this sport at Saratoga Racecourse. I'm Greg Wolf, stepping in for Lafitte Pinkai. Introduce the rest of my crew here in just a moment. Oh, we're on a 3-shot. With you guys. The first time this crew's ever been together. Rajiv Mirage, good to be with you again. Chris Griffin, great job on the call this morning.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we have to adjust and adapt a little bit. If Rajiv can ride a race from the desk, that's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. But
I guess that's what's going to happen next. They're going to need a rider, and I'm going to have to leave it.
You might have to. We'll let you go. We'll save your seat for you.
All right.
We got some big ones coming up, obviously. We're going to get to the Acorn a little bit later on. The rematch between Torpedo Anna, just FYI. What are your thoughts?
Well, I don't even think it's like a rematch because they weren't even close to each other last time. Torpedo Anna just blew the doors off her. So I think that Torpedo Anna is just stands heads above this field.
You share that sentiment?
A little bit. I think Just What FYI is going to be my top pick in the race because I think here at Saratoga, third off the layoff, I think this could be her best race. A little concerned by what we heard from trainer Belmont. Hall of Fame trainer Belmont saying she ran a race in the Kentucky Oaks. She just wasn't good enough to beat Torpedo Anna. She's going to have to be good enough to beat her here this afternoon. Can she improve? I think so. She does have to make up a few lengths.
We've been blessed so far with some poor predictions from weather, but that is not Janice Dean and Fox Weather's fault. That was the other people up here, and weather can be extremely unpredictable. It's been great so far. Let's get the latest.
Hello, race fans. I'm Janice Dean with your wonderful forecast for the 156th Belmont Stakes happening here in Saratoga. The weather this past week, we were thinking maybe it's going to rain, but all of a sudden the sun is out, and for race time at 6:41 p.m. post time, a peak of sunshine, temperatures around 70 degrees, and some clouds. Not bad, if you ask me. Anytime you need a forecast before you catch a race, you can check us out on foxweather.tv. Always on, always free.
Thank you, Janice, and that's a sight we love to see right now. Blue skies, a little bit of clouds, but it has been terrific, and the rain really cooperated yesterday. We concluded the card, and then we got some sprinkles.
I'm from the West Coast. I've never seen a passing shower, but now being on the East Coast, I understand what a passing shower is, and we haven't seen it. Partly cloudy, 70. I will take that all day long.
Yeah,
Rick.
considering what we were expecting or what they were predicting, I mean, this is a big contrast to that, because we were looking at thunderstorms and torrential downpours. We pretty much just got some good fresh air and a little and sunshine.
Here's what we have to look forward to coming up. Intercontinental, presented by MTV Solutions, a race that my partner here, Rajiv, won back, I believe, 2009, right? The Just a Game?
Yeah, won the Just a Game in 2009 on Diamondrella, one of my favorites. Yeah, it's a really prestigious race for 1 mile fillies. It's one of the marquee events on the calendar every year for that category.
That New York preceding the Acorn. Talk about a wide open race. It is almost impossible to try and handicap that one.
Yeah, the New York is wide open, but I love the European in there that came in from
English Rose.
English Rose, I love English Rose in there. She came in from Europe and ran in America for the first time and ran a great second at Keeneland, and I think that she's really the horse to beat.
And I went for Charlie Appleby, so that is preceding that Acorn coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. So the best still yet to come on this Friday card. We look forward to it. We're going to get into a mandatory pay pick 5 up next here in the 5th race. 5.5 furlongs on the turf here in this 5th allowance optional claiming field. Favorite right now is the 10. That's Mischievous Angel, 9-5. Jorge Abreu will have Flavian Pratt on board.
Yep. We saw the connections win earlier with Victor Valiant. I mean, this was the race that when you saw them win earlier on the card, we've seen them pair up for a victory. The turf rail's at 18 feet. We'll see what that impact has at this sprint distance, but I side against very lightly raced 4-year-old gelding by into Mischief, the number 10 Mischievous Angel, but 9-5, too short for me.
Yeah, he's a relatively lightly raced horse, only had 3 races, and he's going up against some hard knockers, some seasoned veterans in here. And like Bo Sorokin, who is my selection. Bo Sorokin is a 7-year-old that has 11 wins from 29 starts. So compared to a horse like Mischievous Angel, who does have the talent, he does have that raw talent, but I just feel like it's a tough price to take on a not so seasoned horse.
Yeah, I thought this was incredibly difficult to make anybody 9-5 in this race. Bo Sorokin, very talented, has some good speed as well, but there's some long shots in this race you can really kind of sink your teeth into. As we take a look at Mischievous Angel, just left our screen. Here's the 5, who Rajiv was just talking about, 9-1 right now. Can you throw that last race out because it was a soft turf course?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm going with the angle. I'm throwing it out because it was a soft turf course. I mean, it was really boggy. They ran slow early, and he got tired. And I'm hoping that he gets some good fitness out of that, and he'll move forward back now to a firm turf.
Let's go to Michelle Yu for more.
Rajiv, I just wanted you to have eyes on your horse, Bo Sorokin, here, because he has been so impressive in the paddock. He's an absolute savage. He is a big, heavy colt. You can definitely see why he didn't like softer going, because if you just think about, weighing a lot more and then getting on something and you kind of lose a little bit of footing because you're sinking in, thinking how much energy it would take to kind of push yourself out of that. I certainly think he's going to appreciate the firmer ground here right now, but what a good-looking animal you chose here as your top pick. Excellent, excellent in the paddock.
All right, we'll get to our post parade. Thank you, Michelle, coming up in just a little bit. So 9-1 on Boats a Rockin'. And a horse who is quick, can be forward, does not need to be in the lead, though.
Well, I'm hoping that they go with a little bit of a change of tactics and take him off the pace, because there is a lot of speed in here. And I think if he gets caught up in too much of an early tussle with like City Mischief or Lark's Mischief, between the two Mischiefs, they're going to just sandwich him and make his life very miserable.
I wonder what the tactics will be. You take a look at Boats a Rockin', finishing behind Nothing Better. He sat just off the pace in that race. He wasn't able to run down Nothing Better, who's a course record holder at Aqueduct. You know, a horse that was able to get to the front end and just draw away from the field. The change in tactics last time, he had, that's right, towards the outside, they had some early speed, was able to push the tempo. I think Jamie Rodriguez just made the decision, look, we're just going to go ahead and take the front because nobody else is really going with. You saw those early fractions, that soft turf course. Yes, Boats a Rockin', he's going to enjoy this firmer turf course, and indeed, I do wonder about the change in tactics, but you see the Silks right there, Mike Dub Silks, Run Curtis Run, a horse that also could stalk, has earned over $350,000. Didn't catch the turf last time, gets back on probably a preferred surface for connections that win a lot of races, and is going to get the price cut in half to 5-1.
Tell us the truth about that man right there, Rajiv. He just left our screen, Kendrick Carmouche. He's always smiling when we see him. What's he really like behind the scenes?
Yeah,
How intense is he?
He always brings a good energy. You know, he's a very upbeat person. He's always smiling. He's a very intense, and he rides that way. It shows in his riding. It's very aggressive riding. He likes to be involved in the early pace, and that's kind of his personality.
You see, I mean, we see these riders coming out. We just saw Jose Ortiz as well, game face on for these jockeys. Days like this, was it just a different energy for you?
Yeah, you know, you try to bring the energy every day, right? And every race, you always try to keep that energy. But coming into the big races, there's always that extra perk, especially when you're on a live horse going in. It's like it just perks you up for the week. You're really looking forward to it, and it gives you that extra burst of energy.
There's Kendrick Carmouche. He'll be on Boats a Rockin'. Price coming down a touch here, 8-1. As we get a look here at Script. Script, for the most part, has been going long on the grass.
Yeah, he hasn't been seen in a while, too. I mean, Graham Motion hasn't been seen since February, but we saw Graham Motion get one yesterday with the Gray Wizard. Probably a little bit more of a turn of foot here, hopefully, with Script, because we even saw the broadcast yesterday talking about the Gray Wizard and kind of taking time to build up that late kick. But this is a horse that, off of this layoff, can fire okay fresh. Does have a win, though, back in October. It was a long time ago, but a hard-knocking 5-year-old gelding. Only 2 wins, though. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and 3/3. 8-1 is probably the right price. I mean, 6-1 morning line floating up just a touch, but connections you can always trust in Graham Motion and Hall of Famer John Velasquez.
Yeah, and Graham, from day one, he really liked this horse. We had a conversation about him. He said, of all his horses so far, it's one of the most disappointing. We really thought that this horse is going to be special, and he's trying to find the right formula to get him to show his best. And most of his races have been long on the turf, and he was a closer in those races. And last time he tried sprinting with him, but it was on the synthetic, and he actually ran a pretty good race for his first race sprinting. He gets an extra half a furlong today, which is going to make a huge difference for him. I think this horse is going to play a major factor coming from off the pace, but a major factor late.
Graham, Johnny V, as you guys mentioned, earned that golden ticket to the Melbourne Cup yesterday in the Belmont Gold Cup with that win. Punch that berth to the Melbourne Cup first Tuesday in November. It'd be interesting to see, I would think. Graham says to Johnny, want to come down under with me in early November. Does he make that trip?
Well, I was in the winner's circle yesterday with them, and it sounded like it was a definite. Everybody was ready to go to Australia, and I tried to tag along myself as well.
I'm trying to get in there as well. That is one of the great events in all, I mean, not just all of horse racing, all of sports, being part of that Melbourne Cup. Let's go back to Michelle.
And you took it out this year.
Guys, I'm joined right now by Graham Motion. We're talking about the Gray Wizard first right now. I had a fantasy horse racing stable, and he was in it, and I took him out this year. And then you win. Are you going to Melbourne with him?
I mean, we've got to think about it. I think it was a really cool concept to get an automatic berth in the Melbourne Cup, and it's a race, we all follow, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, we definitely do. Looking at this race now, you have Script in here. This horse has been routing for a long time. Big turn back to the flat 5 last time. Why the sudden change in distance?
I mean, I've just been so frustrated by this horse because he's always shown so much ability. I mean, I thought he was a Derby horse as a 3-year-old. And I think this is what he wants to do. I think I've just been wrong about him all this time.
And what do we think about from tactics from post 1 here?
I mean, look, I said to Johnny, I'm not crazy about the post. He said he doesn't mind it. I think, you know, he's got confidence in him. We really think this is what he wants to do, so fingers crossed.
Later on today in the New York, you have Sparkle Blue, 15-1 on the morning line, but the last 3 races for her have really been good. Is she getting overlooked?
Yeah, I mean, this race is like a Breeders' Cup race, right? It's a tough race, but she has been really competitive. This family's been unbelievable for us, shared account. I think she's better this year.
All right, look forward to it and best of luck.
Thank you, Michelle.
Guys?
All right, Michelle, thank you. Here they come post-parade. We'll kick things off with the one who gets the rail. That's the 2 script with Johnny V.
Yeah, taking a look at script. You talked about the golden ticket to the Melbourne Cup. Different race here, 5.5 furlongs. We'll see if he's ready off the layoff.
Clear of the air, taking play with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, got a good post in the 2 path. We'll be looking to sit just off the early pace and make a run late.
I thought last couple efforts from City Mischief makes this horse a player.
Yeah, front tactical speed. You get around Ortiz Jr. He's 1-2 already. We'll see at 9-1.
Boats a rockin'. Kendrick Carmouche, here he is.
Yeah, I picked him, and I just hope he doesn't get into too much of an early tussle. I want him to sit just off the pace, ideally.
Interesting long shot here with Dylan Davis. Bring me a check.
Has been running against some stakes, some $150,000 stakes races, so not without chance here at a big number.
Run Curtis Run. He made a really nice appearance in the paddock. Here he is with Luis Saez.
Yeah, and Toss's last race that he finished 4th, that was an off-the-turfer. Gets back to his preferred surface today.
Dirt speed with Lark's Mischief, that doesn't always translate to turf speed.
You got to go all the way back to June of 23 to see some front-end speed, and it didn't work out. Fated to be beaten 5 lengths. They do put the blinkers on.
But he was forward that day. Here's King Angelo, 43-1.
Yeah, he's a 3-time turf winner, coming off a long layoff and a trainer change.
Lightly raced and light short price on Mischievous Angel.
How impressed were you by that last performance? Not a 2-1 for me.
And more pace outside. Here's Fluid Situation.
Yeah, chased the pace between horses last time. That did him in, but he was a winner 3 back.
And a talented horse outside for Christophe Clement. Here's Senbei, Manny Franco.
Yeah, Manny Franco can work out a trip. Interesting with the turf rail out, 18 feet. Where does Senbei sit? Can show a little bit more front-end speed, so we'll see.
Let's take a look at Senbei. This was back August 24th here at Saratoga, going 5.5 furlongs.
Yeah, and Senbei, he had a tough trip in here. He was just stuck behind horses. You can see Joe Rosario is looking for a way out. He dives in, he dives out. The pad didn't open, and he had to stop him to not crash into the other horses. Completely taken out there. He deserves a pass for that race.
On his other turf start, I mean, just showed major ability. That was going 7 furlongs at Belmont, so they get this horse back onto the grass. He's showing a lot of ability on dirt as well. Here's the 11, though, Fluid Situation. 13-1, Jose Ortiz, an opportunity for John Terranova.
Yeah, second off the layoff, coming off of the try at Laurel, coming out of that Leatherbury stake, showed that early speed and then kind of faded. We're kind of saying the similar things for quite a few rivals in here, that they were forwardly placed, they were up near that early kick, and they just faded in the late stages. I don't know how it's going to play out today. Are we going to see somebody just kind of pass them all and mow them all down in the lane? It does seem that some of these horses are prone to that they might be a little bit vulnerable in the late stages of the race.
Yeah, I think that the winner is going to be coming from off the pace. There's too many horses in here that have that propensity to show speed early, get involved, and then flatten out late, weaken late. So the horse that is going to capitalize from that are late running closers.
Here's a look at Clear of the Air. This was back on April 21st at Keeneland in a win at a big price.
Yeah, ends up drawing away and getting the victory there at that big number. You do see and just a good positional race, stalking the pace setter, opens up in the lane. And that's how you draw it up, I think, from a handicapping standpoint of the connections. And you just say, you know, we sit right off of it tactically and then open up. I think it's got to improve a little bit against some of the other rivals. A 3-time winner, yes, over $200,000 earned. You get Tyler Gaffleone, going to be the first time aboard. Are we going to try and save ground? How much ground can you save with the turf rail out again, 18 feet? I'm not sure how much that factors in. And Rajiv, maybe you can speak more to that. But just, you know, should there be enough room? Are they going to get the right trip with speed towards the outside?
Yeah, when the rail is out like that, the further the rail goes out, the more impacts it has on the horses on the outside.
Sure.
They get stuck out wide, they're losing more ground. So it's definitely a benefactor to the horses that are drawn closer to the inside. And Clear the Air does have that good running style that fits the billing of this race because he doesn't need the lead. And he can sit, he doesn't fall too far off the pace, so his natural speed will put him in contention coming off the turn.
How do you feel, Rajiv, about these turf sprints at Saratoga? Are they some of the toughest races to ride because you have to just make those instantaneous decisions?
Exactly. That was precise because there is so much happening in such quick of a time. You come out of the gate, you blast out of there, and then it's a relatively short run into the turn. You run for about 3/16 of a mile before you hit the turn, and you have to already establish your position. Because if not, you're going to get caught in no man's land. If you're on the outside and you get stuck 3 to 4 wide, your race is over. So there's a lot of vying for position going down the backstretch, and you're going at a fast pace. So it's pretty tough.
2-1 favorite. The horse who's been favored throughout, the 10 Mischievous Angel. We'll see if we get any chaos coming up, and this one starts a mandatory payout. Pick 5. So many special wagers we have coming up over the next couple of days, but hidden in there as well, wagers like this, a mandatory pick 5. I took a look at it. I just thought it was way too difficult.
Well, that brings good payoffs, right? If you can be strong with your opinions in certain parts of the sequence, and then you can spread in other races, it's a good chance to hit a big ticket because there's most likely this ticket's going to pay really big.
Let's head back to Michelle.
All right, guys. Well, Rajiv, just think of me as your personal little Twitter birdie. I went over and talked to the connections of the 5 Boats of Rockin' because you were wondering about tactics here. And I asked if they would maybe be coming off, and they said, oh, no, there's not rate in this horse. So if he's not fully on the lead, he's going to be very, very close. He is a send horse. They said once you take him out of his game and try and get him to sit too far off or rate, he doesn't want to play the game anymore. So look for him to be very forward. Right now on the screen, that's my top pick, the 3, Clear the Air for Will Walden. Last couple of efforts were just super solid. Going this trip, I think they really found what the son of Ransom the Moon wants to do, and that's 5.5 furlongs on the turf. He looked fantastic in the paddock. I've seen a couple of Will's horses. He's even shipped some out to Santa Anita, and they always come over just so well turned out. You can see he's got really great energy here, so he is my choice. I'm a long shot that looked good as well was the 6, Bring Me a Check for Patrick Reynolds. Been trying Stakes Company his last few to no avail. You go back, though, to August and July of last year, right here at Saratoga going 5.5. He had a couple of really good efforts behind some stakes horses, sprinting on the grass here, and since then he hasn't been able to do this 5.5 on the turf, and he's also getting a nice size class drop. So if he can revert to some old Saratoga form, he should be in the thick of things here at 18-1.
Loading up, getting set for this mandatory pick 5 that begins here, 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the turf. It's the 10 Mischievous Angel. Been favored throughout. Jorge Abreu barn, formerly a horse who had been with Chad Brown, and first start in the Abreu barn, a win. Flavian Pratt back aboard, and the one to beat, but a very wide open race. Let's go upstairs for the call. Frank Miramati.
Fluid situation. And the last one to load is Senbei and Manny Franco. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Boats are rocking, blasts out in the center and takes command at once. Lark's Mischief is showing good speed. Run Curtis Run is up and on the pace too. And Fluid Situation is on the far outside, up the backstretch. And it is Boats are rocking, leading the way by a length. Lark's Mischief trying to keep close in second. Fluid Situation is racing on the far outside in third. Down at the rail, Run Curtis Run is fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. They're followed by Mischievous Angels. Senbei is racing in mid-pack. The opening quarter went in 21 2/5 seconds. In behind that group, King Angelo in the black colors has plenty of work to do. Clear the Air in the green is down at the rail. As the field turns for home, Script is the trailer, and on the far outside, City Mischief trying to mount a late bid. They're in the final furlong. Boats are rocking, maintains a 1.5 length lead. Run Curtis Run trying to close the gap in the final stages, and in the center of the course, Mischievous Angel has come alive with a late rally. Boats are rocking, looking for the line. Boats are rocking, holds on narrowly. Run Curtis Run just missed. Then it was Mischievous Angel in third, and it was a battle for fourth.
Boats a rockin'. Gate to wire win. Holds off the late charge from Run Curtis Run, and this is not far off the course record.
Oh, he ran fast early. Not the way I expected it to happen. I expected him to sit just off the pace. There's a lot of fast horses in here, and he just took it to them. Ran the first quarter in 21:43. He was just clipping away. Fast run for this horse, and we got the pick, Chris.
I mean, it's going to be a jubilant winner circle. This is a big win. I know the connections. I know how strong they are about Boats a Rockin', but Boats a Rockin' broke like a shot. Kendrick Carmouche being back aboard, forwardly placed. He ran his race. He was able to hold off the oncoming run from Run Curtis Run. Mischievous Angel. I felt like on paper, a lot of the horses kind of ran the race that we thought they were going to run. I did not see a lone leader, though. I didn't see a leader just being alone up front. Boats a Rockin' holds on, and we get 6-1. It's a nice way to close things out for me, I know, but that's a nice selection. Good win.
Well done, gentlemen. 5, 7, 10, 12. And Kendrick Carmouche, we say a lot how good he is out of the gate, how good he is on speed horses, but he's a very versatile rider. He can do it all. But obviously, he knows what to do when he has a fast horse.
Oh yeah, that's one of the best fusions is Kendrick Carmouche on a speed horse. Not saying that he doesn't do other things well, but he's most effective when he gets to get out on the front end. He's the kind of jockey, like how you see him ride, he doesn't fight with his horses to restrain them. And he just lets them be free running, and horses really react favorable to that. They get comfortable under you and you let them do their thing, and that's one of the best recipes for success as a jockey.
Just 2 ticks, Chris, off the course record.
And it looked like it. I mean, it looked like it. He when you saw that 21.49 open up in the opening quarter, and as a rider, I don't know if you can feel that or sense that type of tempo. He looked like he was cruising. He looked like he was doing it all on his own. And then you look at the final time.
Well, it was easy to sense that, because when you know the competition you're up against, we knew that there was a lot of fast horses in this race. In order for you to clear that group of fast horses, you know you're going fast. You know you're going to have to run fast. So Kendrick, he would have known that he was running fast because he was in front of some real fast horses.
6-1 start to a mandatory payout, middle pick 5 here. We got to say so long to Chris Griffin. Don't go too far. You never know. We might need you again for a race call.
I might stand right next to this.
Be on call. You already had to call one earlier to start things off earlier today. Paula Duca going to join us after a short timeout. We got a lot more show coming up. Stay with us. Boats a Rockin' 6-1 here in the 5th Belmont Racing Festival at Saratoga. And we got the 2-year-old champion filly trying to make up about 4 lengths on Torpedo Anna, the Oaks winner, in a rematch in the Acorn still ahead.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you, Belmont Racing Festival Week. Friday, beautiful weather as we get set for the Acorn still to come. It's presented by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to nairabets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. With us all week through the Belmont, all summer long through Saratoga and beyond. Kendrick Carmouche, gate to wire on Boats A Rockin' here at 6-1. 12 wins now from 30 career starts for this runner. It's a game performance and not far off a track record. Let's go to Michelle.
Jeff Maddie might be the only person more excited than Rajiv with this outcome here. Boats are rocking, just a tick off the track record there. You told me your heart is racing right now.
You know, we're from Penn National, so we don't run up here a lot. So it was a dream come true. I'm at the horse left at Penn at 3 o'clock this morning. It's been a long day. I can't give enough credit to Brandon Culp, his entire team. Haley Hool's here today. I'm speechless. I mean, this is what we all live for. And for us not to have a ton of opportunities to race here, I'm overcome with emotion. I don't know what else to say. I love this horse. We love this horse.
How long have you had him?
Had him about 5 years now. Like, he's part of the family. Like, he's the boat. You know, we winterize him every winter just like a boat, and we unwinterize him. And he, you know, he's taken my family, myself, Brandon, all of us on a ride, and we hope it continues, and we just love him.
Best laid plans, you told me. He had to be sent out of the gate, and that's exactly what happened. What did Kendrick tell you after the race?
Kendrick said he just broke like a shot. I mean, he's almost like 1,300.5 pounds, so you're not going to tell him not to take back. He just does his thing, and it works. And Kendrick, you know, he used to ride at parks a lot, so Kendrick and I are friends, so it's really neat to just, it all came together, and it doesn't happen often, so we're going to enjoy this a lot.
Picture-perfect conditions for a picture-perfect win.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very, very happy connections here with Boats A Rock, and also a very happy birthday to Kendrick Carmouche's wife. It was just yesterday, guys.
Nice little birthday present in the family. Michelle, thank you. $15.80 for the win. Boats A Rock. I mean, this horse just really loves to find the winner's circle.
Yeah, it showed it again today, and what a powerful run. I mean, he did all the dirty work, running fast early, getting chased around there, and just continue to repel his foes.
We move on to race 6. We'll be on the turf again. We're going to stretch out the mile over the inner turf as we take a look at the field for this allowance optional claiming group. Current odds, and right now it is the 9 Army Officer. Favored for trainer Brad Cox, Frankie Dettori sighting coming up on race. Looks like a very difficult one to start off. Another pick 4 here. Joining us on set, Paula Duca. Good to have you, Paulie.
Good to have you guys too.
How's your week going so far?
Good so far. Beautiful day today. Glad the rain is staying away and absolutely gorgeous out. Around town too as well. The nightlife is thriving here, and the daytime is thriving as well. People are still rolling in as of right now. So I'm glad the weather held up. It's beautiful out right now.
You can just feel it. I mean, race by certainly from day to day, but even race to race today, the intensity, the energy is just really picked up from Thursday.
Yeah, I feel like it's the day before Christmas. It's Christmas Eve, and I can't wait to open the presents under the tree. So that's what it feels like right now, that I'm anxious to get to these big races.
And they're coming up soon, including that Acorn later today with our Kentucky Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna. We had Ken McPeak on the set yesterday, said she is doing just terrific, and he gave a long, hard thought about putting her up against the boys in the Belmont, but in the end, Mystic Dan chose to move on. They didn't want to supplement, so she'll stay in against her own company.
Yeah, I think that she has the ability to beat the boys if she was in the Belmont. She would probably be one of my picks. But it's great to see her in the Acorn as well. It's a very prestigious race in its own right, Grade 1, and she's going to match up against the champion from last year, 2-year-old, just FYI.
Yeah, Paulie, she was so good on Oaks Day. What can just FYI do to try and turn the tables?
You know, I think that the winning recipe for her is going to be, at least the barn's probably thinking, okay, that was only the second start of her 3-year-old campaign. But then you look at Torpedo Anna, it was only her second start. So she's going to have to make up some ground. She's a little tactically, you know, at a disadvantage when it comes to Torpedo Anna, because Torpedo Anna can be in front, can rate a little bit, where just FYI is the kind of horse that comes from a little bit off the pace. But you can't argue with a 2-year-old champion, and now has gotten beat twice as a 3-year-old, but she did get beat by a really sharp Torpedo Anna, who's really come into her own from the Kenny McPeak farm. When she won at Oaklawn from the 12-0, we didn't see many horses win like that from the 12, and I think she sort of tipped her hand for the Oaks.
She's been a tour de force for Ken McPeak. Can the 2-year-old champion filly turn the tables? With more, let's check in with Acacia Clement.
And with the 2-year-old champion, just FYI, we'll see if she can get the first win of her 3-year-old season today. And she did have a strong workout in her most recent one, where she went solo in 1:01 and won. A pretty fast workout for the 5 furlongs on the Oklahoma training track. This is back on May 31st. And I got a chance to speak to Belmont after that work, and he said that when she came back as a 3-year-old, she's always been a big leggy filly, but he was very honest in saying that he just wished that she had put on a little bit more muscle mass this year, that she had filled out a little bit more than she even has. She's been able to move over the track beautifully, and she's run good races, just second best to Torpedo Anna last time out. But I did think it was interesting in hearing from Bill about how she has been coming into this effort. Torpedo Anna was able to get the best of her last time out. I did like that last work. I'll be curious to see her in the paddock today, Greg, and what she's doing. But has she taken that proverbial step forward from 2 to 3, and can she turn the tables on her main rival?
Keisha, thank you. We will find out. Look, horses throughout the year, they can evolve, they can change. We saw it a little bit later in the year, but it was a couple of seasons ago. Ness really blossomed as a 3-year-old filly and became the dominant horse in that division.
Yeah, and just FYI, if you look at her 2 most recent breeds, they've been bullets. And like you saw in that breeze, the rider is very motionless, so she's doing it well within herself. She's coming into this race in good order. For her to beat Torpedo Ann, she's going to have to move at her earlier. Junior Alvarado is going to have to take it to her earlier, because if Torpedo Ann gets away with too much of an easy lead and in a comfortable position, she's going to be virtually unbeatable.
I think the one thing she does have on Torpedo Anna is she has a race over this racetrack. Bill Mott's stabled here a little bit more than Kenny McPeak year-round, so she's a little bit more familiar to this racetrack maybe than Torpedo Anna, and sometimes that could be an advantage, and sometimes horses, not sometimes, horses just sometimes, yeah, thrive up here, and they turn into, we saw a horse like Voodoo Dancer who won like 5 in one meet. Some horses just take to this climate, and Torpedo Anna is a horse that has had issues washing out a little bit and still run through it. With this cooler weather, she could be even more dangerous. But just FYI, it does have tiny bit home court advantage, would you say?
Well, keeping it with Bill Mott in the big one in the Belmont, a horse that, Polly, a lot of people keep bringing up this name. You have as well, Resilience, who was up early with the pace in that Kentucky Derby.
Listen, if you go back and you watch the Kentucky Derby, he was up on the pace. When they hit the first turn, the 2 and the 19, Mystic Dan and the 19 Resilience were at the same point going into the first turn. Now, when they made the turn, Brian Hernandez, obviously with that brilliant ride, cut the corner. Junior Alvarado really had to go wide in that event. So he hit the lead at the top of the lane with a really wide trip and lost a lot of ground. I think he gets a great trip. Can he win this race? He's going to have to beat Dornoch. That's just the bottom line. Excuse me, he's going to have to beat Sierra Leone. That's the bottom line. But I do think he's going to run a big race. I don't think he's far off Mystic Dan, some of the horses in here.
Yeah, I mean, and like you said about his Derby race, he had no shot of winning with the trip that he had. He was caught in what I like to call no man's land, which is way out on the outside going into the final turn. And not only that, he made a early middle move going into that turn. So he pretty much used his energy at that point, and that's why he flattened out in the stretch.
A couple of big gaps there between Wood Memorial Belmont Stakes double winners, but Mo Donegal did it back in 2022. Can Resilience pull it off this year? A horse who really does seem like he is on the improve. Early in the stretch, he was still in the mix until he faded late in that race. We'll see if he can move forward off that, and never hurts to come in fresh, get that break from the Preakness. Couple of horses, Mystic Dan's going to be the only horse competing in all 3 legs. Sees the Great did compete on the undercard on Derby Day 2. How much does that take out of him?
I like to see horses competing often. Sees the Gray, Mystic Dan, these horses that are running frequently, it means they're fit. You know, they're constant. I like to see that. I'm not a fan of them 2 and 3 months layoff. People think that they come back fresher. I like the horses that are toughened up and going at it and bringing their A game. And Seize the Gray and Mystic Dan, they've become so consistent at performing and performing frequently.
Let's get back to today's action, and Belmont, pretty good one, who we saw in the Met Mile, maybe his best performance ever. That was Cody's Wish. Here's a brother to Cody. Horse of the year, Hunt Ball. Junior Alvarado will be aboard this mile turf race coming up. And here's a look at Cody, who is just terrific on the racetrack. Deserving. It was a debate for Horse of the Year. He wound up getting it. What a just special career and special story that this horse was, Paulie.
He really was. I think he brought a lot of hearts into horse racing. Obviously with Cody Dorman, who did pass away. Our thoughts and our prayers go out to him. But it seemed like Cody's Wish was his horse. And it seemed like Cody's Wish was America's horse. It really did. And I'm getting chills while I'm saying this. And it wasn't, the horse was an amazing racehorse to win at a lot of different distances that he did too as well. That's what made it so special. But every time that horse dropped his head on Cody Dorman, it was a special moment.
Such a fierce competitor, and he'd go up to Cody Dorman, and he was just like butter in his hands.
Yeah, the horses have that sixth sense. I mean, it's such a heartwarming story, too.
Half brother to last year's Horse of the Year, Cody's Wish, Hunt Ball. Coming up in this 6th from Saratoga, we're going to take a timeout. We'll have the post-parade when we return.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000. And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you. 450. 75. 475,000.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. It's your job to stock the city, restaurants and rooftops, bars and basements. Every corner store. And when it gets tough, you stay driven. Give it all you got, going nonstop with 20 stops. Because at the end of the day, every single round is on you. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Modelo, the mark of a fighter. The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was 3rd in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of 6-figure yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Thoroughbred racing is combining that tradition with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards even higher. New investments in wearable biometrics, advanced imaging, and AI help optimize our safety programs.
That opening quarter mile was a quick one.
Every day, a commitment to improving their care. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal, San Diego. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, Friday, continuing coverage coming up with the Acorn ahead and our Kentucky Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna, trying to beat the group again, including the runner-up in that race, the 2-year-old champion filly, just FYI. It's going to be a terrific showdown. Still to come later on in our coverage. Greg Wolf alongside Rajiv Mirage, Paul LaDuca. Beautiful weather here for this Friday afternoon, and you just feel the excitement building race to race.
Oh, yeah. I mean, coming into this card, there are some champions that we're going to see. We're future champions. I mean, some championship deciding races are on the line this weekend.
These are the days, as horse fans, horse players, Paulie, that everybody lives for.
Well, not every day or every racing festival that you have the Kentucky Oaks winner and the Kentucky Derby winner on the same card. in the Kentucky Derby winner is not even going to be your favorite in the Belmont. And then we also got a Met Mile. We also got the Acorn. I mean, we also got the Ogden Phipps. We got so much on the what I say, the menu. It's just unbelievable racing. And some of these races, like the race number 6, are getting lost in the shuffle, and they're good betting races here, Greg.
Well, there is a look at Army Officer. This is your 5-2 favorite in a race that'll start at pick 4 coming up. Mile on the inner turf, allowance optional claiming field. Tough race to really feel that confident about someone. Is that how you guys felt about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's a wide open race. I think that you can make a case for just about every horse in this race. So it's just kind of what lines are you going to take?
10 minutes to post. Here in the 6th, let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, I've noticed that while we often see Irad Ortiz moving the board when he's on a horse, especially one that figures, I think Frankie Dettori does that as well, as he'll be aboard your current favorite in the number 9 Army Officer, who switched to the turf for the first time last time out. And I noticed watching that race, he was a little bit wonky with his leads throughout the running of the race. Typically, they'll be on their left inside lead on the turns, and then we'll switch to the right outside lead late in the stretch, trying to find another bit of a gear there. And while he was a horse that was not quickest out, he kind of broke on his left lead and into that first turn, just a little bit odd with the timing. And sometimes for a horse switching surfaces, that really can happen and kind of throw them off. All things together, I thought that he ran quite well, and he's a physically imposing specimen in here. All leg, great muscle definition. I'm liking what I see from him making his second start on the turf. Also making his second start on the turf is the one Stolen Magic, but we haven't seen him on the grass since his debut, in which he ran second to Agate Road, who, while he hasn't necessarily taken a step forward in these 3-year-old stakes that he's tried, he's obviously quite accomplished. And this horse, Stolen Magic, was the one that day that kind of hung in there with the speed. I had noticed last time that he had taken a big step forward from 2 to 3, even though he's actually been a pretty good dirt sprinter. I'm curious to see him back on the turf. I'm not so longer is really better for him at this stage of the game, but I do like him getting back on the grass, and I think he's improved as a horse. The number 2, Aaliyah, is taking a try on the turf for the first time. She's a huge price, but I wanted to mention her because he has a ton of turf pedigrees. Half to Script, who just ran in the last race, though off the board, but a turf horse, and his half also to Traipsing, who was grade 3 place going long on the turf. 3 siblings winning on the grass, and masteries can go either way. And I think that he looks like a horse who should appreciate the grass. Coming in off a win for Maiden 75, but very interested in him trying the turf at a monster price. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Kendrick, a lot to smile about right now after that gate-to-wire win in the last race on Boats Are Rockin'. We'll see if he could go back-to-back coming up. He'll be on a huge long shot here. Aaliyah, the 2 at 30-1.
Yeah, well, this one will be trying the turf for the first time, but does have a little bit of a pedigree, out of, by Mastery, who's by Candy Ride. So some of their Candy Ride progenies, they've done good on the turf.
You know, the 2 inside horses are the interesting horses, right? The one trying the turf for the second time. This horse debuted against Agate Road and run second in a mile and 16th, and has been sprinting for Linda Rice. Now we'll go back to a mile on the turf. The one's an interesting horse here.
Yeah, Agate Road, very talented on grass, and tried briefly the Triple Crown Trail.
Yeah, there we
6-1, went by, gets on the grass again. Here's a long shot with Kendrick.
Yeah, horse trying the turf for the first time. I think you'll know immediately whether the horse likes it or not, because this horse should show some speed.
Here's the half-brother to the horse of the year, Cody's Wish, Hunt Ball.
Yeah, big shoes to fill, but coming into his own after moving to the turf, finishing 3rd by a head last time.
Time Song got a big race, 2 starts back, then struggled in Stakes Company.
Yeah, it was a nice race under the George Weaver care. Now changes barns. Javier Castellano does keep them out.
One of the better dunks in the history of basketball, Vince Carter, in the Olympics, Vinsanity.
Oh, yeah, Vinsanity will need to step up a lot here because he run against allowance horses last time and got beat 5 lengths.
This one so far has not been half horse, half amazing. Spirit Prince, 7-2.
Horse that's going to have his 3-year-old debut today and is very fast early and gets Lasix for the first time. He might stick around a lot longer than you think.
Here's Pirate, brother to National Treasure, last year's Preakness winner.
Yeah, this one tries the turf for the first time and stretches out around 2 turns for the first time.
Dylan Davis on a 50-1 shot, Marceau.
Yeah, horse that 2-back won a maiden optional claimer at Gulfstream Park, so it's going to have to step up a little bit today.
Frankie Dettori decided to stick around today. He's on the favorite.
Yeah, Army Officer narrowly defeated last time, which was his first turf try.
Safari, Tyler Gaff-Leone for Brendan Walsh.
Yeah, horse that Tyler and Brendan are very good together. Over 223 mounts, they're 22% as a team.
Cherie DeVoe with Sanderson making the 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, beaten unlucky 2.5 lengths last time behind Spirit Prince after being bumped hard at the start.
And there's Indian Quest outside.
Yeah, another horse trying the turf for the first time. Looks well. Did win last time out by a nose after being claimed for the Robbie Falcone barn. You do get Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard.
Yeah, and Namir Kasamba's Pass is a half-sister to Point of Entry, who won the Breeders' Cup Turf going 1.5 miles. So this horse has some pedigree to potentially move up on the grass.
Let's go back to Spirit Prince. So off the bench here, 3-year-old debut coming up for trainer Christophe Clement. Stakes tested. This was the Central Park the last time we saw him, and it was in a win.
Yeah, he very impressive win here in the Central Park. This horse has a lot of quality to him. He's had a good trip, got the jump on the closers, and held them off pretty well. And I think that's the kind of trip they'll be looking for from him today, because he has enough natural speed where he's going to be close to the pace and trying to, you know, make first run and get the jump on the closers.
I think they figured him out, right? He was a horse that was trying to go to the front end. You know, his first couple starts, he couldn't get there, and with anticipation, he kind of was wide most of the way. Then they took him to the front end, and he would get lost on the front end. I think he needed a target. I think Joel figured him out, and he's obviously going to be dangerous today.
Another one you talk about faced Agate Road. He was competitive against him. Graded stakes placed on a couple of occasions for Spirit Prince. So he brings in probably the best resume of anyone, but it's got to try to do it off the bench, Rajiv.
Yeah, well, and that's why I picked him. He has what we like to call back class. He's run against the toughest competition of any horse in this race. And because he's running in an allowance race and not a stake race, he gets to add Lasix, which usually aids with horses that tend to not finish up as well. So I expect this horse to come with a big performance today.
Frankie Dettori, one of the most famous riders in the history of the sport. Internationally as well, he's accomplished just about everything you could imagine in this game. He'll get an opportunity here on Army Officer, and this is a look at that turf start, the only turf start for this horse. Last time out at Churchill Downs, Paulie.
We don't see a lot of Army mules. This is not this time. Excuse me, I thought it was an Army mule. But they paid $475,000 for this horse. He'd been running on synthetic, and his numbers went up just a tiny bit. He's just going to miss. He jumped to his wrong lead, which I mean is like he kind of went to his left lead a little bit when the other horse went by him there. But I thought it was a really good effort. Do you want to really take 3-1 in this field? I really don't know. I don't see it, to be honest with you. I think there's better value. I will tell you this, the 11 at 21-1 is ridiculous.
Well, if it is Frankie on Army Officer, everyone would love to see a flying dismount in the Saratoga Winner's Circle. I don't believe we have been treated to that yet in the history of this track.
Yeah, I think Frankie Dettori, he needs to get a tour bus, because he's been touring around the entire North America this year, and even going west out to California. So he takes his show on the road to Saratoga this week, and we hope we get to see that famous flying dismount when he wins in the Winner's Circle.
And the way he went out at the end of last year, too, that he was saying it was his final ride at a track over in Europe to go out a winner, crowd saluting him. It sort of had that feel of Derek Jeter's last game.
Yeah, right. I just think, you know, we've hit it on a couple times. We'll find Jimmy for you in a little bit here, okay. I just think, like Rajiv had said earlier, his joy for the game keeps bringing him back. And he keeps winning races, too. I mean, when we were at Monmouth, he put an unbelievable ride on a horse to win one of the races before he'd won the couple races at Penn National that you saw there. He literally went from Penn National to Monmouth to straight to here. So he's winning races. And he loves it. He's loving to get on horses. He's loving the traveling. He's loving to seeing the new racetracks around America too as well.
Yeah, that enthusiasm that he has for the sport and the enthusiasm he has for being a jockey, it just radiates outwards, and it radiates into the horses and also into the crowd and the spectators and into us. You know, sometimes I get fanboyed by Frankie when you see him ride and win. It's something very enjoyable.
5-2 favorite, the Tories Mount coming up for Brad Cox, our Army officer. Let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, I'm sticking with my picks from the handicapping show, Talking Horses, and so sticking with Army Officer, but I did like what I saw from him. But Paul is right. There's a lot going on in this race, and as far as Spirit Prince is concerned, he's a horse that ran well in a maiden special weight on debut, and then unfortunately just with all the rain we had last summer, he just couldn't get a maiden race on the turf for his condition as a 2-year-old, so he was kind of forced to run right away in all of those stakes, and he ran well, breaking his maiden eventually in a stake too. But last year as a 2-year-old, he was like a bear prior to his races. He was fired up. He comes back and he does have cotton in the ears. I think it's a preventative measure because that's always how he's been. But he is so much more quiet and relaxed this year. It's funny, I was around him the other day in the barn and I actually asked my husband, was he gelded from 2 to 3? And it's just a huge change in maturity seeing him come back this year. And he is strong off the layoff, and we'll see if that demeanor change does help him to take a step forward. The 3 Hunt Ball, who is, yes, a half to Cody's Wish, also the half to Endorsed. He seems to have taken a step forward when running on synthetic and then on turf last time out, and that's because he looks absolutely nothing like those other 2 horses, both very good dirt horses that I mentioned. Then there is a little bit of turf in the pedigree, but he's very, very light in his flank. He's very tucked up. He doesn't have much hind end on him, and oftentimes horses like that have an easier time on the turf because it's a kinder surface. It's easier to push off, or on the synthetic as well. So I think that's why we saw him take a step forward. I really wish that he was carrying a little bit more flesh and muscle mass on him, but I think that's just kind of him, and that's his physical makeup, and much different from his accomplished brothers. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Here we go. Set for the 6th. They begin to load up. Frankie Dettori for Brad Cox. Army Officer, the 9, the favorite, 5-2 on the board. We'll see what we get from Stolen Magic, getting back on the turf for the first time since that debut back as a 2-year-old at Saratoga last summer.
Yeah, this horse is going to make a big impact on this race. He has a beautiful inside post, and he's going to be able to save a lot of ground, and he has enough natural speed to secure a good forward position. He might even end up being on the lead if Kendrick takes back an Aaliyah, which I don't think is going to happen. I clearly expect Aaliyah to be on the lead, but Stolen Magic could be sitting in that perfect pocket trip.
Send it upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
It will be Indian Quest. Durad Ortiz Jr. Indian Quest walking in. And we got a couple of very anxious runners. 7 Pirate opened the front of the gate, and then Vinsanity almost did the same, but he managed to stay still. Marceau reacting to those 2, but everything calms down. All set. And they're off. Aaliyah is hustled out very hard for the early lead. Vinsanity is up close in the early going, as is Pirate on the outside of them. Army Officer comes away in 4th. Time Song on the rail in 5th, about 4 lengths off the lead as the field rounds the first turn. Spirit Prince with the purple cap is racing in mid-pack, has 8 or 9 to make up as the top 2 speed away in a pretty serious duel. Sanderson is just in behind that rival, followed by Stolen Magic. Hunt Ball is racing in between horses. Tiffery is outside of that pair. It's another 2 back to Marceau and Indian Quest. The opening quarter in 23 1/5 seconds. A contested battle between 2 long shots. It's Aaliyah on the inside, a half length to Vinsanity in 2nd. A dream trip for Army Officer, who stalks them under Frankie Dettori in 3rd. And then it's Pirate in 4th, 5 lengths off the lead. The half went in 46 4/5 seconds. Time Song in the green is passing rivals on the outside. up to take fourth as the field rounds the far turn. Sanderson is next at this stage. From the back of the field, Tiffery and Hunt Ball. They're coming to the quarter pole. Aliyah has been there every step of the way. Army Officer angles out for the drive. Pirate trying to come back for more along the inside with a furlong left to go. Army Officer set down, overhauling Aliyah and opening up as Spirit Prince surfaces into second with a nice late kick. Army Officer, Spirit Prince is coming. It's Army Officer, Spirit Prince. Army Officer wins it under an absolutely perfect ride. Spirit Prince was second, and then it was a battle for third between Time Song and Hunt Ball.
Get ready, we're going to see a flying dismount in that winner's circle. Frankie Dettori on Army Officer for Brad Cox, the win.
Yeah, this horse put it all together today, and what a perfectly timed ride by Frankie. You could see here he knew he had a lot of horse. He had the top two measured, so he didn't want to move too early and set it up for Spirit Prince to run him down late. He had Joel Rosario in the pocket and making sure he's not making the job too easy on him. By the time Joel got out, Frankie had given him the slip on Army Officer, and this horse really looked good finishing today. Still swapped to the left
too
lead.
for Army Officer too. The Army Officer ran really well. He tried to cut in between horses, and you're right.
No, that was Spirit Prince that was cutting between horses.
Yeah, Spirit Prince, excuse me. And you could see Joel Rosario imploring, and I like the way this horse was off the layoff to run on. You see the 7's getting a little lost on the front end, or the 9 on the front end, but the 6 really tried hard, and the public had this dead to rights in here. A over B, if I'm not mistaken, the 9 was slightly your favorite, Greg.
Yeah, went off 5-2, top choice, and there is Frankie. This horse had a lot in reserve when asked for it, Rajiv.
Yeah, and you could see him swapping leads a couple of times in the stretch. This horse is still learning. Frankie's got a smile on his face.
Yeah.
I wonder what he's saying. Yeah, I hope he's saying, get ready for the flying dismount.
Well, if you look at the final quarter, they went 122.97. It's pretty easy math. They went 11 and change coming home. So they were both running home, both of these
Turf
horses.
course, I would say, is playing very fast today, so we're going to see some very quick times in these, especially some of these graded stakes we have to come. But still, impressive performance from Army Officer. And top 2 choices on the board, run 1-2.
Yeah, the race run as expected on paper. They were the 2 horses coming in with the better credentials. And take nothing away from Spirit Prince, because he hadn't run since last November. So he might have knocked a little bit of a rust off in a race that he could move forward. But today was the day for Army Officer. And look at that horse, man. He is such a big horse. Against his peers, even walking off the track just now, we saw him next to Spirit Prince. He's a big, solid horse. A lot of muscle. I love when they're conformed like that.
5-2, top choice on the board. Army Officer with the win for Qatar Racing. Trainer Brad Cox had a little tough luck earlier in the day when his rider was unseated in a dirt race earlier on in the card, but gets a W here. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More to come. We're going to go behind the scenes with a team of Kentucky Derby winner Mystic Dan, and we'll tell you why Danny Ramsey can't help but make you smile. Maybe the most positive person on the racetrack. Will have his story when we come back.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the races as we just saw a flying dismount at Saratoga. Army officer with the win here in the 6th. Frankie Dettori joining me. Frankie, when you hear the crowd react like they did when you did the flying dismount, how does that feel?
Well, great. I usually save it for the stakes, but Sheikh Fad's here and the crowd are waiting with the cameras out and I had to oblige.
And obliged very well. And being back here at Saratoga, first time in 10 years, I think. It's been a while. What's it feel like being back here?
Oh, it's a great place, great vibe. I walked in the town the last couple of days. I felt like a movie star. I mean, they sleep, eat, drink, race in here, and it's insane, but nice to be here.
With some live stakes mounts this weekend as well. How special is it to be a part of an event like this when you've been on the world tour and especially throughout the States?
Yeah, listen, to bring the Belmont here for this weekend is amazing. I mean, there's a great vibe around the town, and I'm sure it's going to be a great race.
We look forward to it. Congrats. Frankie Dettori is off and running, a true legend here at the Spa. Greg?
So Frankie Dettori, and it was back in 2014, actually, his Saratoga debut. Had 2 winners on the Saratoga card, so good to see him back, and great to see him play to the cameras and give us that flying dismount to the thrills of the crowd here. $7.60 for the win.
Just like any other athlete, we all remember when we had it, and I'm sure if you asked Frankie, he knew the exact dates. I'm sure Rasheed, me as an athlete, I remember my best days, and you remember some of your worst days too, but you have a better memory of what you've done on the racetrack, don't you?
Well, I was in the corner with Frankie Dettori. We used to have the same valet at the time, and I remembered, man, Frankie is such a legend all over the world, won races everywhere. He comes to Saratoga, and he was so excited about winning a claim. It was a claiming race, but just winning any race at Saratoga was so exciting for him.
That's how special this place is. Even someone like Frankie Dettori, who's won all these big races all across the planet, excited about winning here, a claiming race at Saratoga. Well, he gets another one here. 7th race next starts the pick 6. 6 furlongs, first level allowance race coming up, and Money's Gold, who on occasion, a couple of races where it looked like she might be the best sprinter in the entire country, male or female, but has not produced those kind of efforts the last couple of starts. She's been off since the test last summer at Saratoga. Well, behind every successful thoroughbred campaign, there's an entire team that helps achieve that success. For trainer Ken McPeak, who just pulled off a historic Oaks Derby double with Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan, part of that team is 70-year-old Danny Ramsey, who continues to get on McPeak's horses in the morning and whose enthusiasm and positive attitude are infectious.
I get to the barn like a half an hour before I get on a horse, and I stretch for like 20, 25 minutes. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't eat pork, I don't eat beef. The last soda I drank was in 1988. I became a minister 25 years ago. My wife played a big part in it. She's the best thing ever happened to me. We have 5 children, 14 grand, and 2 great-grand.
Danny's been with me pushing 15 years. I have told him repeatedly, the day you decide you don't want to do this, Danny, I'll buy a nice stable pony. You can go out there and tell the young riders everything that they're doing wrong. But he doesn't want to do that. He wants to continue to gallop, and I could go back to horses like Golden Ticket and Eskimo Kisses, Daddy's Little Darling, Swiss Skydiver he got on regularly. Torpedo Anna is a filly that can be a little tough. Danny, within a couple of days, has figured her out and got her to relax underneath him.
The difference between Torpedo Anna and Mystic Dan, when she's ready to go, she said, let's go, and I say, okay, let's go. And if you fight her, she'll fight you back. So just let her go, and she'll be just fine.
Mystic Dan is a horse that's been relatively simple to train and be around, but once again, Danny makes them happy.
He's got class. He doesn't spook from nothing. Everything I ask him to do on the track, he does it. He's lovely. His personality is super.
Danny Ramsey at 74 years old is just an amazing guy. I've said repeatedly, Danny's infectious. He's one of the happiest people I've ever been around.
Hey, Wayne Lukas told me a couple of years ago, he said, don't let no one tell you when to retire. He said, you retire, you walk away from this game when you're ready to walk away. And I told my wife what Wayne Lukas said. She said, well, I'm going to have a talk with him.
I don't know how long either one of us are going to continue to do this, but I'm going to tell you this, we're going to do it together. And when we quit, we'll probably quit at the same time.
I love that feature. It shows you just how many people are part of the process to have a successful campaign with a horse, and Danny Ramsey a big part of that. Mystic Dan, obviously Triple Crown not on the line for him, Rajiv, but he still ran his race, the Preakness, didn't he?
Yeah, but 3-year-old championship is on the line for him. He's the current leader in the division, but should he win this race, it's going to put a bit more of a seal on that. However, if he gets beat, it's wide open.
See if he can do it again, Paulie. How do you feel about him to have competed now in all 3 legs? You confident?
Well, knowing the owners very personally, Lance and Greg Gasaway, I got to know them very, very well at Oaklawn Park. I was in front of the Mystic Dan tent before the Arkansas Derby. And listen, they're telling me Kenny wouldn't run the horse unless the horse was running fine. I think that's the thing about it. I think a lot of people are like, okay, Mystic Dan can't handle this. Mystic Dan, this. I think Kenny's out to prove, you know what? I'm tired of hearing that I got the best trip in the Kentucky Derby. I'm tired of hearing that Sierra Leone should have won the race. Let's go back to the Belmont and let's see who the best 3-year-old is. I competed in all 3, and I think Kenny's taking it a little bit personal now. But I'm also telling you, this horse is ready. He would not be sticking, because if not, he would have stuck the filly in against the boys.
And, yeah, I think particularly he felt a little bit slighted that the Derby winner was not the favorite. He was a 3rd choice morning line in this year's Belmont. Check in with Acacia here. Acacia, obviously, we need to get Danny to lead off our morning meetings. He is so positive.
He is incredible, Greg. If you ever see Danny Ramsey on the backside and you say, hey, Danny, how are you? He always says, I'm better than good. That's what he always says in response, just that positive energy. And as we so often talk about, horses feed off of that positivity. And I hope that I'm still getting up on horses at 74 years of age. Just incredible. And he looks so good on a horse as well. Talked about how he takes care of himself and such a good person and such an integral part of the training of these good horses that Kenny mentioned in that piece, including Mystic Dan and Torpedo Anna. A good exercise rider is worth his or her weight in gold. The feedback that you get from that rider and the integral piece that they play in bringing that horse along. So getting a chance to hear Danny's story was just wonderful. Ernie Munich and I had such a fun time filming that feature. And Danny always says, I'm better than good. And I'm sure if they have a double this weekend like they did in Churchill with the Oaks and Derby, he's going to be even beyond better than good, whatever that is, Greg.
What a season it's been for that entire team. And, Brian Hernandez Jr., he made that choice. I'm going to be the go-to guy for the McPeak barn, and wow, has that paid off.
Yeah, I mean, there's great bonding between those people. It's that teamwork. Everyone plays their part into the success of the victories. But, Brian Hernandez has done a good job delivering the rides and executing, especially in the big races.
Maybe the most underrated rider there is in this sport, and that's not the case anymore after that Oaks Derby double, the first one to pull that off since Calvin Burrell back in 2009. We're going to have more when we come back after this timeout. Brian Hernandez Jr. going to be back on Torpedo Anna, the Kentucky Oaks winner, later on this afternoon, trying to take the Acorn, and aboard the Derby winner Mystic Dan, trying to bounce back the Derby winner after that defeat in the Preakness.
Monmouth Park's newest featured race day is Haskell Preview Day, Saturday, June 15th. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus for 3-year-olds, plus 3 graded stakes, all on the road to Haskell Day Saturday, July 20th. Play into 6-figure pools all day long, starting with a $12.50 first post. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
And the run, Happy Travers!
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I had these things called if wins. And for every horse in the race, I had an if win.
And then Sarava's right alongside him.
So Sarava, he was going to be a long shot, so I had to look up what was the longest shot ever to win the Belmont Stakes.
Sarava has come on through to take the lead.
So Sarava, that was a pretty simple if win.
Here comes Sarava and Medaglia d'Oro, they're striding to the line together. Sarava on the outside, Medaglia d'Oro toward the rail, they're coming down to the finish. A huge upset is looming here. Sarava has won the biggest long shot in the history of the Belmont Stakes at 70-1.
Talk about an improbable outcome. That was Ken McPeak. 70-1 shot. War Emblem's Triple Crown bid was basically over out of the gate when he stumbled. Sarava passed away last August. He was the first Classic winner to be retired at Old Friends, and he actually was hanging out there with a horse he lined up in the starting gate with there, War Emblem.
Kind of crazy, you're right. War Emblem stumbled right at the start, and I remember, I couldn't believe when he started rolling. I remember looking like, what is this horse's odds at Sarava? It was unbelievable. And Kenny was down there where they were pouring champagne and everything all over him because they knew that he had won the race. And it was an amazing scene and an amazing day here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and when you win that kind of race, a Belmont Stakes for the first time, there's a feeling of excitement and amazing, you know, and then it makes you want to win more races like that. You know, it drives that thing. So Kenny hasn't won the Belmont in many years, and now he has a great shot of winning again. So I'm sure that feeling of being able to be a two-time winner in the Belmont Stakes would be really good for him.
He's really starting to put together a resume that seems like he might be across the street with a jacket in the Hall of Fame. Career Triple Crown, first trainer since 1952, just the third in history to complete an Oaks Derby double. Let's talk about some of the field that Mystic Dan's going to be going up against in this Belmont Stakes on Saturday afternoon. Some under-the-radar horses like Protective, one of three in the race for Todd Pletcher. Protective will have Tyler Gaffleone. He was third in the Peter Pan Rajiv behind his stablemate.
Yeah, and Protective is a horse that hasn't won a race yet. He's a maiden. However, they have high regards for him, and they keep throwing him against these big races. And he ran pretty credible in the Peter Pan. He would need his another big jump forward to have a major say in this race. And the Belmont Stakes being turned back from 1.5 miles to 1.25 miles, this is the horse that affects the most, because he looks like he'll be more suited to running at 1.5 miles.
Now, Paul, you look at who Pletcher's going to send out in this year's Belmont. You see Mindframe on there, and that's part of the reason Ken McPeak was, you know, felt a little bit slighted, because Mindframe, shorter price on the morning line than his Derby winners. You look at the Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher. What do you think about Mindframe? Obviously comes in extremely light on experience, but a ton of talent.
Well, I think a lot of people are going to go in Mindframe's way because they just look at that monster number first time out. It was 103 Beyer. It's the highest speed figure in the field. If you go to any other metrics, this horse has run the highest number. But this was against maidens, against horses that had never won a race before. And, you know, when you handicap these type of races, time can only tell. Now, some of the horses out of the race, the second place winner has come back to win. Then came back and beat another field, but it was a field of 8 at 46 cents on the dollar. This horse is very talented, but this is a giant step up in class against a horse that's 6 inches away from being 5 for 5 in Sierra Leone, and the Kentucky Derby winner, let alone the Preakness winners in this race too as well. So it's very tough. If I had to pick up the Pletcher runners, Antiquarian would be my pick.
Talk plenty more Belmont to come. Right now it's back to business here on this Friday card, and there is Money's Gold, who has run a couple of races that you could make the argument off those performances, one of the best sprinters in the country, but she has not backed it up every single time. Last time we saw her third in the Grade 1 test last summer. Let's go back to Acacia.
And this features her 4-year-old debut here in this race and her first start in a while out of Graded Stakes company. As far as Money's Gold, she has definitely developed, making that jump from 2 to 3, or from 3 to 4, I should say. Remember seeing her last year, and she was kind of a typical Munnings build, a very stout, kind of blocky individual. And while she still has that true sprinter frame, she's grown a bit. And I like everything that I'm seeing from her. I think myself included, many people getting a little bit cute and trying to go against her in this spot, but if she runs any of those fast races like we've seen, she's going to be tough to beat, and she is touting herself here in the paddock. Wonder what things will do as far as the tactics are concerned, because she has a lot of early speed, as does the horse right to her outside, the 5 Kehoe Beach, who does not have as much gate speed. She didn't break as sharp in her 2 starts, but hustled pretty strong out to the front and kind of has to go as well. She's just the opposite demeanor of Money's Gold, but that's not uncommon for a Wesley Ward runner, that even though they have so much speed, they'll be very quiet back in the paddock, and that's what I'm seeing from Kehoe Beach. But of the 2 Wesley Ward runners, this is the one that I very much prefer. Very well muscled, great in her coat, striding out beautifully in here. I thought the 3 Roswell could potentially sit a bit of a trip in here. She will cut back in distance after trying the 7.5 at Churchill last time out. She's one of 2 for Belmont, and I do like her going a bit shorter. I wish that she had strengthened up a little bit more, making her second start as a 3-year-old here. She's a little bit of a more feminine, slighter type of build, but again, I do think that shorter will serve her well, and if there is any sort of hot pace in front of her, she could sit a nice trip in this spot. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here we go, coming down Champions Way. Look at Junior Alvarado. He was the regular pilot for so many of Belmont's good ones, including Cody's Wish, the horse of the year last year. What's that like coming down Champions Way on a big day?
I mean, it's a great feeling coming down the stretch.
Just being so close to the fans right there.
Oh, yeah. It's so nice because you get they're so close and everybody's cheering you on. And, you know, you feel special. It was always a special moment walking out onto the Saratoga main track.
Here is Zarate, Rob Falcone, and Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, finished second last time at Aqueduct. That race was off a long layoff. Expected to take a step forward today.
Belmont Jr. with Roswell.
Yeah, Roswell had a nice third place finish as a favorite last time. Cuts back a furlong and a half in distance to the distance that she broke her maiden.
Money's Gold, Polly, she runs her best. This race is over.
Yeah, she's very, very fast. Now, it's in between the 5 and the 8, the 2 Wesley Ward runners, if they can keep her company.
Here is Kehoe Beach for Wesley Ward with John Velasquez.
Potentially the thorn in Money's Gold's side. This one has a lot of speed, and it would be attacking Money's Gold early.
Sugar Hatcherin, huge first time out for Mott, and then she tried the big guns.
Yeah, you know, the gate's kind of been her nemesis the last couple of starts. She will get Lasix today.
Here's Sam's Treasure, Joel Rosario.
Just another horse, like I said, has gate issues. You don't see a lot of Wesley Ward horses with gate issues, but has speed.
Here's Frankie Dettori, very practical, blinkers on.
Yeah, blinkers go on for Shug McGahee and Frankie Dettori. A pretty good move, actually, for the Hall of Famer.
Huge improvement for cool, calm, collected last start.
Yeah, this is my long shot pick here. I picked this one because I think if Money's Gold gets pressure, it's vulnerable. Today would be the day because she hasn't run a long time, and she's going to be a very short price. And I think that the number 5 could really put some pressure on her Kehoe Beach. If that happens, cool, calm, and collected can be a benefactor of a pace meltdown.
The key in here, like I said, if you look at the 5, she's drawn inside twice. The 1 and the 2, she's gotten left. She's brilliantly fast, the 5. If she doesn't get left, I think she can stick with Money's Gold. Now, if you look at the 8, Sam's Treasure, same thing. And that's not Wesley's MO. His MO, his horses pop out of the gate. So usually sometimes they'll get him corrected. So either the 5 or the 8's going to have to put some pressure on Money's Gold. Here's Sam's Treasure last time at Keeneland. Got left and then had to, run early, and it cost him late, Rashid.
Yeah, it paid the price late because that slow start and that early middle move took a toll on her. She looked all over a winner here. And I know that Leg Gadema that beat her came back and win next time, but she blew a race that she could have won. And she's going to go up against a top filly like Money's Gold. She's going to have to finish off her races better in order to win this race.
Well, Money's Gold, she started her career 3 for 3, and really at first asking, she just showed she was potentially a brilliant filly sprinter. Her only beats have come in Grade 2 and Grade 1 company.
I mean, look at the horse that have beat her, really. She's been beaten by champions like Pretty Mischievous the last 2 times, and in this race, she got beat by Red Carpet Ready. Red Carpet Ready would be 1-9 in this race. Pretty Mischievous is running later on. It's just better horses.
I think the other key about this is if you look at her 3 races with Lasix, they're out of this world. The other ones, I know it's against tougher competition, but she ran a 106 and 101 by her with Lasix. Now she comes back, and I understand she's 4-5. I honestly think that the 3 Roswell from off the pace is the only horse if they're able to speed her up. Because if she runs back to those races where she was on Lasix, she destroys this field.
And I don't know if there's a lot of concern off the bench because she ran one of the biggest figures of her life in her career debut.
Yeah, and she also won second time out off an extended layoff. She was off about 6 months when she made her second start, and she won that one pretty impressively. Look, the reality is this. If this race is run 100 times, she's winning 95 times. That's because she's just that much better than them. She's one of the potential superstars in our sport, right? But today is the day at 4-5 off a layoff would be a day that I think she might be vulnerable, but she's a highly likely winner.
Coming back off the bench, her 4-year-old debut at 4-5 Money's Gold. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll touch on the other Wesley Ward runner in here in the number 8, Sam's Treasure. When we saw her last year, she was pretty revved up in the preliminaries. And while she had good energy out there today, she's been keeping it under wraps a lot more. So definitely seeing some more mental maturity from Sam's Treasure. Now, the horse that beat her last time out did come back to win again and win a stake in her subsequent start. Like I touched on in the paddock, I do prefer her stablemate, Kehoe Beach, but Sam's Treasure is another one, as Paul was touching on, that didn't have gate speed last time out and was hustled out. I don't know what to make of these 2 Wesley Ward runners and how they could potentially impact the pace, though Sam's Treasure, demeanor-wise, is the sharper of the 2. The 10, very practical. Frankie Dettori looking for his own little double here. Gets blinkers on as she cuts back in distance. Just a shortcut blinker on for the first time, as her sprint races have been stronger, and she does look like more of a sprinter. The one thing that concerns me is watch her ears. She's been like that throughout in the paddock and out on the track. She just seemed a bit agitated, and Rajiv can highlight this a little bit more because a horse will really tell you with their ears how they're doing. If they're listening to you, if they're pinned back and they're angry, being aggressive, if they're straightforward, very alert, very happy. And she just seemed like she was not 100% comfortable and settled throughout. So just a little something that was bothering me, but I do think that shorter will be better for her in the spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Public settling in on Money's Gold. They believe they're going to get the best from this filly. And look, she may not even need her best to beat this group.
I mean, her best is amazing. That's the reality, right?
The thing is, like I said, she's so quick out of the gate compared to the 5 and the 8. So she's going to get the jump on those 2 horses. Unless something happens that's been out of the norm. The 5's been left twice. The 8 has been left 3 out of 4 times. So those are the 2 fillies that can keep her company early. If they do, then that includes the 3 Roswell. If those 2 horses do not break and have to rush up, the race is over.
And, you look at it, the competition she faced the last 3 starts, otherworldly compared to this group. But how fast she ran in those races, figures she received, doesn't make her 3-5 in here, does it?
Kind of true. Even her second start, when she ran against Florida Breds, she was 10 cents on the dollar. Does that 88 buyer really stick out? But then she came back with a 106 buyer when she went by 17 1/4 lengths. So
even if the 2 Wesley Ward horses break fast and run with her, it's highly likely she just blows the door off them anyways, because she's just that fast early and she sustains it, right? So she's going to take a tough to beat. However, in the case that there's a pace meltdown and she's a little bit rusty off the bench or it's so, if she's vulnerable, today would be the day. And I like Cool, Calm, and Collected being drawn to the outside. I think Cool, Calm, and Collected has enough speed where she's going to put Dylan Davis in a favorable position. He has nothing to lose. He's not going to be committed to chasing these horses. And I think when the stretch comes and the toll start is taken on them after an embattled pace, he can capitalize on that.
Saw that terrific crowd on hand today, and it's going to swell even more on Saturday with the Belmont Stakes, the Met Mile, and so many other graded stakes on the card. Runners like this, Rajiv, too, I mean, they obviously have a huge target on their back. What would you do as other riders in a race to make life difficult for them?
Well, if I'm another rider in this race that has speed, and I know Money's Gold has speed, I'm going to be latched onto her as much as I can. I can't let her go out there and waltz around too easily, so I got to take it to her early.
3-4 favorite. The comeback is a 4-year-old here for trainer Todd Pletcher. And Arad Ortiz Jr., that injury early on in the week. He was off mounts for a bit, but he has made a quick return.
But if I'm on Money's Gold, then what I would do is I'd be focused on getting a clean start and just letting her run her race. You know, I wouldn't be trying to take her back, waiting on my competition. I'll just let her outrun them from the start.
Don't mess around. You're on the best filly. Just go with it. See what happens here. Money's Gold showed a ton of talent. First couple of starts of her career. Now the 4-year-old comeback for Todd Pletcher with Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
She goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Money's Gold blasts right out of the gate and opens up a length in the first couple of jumps. Cool, Calm, Collected on the outside, comes away in second. Sam's Treasure, yellow colors, broke well, but is now dropping back. Kehoe Beach moves up in between rivals with a bold bid after the front-running Money's Gold. And then it's Roswell down at the rail, followed by Sugar High racing in between horses. Very Practical was off slowly, now 8 lengths off the lead, and 2 more to Ziarati. 22-1 for the heavy favorite Money's Gold, who's well within herself midway on the far turn. Opening up a 3-length cushion on Kehoe Beach, who now moves clearly into second. Cool, Calm, Collected, retreating. Sam's Treasure on the outside is next, and they're followed by Roswell. Less than a quarter of a mile to go. 44-1 for Money's Gold, who is still loaded through mid-stretch. Money's Gold in command as Roswell puts in a nice late bid into second, trying to close the gap on Money's Gold. Money's Gold in front, and Money's Gold comes back better than ever. Roswell, a very good second. And then it was Sam's Treasure in third. Kehoe Beach was fourth. Arad Ortiz Jr. strikes again. That's his third. And they went 109 flat.
She's back. Money's Gold breaks like a rocket out of the gate. And I would have to think the Grade 1 Ballerina part of the plan later this summer here at Saratoga.
Well, she definitely has the quality to be a Grade 1 caliber and a Grade 1 winner. And, you know, Arad Ortiz, you can always see him just motionless. She's doing all the running for him. He's just being a good passenger and just supporting her. Got a nice, comfortable hold on the bridle. And you could see him flick his wrist coming off the turn. That's the cue to say, come on, baby, let's go. And she did. I'll tell you what, Roswell ran a great race because the other speed stumbled Kehoe Beach leaving the gate really badly, which made it life even easier for Money's Gold. And Roswell was chipping into that margin at the end.
But we talked about it. I mean, you go back to the start, the race was over in the first quarter mile. I looked at you guys, said the race is over. As soon as the 5 got left and then had a rush up in between horses, as you can see. Watch this break here real quick.
Very clumsy start for Kehoe Beach.
Really down to her nose, and it's just unfortunate. Wow. But that's what happens. She's had gate issues. The race is over right now. It's completely over, and I'm with you. Roswell ran great.
And you can see
you can't have a filly like this out in the lead.
Yeah, and you see Irad, he just drifted off. When he realized that that horse broke slow outside of him and she would be a pace pressure, he drifted off to invite John Velasquez on his inside because he didn't want him to be pestering him from the outside. So Irad just kind of floated out and he had the race right where he wanted it the entire time.
Well, she wins this one convincingly, but it'll be interesting to see when she gets a test on the front end, how she responds to that. Todd Pletcher, though, has to like what he has seen here with the comeback.
Yeah, I mean, this has to be a perfect starting point for this year, for this filly. It wasn't one of those gut-wrenching races where she was eyeballed and stuff. She won happily, and but they'll expect her to go forward after this.
Fast time. 109
Andy.
flat 2. And here's the other thing, 4 for 4 now with Lasix.
Yeah,
undefeated with Lasix.
And well, when she goes into the stake race, she won't have Lasix. And it's interesting to note that you're talking about the test. The test is at 7 furlongs, is a furlong more. Roswell was cutting into that margin. So if we think that Money's Goal is a really true test, I mean, ballerina kind of filly, then Roswell has to be a high consideration to be one of the top contenders.
3-win day for that man right there. Arad Ortiz Jr. He'll have a chance for a 4th. Coming up in the Acorn, teaming up with the Grade 1 Ashland winner Leslie's Rose for Todd Pletcher, is looking to bounce back from a dismal Oaks Day performance on that wet track. We'll have a preview ahead.
Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now, Greatest Honor finding his best ride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down during the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Week at historic Saratoga. 3-win day for Arad Ortiz Jr. and Money's Gold returns off the bench for a very successful 4-year-old debut.
Yeah, congratulations to the connections here. And Mr. Pletcher got this feeling by Money's, like you said, and she gets the job done now. 4 for 7 lifetime.
Let's go down to Acacia.
And so happy to be joined by Arad Ortiz Jr. Arad, first and foremost, we saw you get x-rays yesterday on your left foot ankle area. How are you feeling? Great to see you back today.
Feeling really good, thank God. Everybody who helped me yesterday, all NADA people, they was great. They take care of me, even in the Saratoga hospital. and they make it happen. They make it possible. To be honest, without them, I will not be here today. And thanks everyone for the huge support.
How do you feel coming back already 3 on the card when wondering if maybe you'd be able to ride today?
Feel great. Just to walk into the jocks room today, I feel like yesterday was, I don't know if I'm going to make it or not. It's a huge week, and we all want to be here. It's what I love to do, but thank God he put his hand on it, and we're here today. So I'm so happy to be here and winning a few races already.
You've been putting on some great shows for us, and another one here with Money's Gold. When she was sharpest of all out, did you know it was kind of over at that point with that speed?
I mean, I have a horse with speed outside of me, but she outbreak everybody. After that, I just let him do her thing. Don't be on his weight, and after that, she take a control of everything. I make it look really easy. I mean, she's so nice. She's a nice Florida bred filly.
Great to see her back, and great to see you back as well. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
Irad Ortiz with 3 wins and counting, Greg.
Watching the NBA Finals, and announcers were talking about these players playing this late into the season. A lot of them playing through injuries. You guys are basically always riding through injuries. How difficult was that, not just physically, but mentally, trying to work through that?
Yeah, I mean, riding through injuries is difficult physically because if you're injured, you obviously feel like you might not be able to perform at your best. And we don't get off seasons, right? Unlike other sports, the only time we're off season is if we're either injured or suspended. And for that reason, it's so hard to recuperate. You just got to ride through it, man. And Richard Migler got some of the best stories about riding through some serious injuries.
He had a lot of practice doing that. And I'm sure, same kind of mindset for you on the baseball field, wasn't it?
Well, you have to take the mindset, especially my mindset was there's always a guy right behind you. And it's the same thing with these guys. You know, it's even harder in horse racing. I think the jockey's got it way worse than a baseball player or another athlete has, you know, because, you know, the baseball player, we have guaranteed money. Their money is not guaranteed at all. They got to show up and ride. And if they get hurt and they're out for 2 months, they can lose business. I can be out for a couple months once I establish myself and be back on the roster. A little bit different when it comes to that.
Raj, great getting a chance to work with you on this big week. Tremendous job. And we'll see you again on Saturday.
Are you kicking me off the set? Who are you going to replace me with?
We got to bring in Mr. Andy Serling.
Oh, okay. Now I know why.
Going to bring in his riding
expertise. Step up in
class.
Yeah.
Paulie remains. Andy stepping in.
If you didn't know who I was Rajiv Mirage, and I'm gone.
Little parting gift there. 20 years, hard to believe, since that Smarty party took place. Our 5-part series wraps up with the lead up to the Belmont Stakes for the Pennsylvania bred when we come back.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As we continue along, Acorn still to come on this tremendous Friday afternoon. He was one of those rare horses to capture the entire country's attention. Pennsylvania-bred Smarty Jones. After taking the first two legs of the Triple Crown with those wins in the Derby and the Preakness, the excitement and his popularity reached a fever pitch. We go behind the scenes to look back at his Belmont experience on the 20-year anniversary of his Triple Crown bid.
That was different. It was still crazy, a lot of interviews. They set up barriers probably 30 yards outside the barn so people couldn't get too close to the barn, and it was packed every day. People writing songs about him, people writing stories about him, people that just wanted to see him. My horse was starting to change. He was starting to show, you know, the vigorous of the Triple Crown. And I talked to Pat and Chappie and told him, look, after the Belmont, we're going to shut him down and give him a break. I mean, he needs it. He's ready for it.
You know, if we win, that'll be the best thing that's happened to racing in a while. But if we don't win, we've had a heck of a good time, haven't we, Chappie?
Yes, we have.
It's been a wonderful, wonderful trip.
Secretariat's iconic number is 31 lengths he won, the Belmont Stakes. So the night before, I got a surveyor's wheel, and I marched off 253 feet from the finish line up to the track, and I put a piece of red tape on the rail. So if Smarty Jones crosses the finish line and I look up the track and the next horse hasn't reached that red tape, I can say right there and right then that Smarty Jones has just won the Belmont by more than Secretariat. That's how confident I was that he was going to win.
They're off in the 136 Belmont. Smarty Jones got off to a good beginning today.
He trained good. He didn't train great like he did going into the Derby and the Preakness. I mean, I knew he was going to run well, and I knew they were going to have to run to outrun him.
Rock Hard 10 right up on the pace today, and Stuart Elliott trying to find a comfort zone there with Smarty Jones.
I remember my father at the half-mile point screaming, no, not yet.
And Smarty Jones has taken the lead as they begin their long journey down the Belmont backstretch.
Like I did in the Derby, I scanned back through the field to see if anybody was running, and of course I saw Nick's horse making a big move.
Birdstone commences a rally. He's 6 lengths from the front.
And I'm like, oh man, this is going to be close.
Smarty Jones is a 4-length lead. Birdstone is moving to be second on the outside.
That 30 seconds from the top of the stretch to the finish line, when a Triple Crown is on the line, is the most intense moment in sports.
And Smarty Jones enters the stretch to the roar of 120,000. But Birdstone is going to make him earn it today. The whip is out on Smarty Jones. It's been 26 years. It's just 1 furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
You would not believe the eerie quiet that came over that whole grandstand. Everybody went,
There was tremendous emotion with Smarty Jones and just the rarity of a Triple Crown winner.
I remember after the race looking over to Chappie and my wife and the kids, and there were a lot of long faces.
Mary Lou and John Hendrickson were absolutely wonderful.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado, be second.
If anybody had to beat us, I was glad it was Edgar.
I look back and I think, you know, if he'd have won the Triple Crown, God, what would it have been like? I mean, it would have been crazy. And I'm sure my life would have been totally different.
You know, the country did want a Triple Crown, and they sure wanted Smarty Jones to be that Triple Crown winner.
That horse was once in a lifetime. I think a lot of people jumped on board, and I think they were really sorry it was over.
a tremendous racehorse. What a ride that was. And those legions of fans with Smarty Jones. I don't know, Paulie. Tom Durkin maybe a little overconfident putting that tape down. See if the margin of victory would have surpassed the great Secretariat.
I know, right? And the thing about Smarty Jones, if a lot of people don't remember, he never lost a workout in the morning going into the Derby as well. He had never had a horse beat him in the morning, and you could just feel Durkin's voice when he said when Birdstone went by him. And I remember I kind of shed a tear too as well, but what a racehorse he was.
I think for those that think you can't run back in the Preakness after the Kentucky Derby 2 weeks later, need to take a look at Smarty Jones's Preakness because, frankly,
115
it's far and
maybe?
away 118.
Yeah, okay.
Far and away the best race he ever ran, and that was coming on the 2 weeks rest. And Belmont wasn't bad; it just kind of got a little bit late. And Birdstone was a good horse. I think sometimes people don't give Birdstone the credit. He lost to a very good horse, and if it hadn't rained on Derby Day, he probably would have given a much better account of himself.
Andy Serling with us, by the way, joining us on set, stepping in for Rajiv Mirage, going to be with us the rest of the way here as we move on. Race 8, here we go, guys. Late pick 5 begins in this race coming up. 6.5 furlongs, first allowance race, and El Capi, 1 start, back as a 2-year-old, and a huge performance in that debut.
We often talk about the fact that there have been 10 or 11 horses that broke their maidens on Cigar Mile Day that went on to win Grade 1 races later in their careers. And when El Capi made his debut, a lot of us said he could be the next one to do it. Now, he did ride a big bias, Paul. You and I were talking about it off camera. Big inside bias and exaggerated performance. But I think with the scratches in here, he looks to be the speed again. And watching the races today, is there an argument that horses that are in front, maybe saving some ground, have a bit of an advantage?
Kind of with you, because with Print Track out here, general partner, it got a lot easier for him, let's be honest, because a horse like Print Track's a 10-time winner, and I'm with Andy, this horse has got to regress a little bit, but the race gets a little easier because this horse did show some blinding speed last time.
Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start with El Capi. It's actually my first time laying eyes on him, but as Andy mentioned, he was very much with the track bias last time out, but that was a very impressive race. Now, we haven't seen him since December. He also has the layoff to contend with. Looking at him, he's kind of that quintessential sprinter build. He's smaller, compact. Overall, he looks certainly fine in this spot. I do wish, if anything, if I'm nitpicking and at a short price and with that first race, I wish it looked a little bit better in his coat coming back for the second start. But if he runs that race and does get a clear run with that early speed, he's obviously very dangerous. But I'm intrigued by another second-time starter in this spot, and that's the 1A Contrary Thinking. Will go along with his stablemate general partner out. And this horse, while yes, Beyer speed figure-wise was not as fast, he overcame adversity in that first start. He didn't have any speed that day, but he was 3 wide, he was lugging in, and I think what happened when he was lugging in is that he was very reluctant to switch leads, and Javier Castellano was more focusing on trying to get him to switch and to run in a straight course than actually moving forward, and he was still able to overcome all of that and win. He's very strong, very well muscled in his hind end, and they saddled him out in the shed row, but he has not turned a hair. He's forward without doing too much. I like what I see from Contrary Thinking, just hoping he can keep a straight course and be a little bit more professional in the running of the race, which you would expect for a second-time starter from the Chad Brown barn. The 5 Mariachi on paper I'd kind of passed over, but I wanted to touch on him because he just kept catching my eye. He comes back as a gelding, and when you watch his last race, and he's had this problem throughout his career in that he's been a little bad about swapping in leads or reluctant to switch leads in the stretch, and last time out when he was fading, he was on his left lead and just never looked comfortable and started getting out a little bit as well. Sometimes gelding can be for a horse that mentally needs it. Sometimes it can also be to help a horse move a little bit better and lighten them up behind a bit. And I think that's what's taken place with Mariachi. He's fit coming back. He's dappled from head to toe. He looks great. With the scratch of Print Track, I am very intrigued as to what this horse will do at a pretty good price coming back with the ultimate equipment change and off the layoff in this spot. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. There's Radio Red, trained by Danny Gargan, 3-time winner. He's got talent. Right now, he's 9-2 on the board. Also trained by Danny Gargan. the whole racing world's been saying it, Ron. It's Dornick, named after one of the great links courses in the entire world in Scotland. Does he have a chance in the Belmont? We'll talk about it next.
Gunrunner is the sire of 11 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, Champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here in Saratoga. First time in history. It's brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up, start to play with us all week long. All summer long and beyond, get a free $25 Belmont Stakes play. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. For new members, again, go to nairabets.com, stakes 25, that code to punch in when you sign up. Post parade in progress as we speak. The remaining half of the entry gets the far outside post.
He does, and it feels like the inside has been a good place to be on the dirt, but he needs to keep a straight path after lugging in an impressive debut.
The rail to Cunchin Bridge.
Yeah, listen, Cunchin Bridge has run some figures that are fast enough to at least get a piece here.
Here's Radio Red for Danny Gargan.
In really sharp form, and you get 9-2 on this runner that does, last 4 races been good. Has not run well here at Saratoga, though.
Mariachi, 16-1.
Twice in his life, once at Saratoga, he ran big buyer speed figures. Can he find those numbers again?
Here's El Capi, that brilliant, although speed-aided debut.
Yeah, 99 speed buyer figure, and he was 13.5-1 that day, 9-5 today.
Eliminate Todd Pletcher. Rat Ortiz Jr. looks for number 4 today.
Yeah, the gate has kind of been his nemesis since he's gone into stakes action. Now I think Todd's thinking, let's, maybe get the gate issues figured out here and back to sprinting.
Not an interesting long shot here. One giant leap, John Velasquez.
Yeah, another horse in here that does have speed. Last time out didn't show that speed and kind of ran sort of a clunker after stumbling. But today, without the stumble, could be part of the pace.
And the Belmont Barn Jr. Alvarado Jefferson Street.
I think the horse to beat, but at the end of the day, The one win was at 20 cents on the dollar. I still think Jefferson Street has to improve.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, just real quick, Greg, stepping out onto the track, the 10 One Giant Leap was very difficult when linking up with the outrider, when linking up with the post-parade pony. They brought an outrider over, and when he kind of sidestepped, tried to prop and wheel buck, and he and John Velasquez actually parted ways for a bit, throwing Johnny down. He was able to get right back up, and they've kept him with the outrider now, but hopefully they're able to get him to settle. Johnny keeping his feet out of the irons, and hopefully we'll be able to stay on through the rest of the preliminaries. This horse has been really revved up back in the paddock, and especially when stepping on the track here.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Look at this historic grandstand, the oldest racetrack in our sport here in Saratoga, and the first time ever holding this tremendous week in celebration of racing.
Would you say probably one of the places you get the most majestic rainbows at here?
Florida.
Places
that have strange weather where it's sunny on one side and it's raining on the other. It happens. And I tell you, it's really an amazing situation when you have to close. You can't run the Belmont Stakes at Belmont for 2 years because we're rebuilding it, and it's going to be incredible in 2 years. And you have an opportunity to move it to Saratoga. And as odd as it sort of feels being here in June, I mean, the place is packed. And the thing about Saratoga is it's a happy place. Everybody is having a great time. And it's just so enjoyable being here and running into people that are having so much fun. And I love being in Saratoga, and I think the fans feel the same way.
Anytime you step foot in this town, and it's just a celebratory mood about this sport.
Yeah.
I agree. Can we talk a little about the 1A contrary thinking in here? I mean, obviously El Capi, he could be the goods, you know, and you want to see these horses, and he's been laid up, a more fair racetrack. Contrary thinking in his debut, he was sort of impressive in winning as he was lugging in badly in the stretch, and Javier Castellano basically was unable to ride him because of the situation with him, and you're hoping in his second start he's a little more mature.
Yeah, he's got a ton of talent. I'm kind of with you. When his last race, he won that race just on pure talent. He wasn't even the favorite that day. And, you know, he was all over the place, and he still stopped the clock in 1:10. I thought it was a very solid debut. Now, he draws the complete outside, even though he's the 1A, but I don't mind that with the scratches. I think he's a major player in here, yeah.
And the horse right inside of him, Jefferson Street, Raging Torrent, who beat him last time, he was supposed to come to Woody Stevens. Doug O'Neill trains him. He got the highest buyer speed figure of any horse that ran on Kentucky Derby Day that day, higher than the Kentucky Derby in any of the races. And even the second place finisher who just necked out Jefferson Street for second, he's a Brad Cox horse who was coming off a very fast race as well. And I believe he was actually the favorite in the race.
And then you also have a horse like One Giant Leap. That's a 3-time winner.
I know.
3 wins and a nose defeat before that comeback at Keeneland where he struggled.
And you've got that 94 buyer speed figure 2 back. And it's kind of interesting, right? You look at Mariachi. He has those 293s. And what you have are a lot of horses. Radio Red has run some fast figures. You've got a lot of horses in this race on the right day in the best situation are capable of running very fast. So El Capi better really have his running shoes on because presumably at least one of those horses, Paulie, is going to show up with a very creditable effort.
The 10's the confusing horse. This horse has been basically under 2-1 in 5 straight starts, Greg. The horse dead stumbled at the start last time. And going into that race in November, that 94 buyer was getting better. It seemed like Wesley finally figured out what was going on with the horse. I think if you draw a line through that race, what would the 10 actually be? Would not be 8-1. I think this horse would be closer to 4-1. So the 10 could be a player in here.
Yeah, and he really just never had a fair chance. He didn't run well last time. Wesley Ward may take as much money as Irad Ortiz does.
Yeah. Looking for 4, Irad today. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And the number 12, Jefferson Street, as Paul had touched on in the post parade, is a major player in here, as this is a horse who's run some very quick races. Now, with a couple of the scratches in here, namely Print Track coming out, Be the Boss, there is less speed on paper than there initially did appear to be. And now he's got a ton of weight on him with all of us picking Jefferson Street. But I really thought that he was going to get the right kind of trip in here. Raging Torrent is very good, who beat him last time out. And I love loved what I saw from him. He was very relaxed back in the paddock, but perked up a lot out on the racetrack, moving beautifully for Junior Alvarado, healthy, dappled, everything that you do want to see. And just to circle back quickly to the 10-1 Giant Leap, he's kept it under wraps, but he has gotten himself completely washed out in the preliminaries here, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 12s across the board for our analysts here, so a lot of love for the Mott runner Jefferson Street.
He was highly regarded before his debut. He ran a general partner who he scratched and he'll be running tomorrow in an early, make the first race tomorrow. And he's really run very well in every subsequent start. We'll see. I mean, I think everything depends on how El Capi runs. Is he able to get clear on the lead? Is he as effective today? Because El Capi, if there's one horse in this race that goes on to win big races, El Capi has to be considered the favorite of that group.
So, still, this is a tough ask here. That was your debut, maidens. Now you're facing older horses, multiple winners coming off a 6-month layoff.
It's 100%. I say this all the time. The toughest thing to do is to face winners for the first time. And this is what he did last time. And you could say, I get it. I think the Buyer's speed figure was aided, obviously, by the wet track. But there's no denying that the horse obviously has got some talent, which remains to be seen against other horses that have won races. You got horses that won 3 races. It's a tough adjustment. And I always say this all the time, you know, when horses win maiden races, time is the best handicapping tool. And a couple horses have come out of the race and won, but nobody's been kind of spectacular. So
the horses, the horses that have run well out of the race were horses that had outside trips.
Yeah.
The horses that had inside trips have not come back and run that well. Now he had an inside trip in there, and you'll see in wet tracks exaggerated performances. Exaggerated performance will create somewhat exaggerated speed figures, but even if he ran a 90 first time or an 85,
pretty good. Yeah, exactly,
he's still a pretty good horse.
Loading up Radio Red without Dylan Davis, and there's Dylan in those Reeves Thoroughbred Racing silks. He'll hop aboard for trainer Danny Gargan. So horse who's a 3-time winner, 4 runner-up finishes. He's shown quite a bit of talent in his career. And he's faced some good ones as well.
Horse in really good form. He's in sharp form. I mean, the 4 is going to run his race. You just don't know if he's good enough.
He has also the ability to be effective from up close, but also to come from behind.
9-5 favorite. Start number 2, 3-year-old return for the 6. El Capi for the Rick Dutrow barn with Jose Gomez. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Contrary thinking breaks from the outside post. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement. First it was Mariachi, now it's El Capi. And they've backed El Capi out of the gate, well backed in the race. Son of McLean's music off that huge maiden victory. Goes back in. All set. And they're off, and El Capi came out very smoothly, but it's Mariachi who's just a little bit quicker in the opening stages. These two sizzle down the back stretch with Jefferson Street not far behind, 2 off of the leader. Now 3 as El Capi spurts away from Mariachi. Jefferson Street is third. Contrary Thinking is racing in fourth with 5 lengths to make up. They are followed by Kunshin Bridge. Racing on the inside of Radio Red, it's a gap of 6. Back to 1 Giant Leap and Eliminate. They string out, and that's because the opening quarter went in 21 3/5 seconds. El Capi moving right along with a 4-length advantage on the far turn. Mariachi is a clear-cut second. Jefferson Street in third. Contrary Thinking fourth with 8 lengths to make up at the quarter pole. 44 flat for El Capi, who turns for home in front. Mariachi is coming gamely in second, and Jefferson Street set down in the middle of the racetrack. And here comes Jefferson Street overhauling El Capi and Mariachi. and pulling away with authority. Jefferson Street will air them out. A powerful run to the wire, 7 or more in front. Cunchen Bridge came up late to complete the exacta in front of Mariachi. The running time, 1:14.4.
And the emphasis on that time from Frank Miramati warranted. That is lightning quick. Just over a second beyond the quickest track record for this distance ever. This horse blew this field away, Andy.
This was an extraordinarily impressive performance. I think a lot of us saw the way El Capi ran off early, and 21.77 in the first quarters, while very fast, they're often fast quarters at 6.5 furlong races. And I think a lot of us thought we were going to see a powerhouse performance by him. He was empty into the stretch, Paulie, but Jefferson Street was just getting started.
Wow. This was an amazing performance. I don't care what the racetrack is running. You run sub 115 in 108 and change for the 6 furlong splits, and you're just running away from the group. And it just shows you, sometimes when a horse, there's a little bit of beginning with the 8, had a bad beginning in the 8, but it just shows you, a horse that's only run one time faces a horse like this that's been up against it a little bit. It's like a heavyweight fighter facing somebody that's up and coming, and the 12 just had the advantage a little bit. And I'm surprised that the 12 went off as your second choice, to be honest.
Well, I think you see that kind of flashy figure for El Capi.
Yeah.
They're going to get a lot of attention, and this was an impressive win. Greg, I feel like this horse may have won by over 5 lengths.
How about Cunchen Bridge at 40-1, though?
Yeah, winds up completing the exacta here. 12-3-5-6. As Belmont, you can see the wind blowing a bit. We have some weather, I believe, coming into the area.
I think Jefferson Street got the wind all kicked up. He blew that field away so severely.
And you can see starting to kick up a little bit. What a performance. That is special from Jefferson Street. Now 2 wins from 5 career starts and a 3-year-old with a future.
Yeah, I like the way he did it because he looked like on the turn that Junior was trying to push him. We couldn't really know if the 6 El Capi had anything left, but when he swung him to the outside and gave him some open racetrack, as you see, he really strided home nicely. And again, good run by the 3 here at 40-1 with Flavian Pratt to get up for second. And then Mariachi, the 5 who hung around for third too at 15-1 or 16-1.
We're going to take a timeout. Jefferson Street, ultra impressive here in the 8th. Coming up on Saturday in the Met Mile, Whitney winner, classic winner from last year, White Abarrio, taking on last year's Preakness winner, National Treasure. It is a showdown indeed in the Met Mile. Stay with us.
How you choose to power up is up to you. But if you want the horizon chasing, rubber burning, dream building, adrenaline pumping power to do, Ford is your starting line. Gas, hybrid, or all electric, the power is yours.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play every race day. Races are posted weekly at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Miller Lite tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great. Let's fill it. Tastes great.
It is both. It is both. It is both. It is both. It's both.
Hey, thanks for the backup.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival here on America's Day of the Races from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Jefferson Street pulling away from this group for a dominant win.
I mean, El Capi looked to be running very comfortably, but when they came to the stretch, he came up a bit empty, a tough race off the layoff, but man, was Jefferson Street ready to go, Paulie, and saved some ground towards the inside, angled out, and he destroyed this bunch.
Really did. And, you know, we talked about horses running straight and just being composed. Head never moved, just focused all the way to the wire. Man, this horse ran through the wire. That was very impressive.
That's about 7 or 8 lengths he won by. A very impressive performance. That could easily be a very high-speed figure. Maybe we'll see him in the Allen Jerkins in Saratoga on Travers Day.
Potentially off that kind of performance. Belmont, Junior Alvarado, Godolphin, and the second choice on the board with the win here, returning $7. Exacta comes back over $55. That 40-to-1 shot underneath.
Yeah, and that started your late pick 5, if I'm not mistaken.
The latest of late pick 5s?
Yeah, the latest of late pick 5s.
Well, you mind going walking the turf course to see how it feels for us?
I'll do anything. You want me to send out you want me to hold the 7-iron up too as well?
Rain is coming down pretty hard
use
right
a little
now.
Rain, and I think it's already moving out. I see some light sky not too far away. I think we're going to be just fine in a few minutes.
What did Bill Murray say? The heavy stuff's not going to come down for a while.
Andy is Carl Spackler.
Yeah.
Right tomorrow.
Grade 2 Intercontinental. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Roses for Deborah. A huge favorite. Arad Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4 on a deserving favorite. Let's go to Acacia, standing by with a special guest.
We're proud to have the support of MTV Solutions and Andy Cushman, owner, joining me here. And Andy, what a wonderful week we have coming up here. I understand you have some special Belmont Stakes memories.
This is the newest Belmont Stakes memory. We come up for the Travers Cup every year, and when we found out the Belmont was going to be here, it was a no-brainer to join up and enjoy the party.
And as far as Saratoga goes as well, what makes this place special for you?
The whole place, everybody, the people, the landscape, the feeling. It's got a mystique to it, in my opinion.
Can you tell our viewers a little bit about MTV Solutions and what you do?
Sure, it's multidimensional. We do a lot of restoration work, power lines, infrastructure, tree care, veg management for the utility companies, new projects, old projects, but a lot of storm reaction.
Well, thank you for your support today and enjoy a wonderful Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, the weather really coming through right now. Hopefully it's a quick pass. That quite often is the case here in upstate New York. But as a result, fans, they saw it coming, quickly took cover indoors.
I thought they were running from Paulie. I didn't realize it was the rain.
A little of both.
Yeah, it's that storm they call Paul Duca.
Yeah, it's one of those things here. It will come down for a while, and then it will just go away. I'm hoping that it goes away here in about 20 minutes. I'm looking to the right, Andy. I see a glimmer. I see a glimmer that it's going to go away here. I don't think we're in jeopardy of these races coming off turf because I think the turf actually needed a little rain.
They're not coming off the grade ones, but
look at this lineup we have on Saturday. This is one of the great days all year long, anywhere in the world in horse racing.
No, it's an amazing weekend of racing, and it's just a smorgasbord of great entertainment. We've got 4 races left. 3 of them are grade 1 races, big fields, a lot to look forward to. And, you know, the racing has been great, and the fans have really been responding well, and we appreciate how much the fans appreciate everything here.
Among that lineup tomorrow, the stallion-making grade 1 Met Mile. As we go inside the numbers, first contested 1891 at Morris Racetrack. Largest margin of victory, Frosted, is 14.25 length win. Also the fastest ever run. Green Tree Stable, John Gaver Sr., they won 6 together, 3 with Devil Diver in a row. Of course, the most famous with Tom Fool in 1953. Johnny V, 5 wins, the last in 2014 with Palace Malice. 34 winners been crowned champs, including Flightline proved wasn't completely invincible. He only won that by 6 lengths. 14 have been named Horse of the Year, including Cody's Wish last year. His Met may have been the best of his career. And 18 are in the Hall of Fame, including the great Ghost Sapper. He returned off a 7-month layoff in his last and one of his most dominant performances ever on a racetrack. What a race, so much history, and a compact but incredibly competitive group this year with last year's Whitney and Classic winner White Barrio and the Preakness winner from last year in National Treasure. White Barrio got very good late last year.
A lot of people felt he could have been Horse of the Year last year, and he was extremely good. His Whitney was an excellent performance. His Breeders' Cup Classic legitimized that performance. And frankly, when he ran third in the Met Mile last year, Paulie, he did not have the best of trips.
No, he was probably second best, I would think. He would have been a lot closer, but I'm with you. And then he came back, obviously went overseas, and now he's coming back here off of freshening. Is he going to be ready? Is he going to be ready to face a horse like National Treasure? Obviously, the class is there.
Can he rebound? That was a tough trip. Saudi, things did not go his way. We fully expect to see the White Barrio we saw towards the end of last year, I think, on Saturday.
Oh, absolutely. I expect him to run very well in here. The question is, will he run well enough to beat National Treasure? And while he's not dramatically pace compromised, National Treasure does have a lot more speed. And Hoist the Gold looks like the speed, but National Treasure should be sort of right outside of him. And the National Treasure that won the Preakness is not the National Treasure we saw in the Pegasus. And also, for those that say, well, he ran fourth in the Saudi Cup, that was an extremely impressive fourth, considering how fast that pace was.
Yeah, and listen, when Bob Baffert cuts horses back to one turn, and now we're going to be out of the Wilson chute, they're just even more potent. He's going to be really tough to handle in here. It's just his speed can put him wherever he wants to.
Oh, the horse is holding off here. Senior Buscador, well, he came back and he won that Saudi Cup and finished, I believe, second in the Dubai World Cup as well. So he was beating a good horse.
And let's not forget his Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. I mean, he was right there with Cody's Wish, beat a nose.
Wouldn't you argue that was his true coming out party?
Yes.
Some would say the Preakness, but I mean, he beat Blazing
went
Seven.
to a different level.
That was when he kind of signaled, I'm a different horse, and he showed it.
That's when Bob, I think, finally said he doesn't really need the front end. And I remember you mentioning that too on air one time, saying, you know what, I think National Treasure can rate now, and I think that's what's made him a better horse. He's a kinder horse.
I picked him in the Travers because I said Bob Baffert never rates speed horses, and then he started getting more aggressive with him. So I'm holding a grudge against Bob Baffert on that one.
Going to be a great showdown. Obviously, those are the two main players. Pretty strong supporting cast, too.
I think Post Time is a very cool horse because he's an unusual dirt horse, Paulie, that can close into a slow pace.
Yes.
And he's got to show he's fast enough to beat these horses because these are very good horses. But he has a quality that few horses have.
No, it's true. I mean, and I don't want to forget about Hoist the Gold, but I'm kind of with you. He's kind of the horse that, like, if things break down a little bit and everybody doesn't throw his A game, he's going to come running, and that horse tries hard.
And I know we're going to get back to action here to Blazing Sevens. That's a horse who he sort of moved forward in his comeback, didn't he, as a 4-year-old?
He did. I think I've always felt, and even Chad Brown hasn't disagreed, that he's really more of a miler. He won our Champagne at Aqueduct as a 2-year-old, and he ran well in the longer races because he's talented. The mile is his best distance, but he, too, needs to get faster, Greg.
11th running of the Grade 2 Intercontinental. Coming up when we return, Roses for Deborah. 1-2 favorite. We'll be back.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off! Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
There's going to be a slight delay.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. As the rain, just a deluge started. It is basically stopped right now. We have a very light sprinkle, but it seems like, dare I say it, the worst of it has come down.
I think there's more wind coming over from Leduca that is actually coming from the storm right now. Holy, there's some blue sky right up here. I mean, seriously, it's all good. It's all good. Saratoga.
This happens quite often. It'll roll right on through. We're 12 minutes away from this Grade 2 Intercontinental. And 1-2 favorite, Roses for Deborah. Talk about how good she's been.
I mean, I think there's an argument, Paulie, that she's shown herself on her good day to be as good as any turf sprinter in the country, male or female. She has an explosive kick at the end of her races where she just goes where you think she's idling along a little bit and in a split second just blows by.
The crazy part is I actually think she can go to the front end if she wanted. She breaks always sharp, but they always take her back. She's got a wicked kick. She can take little adversity when she needs to. You know, her one race that she had in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, she got just, it was a brutal trip. If you run that out, the turf sprint, I mean, she is going to be a tough cause. Anytime you win 8 out of 12 races, and she's 2 for 2 over this course.
And the other thing to note is that her chief competition, at least on paper, coming into the race, and I know, Greg, they don't run races on paper. It was Love Reigns on TV screens, exactly. Love Reigns, the 10, scratched out of this race. So the horse that I think most people considered at least the likeliest horse to upset her, she won't be running today. And the second choice is the 2, Coffee Maker. Coffee Maker's good, but she needs the lead to be best.
I'm with you. And this is Rose for Deborah when
she's the gray.
Yeah, she wins last time out in the Giants Causeway, and this is what Andy's talking about.
Like she's just kind of loafing along,
yeah,
right?
She's kind of playing with him a little bit until she gets the crop, and then boom, it's over. Literally 2 times with the crop, and she got reminded. She's like, okay, I'm good to go. Here I go, and she took off.
She reminds me of like a horse in the game Gallop Racer, the video game, the way she just sort of accelerates in a split second. She's a very nice horse, and I'm looking forward to seeing her. Obviously a very heavy favorite. And I think a question you want to ask yourself, if you feel like we do, that she's no horse is unbeatable, but a very likely winner, who would you use for second? Is there a horse? And boy, I think the 7, Medalla Match, is a massive overlay at 32 to 1.
I cannot believe that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, I'm kind of against the 2, and I'll give you
Me too.
against Coffee Maker, because look at the horses' races with Lasix and without Lasix. They're unbelievably better with Lasix.
And that's a great point, but I'll tell you something else. Look at her best races. They're when she's able to clear the lead. Well, with Lady Milagro in here, and even Futures Now, but particularly Lady Milagro is fast, and they don't rate her. They go. So I think it's going to be tough for her to get, and this is her big win at Saratoga, 2 back. As you mentioned, Paulie, with Lasix, this was a huge win, but I don't think she gets this comfortable trip.
Yeah, Lady Milagro, they only have one way to go.
That's true.
Right, so unless there's an incident at the gate, it's hard to see her getting clear, and perhaps if she got clear, she went a little too fast. I thought a Medalla Match, and I think you guys agree, is a very interesting possible second horse in here.
Like that rider, too.
Here's the thing, you make a good point. You got Paco Lopez on the 5. He's not afraid to push up with the 5. I know the 5 might not be fast enough, but he can add to the pace.
She's fast too.
She's fast too. So, you know, I look at this race. I think the other one is the other Clermont runner, Gallon the Rush. So I'm with Andy at 31 to 1. I think Gallon the Rush, the 8 in here, is getting a little bit better.
Let's go to Acacia.
Well, we're a little bit of a holding pattern here in the paddock, Greg, as they did have just a slight delay, but they are starting to saddle up now, which is good news, as thankfully the rain is starting to lighten. But talking about starting with your favorite in Roses for Deborah, once she was able to kick in that acceleration last time out, she was definitely best in that spot. Came in with cotton in her ears. She is definitely on the muscle and on her toes here in the paddock today. So doing everything in steps to keep her settled, but she's been very good here at Saratoga as well, 2 for 2. And one of those races came when there was quite a bit of rain the day before as well. So even with a little bit of the shower that we just had, if there is going to be a touch more cut in the ground, though she doesn't like it soft, she's shown that she can handle it. As we'll take a look at a couple of others in this race. The number 5 Future Is Now, I thought a bit intriguing in the very one last time out, Preakness weekend. Definitely on the softer side of good, that turf course, by the way. This horse showed that she could rate Kindly last time. She was up close and in range, but not setting the pace that day, and Paco was aboard that afternoon. So even though there is some speed in here with the likes of Lady Milagro, whatever everyone loves Linda will do getting onto the turf, and Coffee Maker, who's incredibly sharp in the paddock, Futures Now show that she can be versatile and run to her competition. I remember seeing her last year stacking up nicely, and I like her again in here. I think that she's improved as a 4-year-old. She's well muscled coming into the spot, looks great off the back of that win. And again, I like that she's shown some more versatility. The 7 Medalla Match, who I know Andy has some interest in, comes out of that race won by Overcharged, also on a soft turf course at Churchill, where Overcharged wired the field. And this is a horse who has shown more early speed, but last time out was very far back and actually ended up getting a little bit keen as well. But she kept on running well. She got a good ride that afternoon from Brian Hernandez Jr., who was just riding up a storm that weekend, all in all. But she's another one that has shown that she is able to win without, or run well at least, without being on the lead. She's very relaxed here in the paddock too, kind of a smaller, handier type of filly, or mare I should say, for Cherie DeVoe's barn, who has been firing great guns recently. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Downtime here. I'm sorry, Paulie, what was it like when you had downtime, rain delays in baseball?
Well, you'd go in the clubhouse and you would figure out how long it would be. Okay, so you would usually, these guys probably do too as well. They have a major radar in the jocks room that is better than our phones, put it that way. It's like up to date, up to date. Same thing they used to have when I was in Florida, because they pulled that tarp out every other night. And I would think the jockeys now, they're waiting a little bit, but you usually say if it's going to be like, oh, this is going to be an hour and a half, partner up, we're playing some rummy or we're playing some hearts. It's just going to be a half hour, get on the bicycle and stay warm.
When it really was pouring really bad, did you ever have an inclination to do a Rick Dempsey?
Robin Ventura did a good Mike Piazza that one time, and I thought that was enough. Did it once in the minor leagues, pulled a Bull Durham. Yeah, we've had a couple nights like that where we had some crazy nights, more in the minor leagues than we did in the major leagues.
It's hard to believe that Paulie may have done some crazy things. You know, I just don't see it.
I mean, can you imagine putting that tarp down and pulling that in an injury?
I'll never forget a true story in Florida. We were trying to help the crew put on the tarp. We were up a game and a half at the time in the wild card, and we were trying to get the tarp on because we knew we were winning the game. And it got to a point, it blew one of the guys at about 180 pounds to wins. It blew him up in the air, and it actually fractured his arm. Remember, we had to pull the tarp up, and we just said, forget it. The game got rained out. It can get really dangerous with that tarp, man.
Tell you what, we don't get this race going soon, things are going to get ugly up here.
Andy, Paulie, both getting a little hot. They want to get this going.
The sun's partly out, and things have gone through.
Yeah, we have blue skies partially.
I think they have to wait
again.
a few minutes, make sure everything's clear. But obviously, we'll get started
But for these
soon.
guys, I think it's different for jockeys. They can sit and wait. They're used to this, like this and that. But some guys I know that go in there. Junior Alvarado, I've seen him on the bicycle in between races just to get loose if you haven't ridden all day. You know, it's getting a little cool out now.
No, it is. I mean, it's cooled down quite a bit.
There is roses for Deborah. And, you know, she has been, I don't even know if we got enough rain to say there's any give yet at this point.
And this course could take a lot of rain. Why don't we take a few minutes and go through the pick four, Paulie and I, a little bit and talk about the late pick four.
Andy's going to go ahead and produce the show right now. Feel free.
Well, I don't know. Is there anybody else? There's nobody talking to me in my ear. I think the producer went to sleep.
I think they're coming out, though.
There they go.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, you know, you probably lean on roses for Deborah. And the question is, where do you find a bit of a price? I would use Coppice and Gina Romantica in the 10th. And I would look for some bombs, the 1, 5, and 11, the 11th race. And I would use the 6 and 9. A little chance against with Where's My Ring, but Torpedo Anna is just much worse to beat. You got some prices in the sequence, Paulie?
I'm with you. I kind of like McCulloch. I think McCulloch's going to run better than Look. And I actually like Fev Rover. But here's the thing. Is it FYI or Torpedo Anna? Do you want to cut it in half so you can win? Or
I just don't see how you can take just FYI against Torpedo Anna when you look at the last race, because Torpedo Anna does all the dirty work.
I'm with you.
Just FYI is getting a beautiful ride, a beautiful trip, and she gets just completely blown away by her in the stretch. So you've got to hope, frankly, if you like her, that she doesn't show up. Whereas a horse like Where's My Ring or Leslie's Rose, they're horses that just didn't handle the track and didn't show up, and maybe they'll run better in a different situation.
Things can change, though. Let's not forget Secret Oath, Kentucky Oaks winner, and Nest. And I know it was later at Saratoga, but things totally changed in that division.
But I tell you, I couldn't be more impressed with Torpedo Anna, and I don't think you guys disagree with me. She's been terrific all year, and she wasn't a bad horse last year either. She's the goods.
Completely with you. Here's our post parade. We start with appropriate Run for the Hills with a Storm.
Yeah, I recall somebody in the set saying that actually a little earlier. She's a horse that can be a little close to the pace, but she'll probably come from far behind.
Wesley Ward's Coffee Maker, Luis Saez.
Yeah, 4 for 10 lifetime. Mare by Jimmy Creed. Luis Saez aboard.
Linda Rice had to claim this one, right? Everybody loves Linda?
Yeah, she's got a lot of speed, but I don't think she has enough speed to keep up with the bullets in here.
And one of those bullets is right here. Lady Milagros, she is a speedster.
Yeah, you're right. Her weapon is her speed. She can go sub 22, which is blazing fast.
More speed next door with Future Is Now for Michael Trombetta.
And while she's outside the other speed, she's not slow. She can add to the pace, as Paulie said earlier.
Is 2 to 5 getting a little short, or is she that good?
I don't know. She looks like she's feeling her oats, and she's liking the weather out. She's just going to be tough, and she's looking to go 3 for 3 over the race course.
Here's Medalla Match, Brian Hernandez Jr., the rider of Mystic Dan and Torpedo Anna.
She's my long shot play. Second time for Cherie DeVoe, second off the layoff. Pick up the pieces, bet a couple dollars to win at that price, and bet a big 6-7.
Flavian Pratt for the Clement Barn, Gallon a Rush.
She's probably not as good as her stablemate, but I think she's going to run a good race today. I think she's getting better and better at age 5.
And Spicy Bug coming from the West Coast for Michael McCarthy.
And she's not a big speed ball. She can be a bit forward. She comes in for a very good trainer, but she too would have to raise her game.
And now get those seats because everyone coming back out to the apron as the sun has popped back out. We have blue skies again.
Paulie, go steal a few, will you?
It's the glorious part of Saratoga. It reminds me so much of Florida. It could be raining in one spot and then not raining in the other part. Now it's absolutely gorgeous out.
Well, nothing was more incredible than that Travers with Birdstone and the incredible rainstorm, which is well documented. They had to cancel the last race, but within a half an hour, it was just a beautiful day.
Yeah.
But it had just been an incredible deluge. Listen, one of the great things about
rain.
Saratoga is a lot of crazy stuff happens up here. A lot of it's fun, though.
It's just a little 10, 15-minute break. Everybody went inside, refreshed their beverages, now they're back out.
And you know, that's another thing at Saratoga. Even on a rainy day, you walk around Saratoga, and people are having a good time. Yeah, we wish it was beautiful every day, but people come here, and it's just a happy place, rain or shine.
So 2 to 5 favorite. Roses for Deborah. Arad Ortiz Jr. had that ankle spill, took off mounts on Thursday. He has come back with a vengeance.
Listen, all these guys are tough, and he is as tough as anybody, and we're just glad he was able to come back. We hate to see one of the stars in the game not be able to participate on the biggest weekend.
I actually walked in with him today, and I asked him, how's it feel?
Did he carry you?
And he said it's swollen as can be. And I said to him, it's like fouling a ball off your foot. Sometimes when you foul it off the wrong place, it can just blow up overnight. He said it blew up overnight. So what they're going to do is the same thing with us. They keep the heel up, and they're going to tape it very, very heavily to keep the swelling down. He's obviously going to have some swelling after the races because he's riding with it, still injured. But, you know, he's got it pretty heavily taped.
He's got an opportunity coming up for win number 4 on this Friday card. Let's go to Acacia.
And wanted to touch on a couple of horses making their second start off the layoff, and California Invader, Spicy Bug being one of them. She's a big price, and she would have to step forward as far as her speed figures do go, and improving off of that last win, but that was off of a bit of a layoff as well, and Michael McCarthy sees fit to send her here for this spot, and I thought that was a little bit interesting. I liked the way that she warmed up. She looks tremendous in her coat, and just a very, very visually pleased amazing filly, talking about the 9 Spicy Bug. And look, I don't know if she is necessarily good enough in this spot, but at a huge price and the way that she's moving out there, wondering if maybe she could potentially grab a share. The other Christophe Clement runner and Paul's top pick, the 8 Galena Rush, is also making her second start off the layoff, and she was up against the pace last time out. She was accompanied by the pony back in the paddock, as she often is, and yet she didn't turn a hair. She has improved as she's gotten older. The big problem with her is that she never used to be a winning type. She wasn't able to quite seal the deal. Now that she has picked up a couple of wins and stepped forward, which you sometimes see with horses when they do start to win and go through their conditions, that's definitely a positive for her. Into Deepwater Stay, but she's doing well at 7-1. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Off the bench, just missed by a neck in Stakes Company. Flavian Pratt back aboard for Clement in those West Point Thoroughbred Silks.
Paula, you like her. I just don't think she's good enough, Galena Rush.
I'm with you. Listen, I was trying to look for something besides Roses for Deborah, but I do think she's the second mare in here too. I just think she's getting a little better. Her last race was good. She does have a winner at Saratoga, but listen, they're all running to beat Roses for Deborah.
Yeah, I can see the 1-2. I don't think any of us are dying to take horses short prices, but I don't think she's worth playing against. But I think the 7's price is a little too high for me. So like I said, I bet a couple dollars to win a Medalla match, but mostly bet a 6-7.
5-for-7 record. Sprinting on the grass for Roses for Deborah. Odds-on favorite, the 6 with Arat Ortiz Jr. looking for number 4 on this Friday card. Grade 2, Intercontinental. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Going up. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Intercontinental, presented by MTV Solutions. And it's a very fast start for Coffee Maker, who's hustled hard for the early lead. Future is now. Roses for Deborah broke very alertly what will sit just off the pace with 2 lengths to make up. Lady Milagro inches up inside of her. They're followed by Spicy Bug, 5th into the far turn. It's another length or so back to Medalla Match, who has 8 lengths to make up. Then it's Galena Rush, Run for the Hills, and another 3 back to Everyone Loves Linda. 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. It's Coffee Maker confronted by Future is Now at the top of the stretch. Lady Milagro is just behind the top pair, and on the outside of them, Roses for Deborah has 3 to make up in the final 1/8 of a mile. Coffee Maker, Future is Now to the front. Coffee Maker, a tough foe. Roses for Deborah is starting to kick in. She knows where the wire is. Can she get there in time? Here's Roses for Deborah with a surge on the outside. Photo finish. Looked like Future is Now might have held her. It's close between Future is Now and Roses for Deborah. They hit it together. Coffee Maker was a solid 3rd.
Putting in that late kick, Roses for Deborah. I believe she may have just come up short. Future is Now. Looks like she was able to get this win.
Race dynamics changed when the number 4, Lady Milagro, failed to break from the gate, and it made the pace a little softer than it might have been, and that allowed the number 5, Future's Now, to stalk at least a more moderate pace, relatively speaking, and Roses for Deborah every chance to get her, but it looks like she came up, Paulie, just inches short.
Yeah, Paco Lopez rode this race perfect. As soon as the 4, like you said, got left, he decided to let Coffee Maker do his thing on the front end, let her do whatever she wanted to do, and he laid off and he produced the 5 at a perfect time. You can hear the crowd just watching the 1-2 shot just come up a little bit short here, but this is a brilliant ride. Michael Trombetta, Maryland-based trainer, but he's a very good turf trainer, and Roses for Deborah just didn't get the pace to run into, but you cannot take anything away from Future is Now.
And you look at the half of 44-24, that's just not that fast for these horses, and it forced Arat Ortiz to probably be a little bit closer than he wanted to be, and ends up in that situation a little wider than he wants to be. But let's not take anything away from Future is Now. She ran a terrific race, as you said, for a terrific trainer, and she beat the favorite fair and square.
5 for 9 on the turf now. Future is Now coming in from Maryland. She has a nose for the wire, and she held off a very, very good one in this performance.
Yeah, for a lot of people for joining America's Day at the races, you get to see Paco Lopez, at a regular at Monmouth Park. He's a magician, and that's up now, 10-1 winner, 5-6-2-8. He's a brilliant rider. He doesn't get a ton of chances, but he's very good.
Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning trainer Mike Trombetta, Future is now with another stakes win. Mike, it seems like she's become more versatile with racing and age under her belt.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the ability to rate and sit off a hot pace and still close into it has been a new dynamic for her the last couple of races, and it's moved her game up dramatically.
She was game last time and able to pull away from her company. Today, she really fought down to the wire, too.
She sure did, and as you know, I mean, it's an excellent group of horses, so we're over the top.
And how encouraging is it when you see a horse just flourishing and being able to come and win these big races on these big days? Preakness weekend, now Belmont Stakes weekend.
Yeah, it's very hard to do, and for her to accomplish this has been, it's a dream come true.
Congratulations. Thank you. Greg?
Winning on this stage, on this week, at this racetrack, has to feel just incredibly special.
Yeah, and again, to emphasize, the rain that we got, look at the time that they ran. The turf course needed the rain a little bit, and they still ran a fast time.
Yeah, I mean, rain like that kind of rolls off. You know, it's not. That's why the rain that we got last night didn't cause the courses to be anything but firm. It's so hard and so fast.
Yeah.
You need a sustained rain to really work into the courses. So this course is still very firm.
This filly ran giant.
It's good horses. A great
Yeah.
finish. I mean, 3 of them hitting the wire together. And the favorite, did she have everything go perfectly for her? No. But when you're 1-2, Greg, you're not supposed to need everything to go perfectly for you.
Speed in the couple of last turf sprints we've seen has been very effective.
Yeah, and like I said before, Michael Trombetta, his son, now does a lot of the stuff. This is an honest horse, 4 for 10 lifetime. And when you go back and you kind of look, I always like to go back. She's got races where she's been brilliant, and she was brilliant today.
Future is now double-digit odds here at 10-1 in the Intercontinental Grade 2. Prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to the Belmont Stakes. Is the first Belmont in the cards for Chad Brown. He's got the horse to beat. In Sierra Leone, will an equipment change make all the difference on Saturday?
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
Here's the finish. Ancient roll. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Seal Team has won the Twilight Derby.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Bet the final leg of the Triple Crown no matter where you are with Naira Bets. Available nationwide, Naira Bets is the official betting app of the Belmont Stakes with video streaming, weekly promotions, and an easy-to-use betting interface. Celebrate the historic first Belmont Stakes at Saratoga Racecourse and be part of the action with Naira Bets. Scan now for your free $25 Belmont Stakes bet, plus a $200 deposit match for new members.
Quality at his core.
And Core Beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Well, we have this to look forward to on Saturday, 156th edition of the Belmont Stakes. You'll see it live on Fox tomorrow from Saratoga Racecourse, the first of its kind. Imagine that view, watching them come down the stretch in the third and final leg of a Triple Crown at this historic racetrack.
That's about where I watched Holy Bull when he won the Travers in that thrilling race. It's great to watch a race in the roof.
Future is now picture time with a victory in the Grade 2 Intercontinental. Paco Lopez from Michael Trombetta.
She was game. She was able to hold off the favorite. The favorite had that chance to get by her, Paulie, and I think we all expect her to produce that kick, and she just kind of grounded out and did not quite get there. But let's give the credit to the winner. Future is now. Her future is, in fact, now.
Yeah, Maryland bred. We've been seeing some Maryland breds winning some races here. John Robb and Xavier Perez, now Paco Lopez and Michael Trombetta, 2280. That's going to spice up your late Pick 5.
How about the exacta? Exactivate pennies better over the win pool.
Right?
Yeah.
Anytime you beat 1 to 2,
that's the beauty of playing in the win pool.
Yeah, might play
here.
bigger than just 10 to 1. Are you allowed to bet just trainers on Naira bets? If so, I like Chad Brown in the just a game.
He looks pretty strong in here. He's got 5 of the 7. But the question is, which one do you like? Now, I pick Coppice. I wouldn't bet her at 7 to 5. I'm not exactly sure how she separated herself that much from these. And right now, the public's acting like there's one Chad Brown's, not 5.
I like Butte Cachet. And I'm going to tell you why. She reminds me of a mini in Italian.
Really?
Like, you know, in Italian kind of broke out going to the front end and everybody sort of forgot about her. I have a feeling if they forget about her again today, she might keep on going. Although I know the 4 is very Italian, very talented.
7 will have to forget she's in the race if the 2 is in front, because White Bean, I think, is just faster that early.
This very easily could be named the Chad Brown Invitational.
Wow, look at that group.
6 wins, all coming since 2017. He has dominated this race. As Andy said, this year he'll have 5 of the 7 entries. Very good chance he makes it 7. In Italian was just, as you said, Paul, he really turned into a special performer. Some great names on that list.
No, I mean, Rushing Fall, what a career she
Newspaper
had.
record, my goodness.
You know, her first foal actually just ran yesterday over at Leopardstown, finished second for owner Peter Brandt. She was heavily favored. Frankel had a newspaper record.
And let's not forget what he's done in the Diana.
True.
Last 2 years in a row, he's had 4 runners in that race. The biggest price of those 4 have won each time.
His dominance with the fillies and mares and the turf has really been incredible over the last 10 years or so, really. Winning I think his first big win was Zagora in the Breeders' Cup, was his first Breeders' Cup win, I think.
Remember, everybody didn't think Zagora could get the distance, and boy, did she get the distance. I think what makes Chad so special, and you could test this, Andy, he works all these horses against each other. They have competition in the morning, and I think that's what makes it show out in the afternoon.
It's like a murderer's row, and they get to go
100%,
against the best.
Yeah.
Well, he would love to add certainly another Just a Game, but I know he would really love to add a Belmont in his backyard here at Saratoga. Growing up in nearby Mechanicville, he'll have the one to beat, Sierra Leone, the 9 to 5 morning line favorite.
Obviously, the beat when you lose to Kentucky Derby by a nose, it's a beat that's going to stay with you until you maybe actually win a Kentucky Derby, which is not an easy thing to do. And Chad Brown's often said that the Travers was the race he wanted the most, near his hometown of Mechanicville, and a big win. So the idea of having a race as prestigious as the Triple Crown race, the Belmont Stakes, in Saratoga would have to be extra special.
And this issue here, leaning into the horse inside on Forever Young, all throughout the stretch, Chad Brown has made an equipment change to try and correct that problem. He's made a rider change as well. It'll be Flavian Pratt, but he's put a cage bit on this horse to try and keep this horse straight.
Yeah, different cage bit. We all don't know how this is going to work until race day. And I'm not going to question a champion trainer like Chad Brown. And the other part about this, Andy made a good point, and I've said this multiple times, this horse is 6 inches away from being undefeated. So, you know, just a couple quirks. He's the one to beat by far. Someone's going to have to run a special race to beat, or at least going to have to jump up to beat him.
Yeah, I didn't want to pick him at 8 to 5 or so, but I'm not sure he's really an underlaid 8 to 5. He is the horse to beat in here. He's good, and you say not only inches away from being undefeated, because he shows up and runs his race every time. We'll see if somebody else is ready to step forward, because if he runs his race in here, and there should be an honest pace, he's going to be hard to beat.
And again, he's always run his race, and it seems like training up to this, he's the horse we've seen every single time out.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see Mystic Dan run his race. I think Mystic
There's
Dan
his owner,
Sierra,
Peter Brandt,
yeah,
by the
Peter
way,
Brandt right
who
there.
has Gina Romantica in here, and of course one of the owners of Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone and Mystic Dan are the kind of. I think Mystic Dan's going to run the same race. But is Mystic Dan as talented? We'll find out in a 10-horse field, not a 20-horse field without the trouble. We'll find out now. You know what I mean?
Let's not forget, too, Mystic Dan, say what you want, but 3 legs, competing in all 3 legs, it is grueling. Sierra Leone's going to have that time to have sat out the Preakness and come in fresh.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, it sounds like some big advantage, and maybe it really will be, and maybe after the race, Ken McPeak will say, well, you know, I danced all the dances, and he was fresher. But think about Mystic Dan. He keeps running his race. Got to give him a lot of credit. He shows up every time, and I think the fact that he drew post 3 really works well for him because he's a horse that's most comfortable when he can get to save ground. He likes running inside of horses. It's good to save ground, but a lot of horses aren't comfortable inside. He is. And because he doesn't have as much speed as the horses inside of him, Brian's going to be able to get him over the rail pretty quickly, so he'll get the position he likes. At the end of the day, it'll turn out, is he good enough?
Is he good enough? He's going to get the trip. The horse always puts him in the right spot. That's just the bottom line.
So much, as you've said it too, Paulie, so much made of that ride for Brian Hernandez Jr., but the horse takes him there too.
Yeah, and again, like I've said, I wonder if Kenny's like saying, you know what, I'm tired of hearing that I was the 3rd best horse in the Derby. Let me prove.
He wasn't 3rd best.
Yeah,
he ran a terrific race up in front of that fast pace. He should never be knocked.
Chad Brown, he's got 5 in this year's edition of the Grade 1 Just a Game, trying to get a 7th victory in this race, including breakout winner in the Diana last year, surprised White Beam. Flavian Pratt will ride.
And Kissin' Chris breaks well.
Before every race you're preparing for it, I mean, the Triple Crown races are real easy. I mean, in terms of coming up what the plot is. And one of the subplots to that was a girl winning a Triple Crown race for the first time.
And Colonial Affair and Julie Crone riding for her life now as they come down toward the final furlong here in the Belmont. Wild Gale is there, Kissing Chris with a late one on the extreme outside, and they're coming down to the wire. and Colonial Affair. Julie Crone, the first woman to win the Belmont. She wins by 2.
Here she is, the first girl to ever win a Belmont.
Well, a historic Triple Crown race with, as you heard from Tom Durkin, Julie Crone, first female to win a Triple Crown event. And that one owned by Centennial Farms, who, before there was My Racehorse, was the ones who were really pioneering thoroughbred partnerships.
No, they've obviously been around for a long, long time, even long before Colonial Affair. And Colonial Affair was an incredibly talented racehorse, and he had a super 4-year-old year, and unfortunately was hurt before the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race I still believe he might have won. Actually, a good chance he would have won it, and Julie Crone winning that race that day. It's a very historic moment. Julie, who was a great, great rider, but winning the Belmont Stakes, that was a huge moment and a huge race as well.
She's so popular, it's unbelievable. Oaklawn, every year they do the Hall of Fame Jockey. She takes more pictures than anybody. Her and Dwayne Lukas literally light up the crowd, and she's still just infectious with her
She's a lot of fun.
Too. Yeah, she is.
She's a lot of
great.
fun. Julie's great,
Yeah.
and that was a great moment.
She's so great, too, with always smiling, always in a good mood. It is with her, too. We had that story on the exercise rider for Kenny McPeak, who just has that great positive energy. With Julie, it's infectious also.
And she was a tremendous rider. Horses really responded
100%.
to her. They really did. I mean, she was competing with the very best riders, and Bill Mott rode her quite a bit. A lot of people wanted to ride her, and she competed with the very best riders, and she was as good, if not better, than everybody in the room.
Well, Centennial Farms, they had, obviously, Colonial Affair. They had Wicked Strong, Dead Heat for 4th in a Belmont as well, and they're going to have Antiquarian trying to get another shot at one.
I feel like he has to get a little better, Paulie, but he seems to be a horse moving in the right direction.
I think you just put it perfect. He's really tough to gauge because his Louisiana Derby, he broke through the gate. That takes usually a lot out of a horse. A lot of horse players will tell you they don't like the horses breaking through the gate. Nobody does. And he was behind Anna Marie and Catching Freedom by only 4 lengths. Then he came back. He won the Peter Pan. He looks like a horse that will grind out the distance. He might be getting better. And for a horse that the sire's only $5,000, they paid $250,000 for her. So he's a good-looking son of a gun.
Yeah, that certainly tells a bit of the story as well. Lightly raced, and yeah, aside from that Louisiana Derby when he broke through the gate, yeah, he's been very talented, and it seems like, I mean, hard to like the Wine Steward as a long shot because he got by him pretty easily, didn't he?
I think the Wine Steward's a cool horse, but I'm surprised they're not running in the Woody Stevens at 7 furlongs. He feels like he needs a cut back in distance, and I think Antiquarian will get better with a little more distance. I think the Wine Steward gets worse.
Yeah, right? I mean, but the Wine Steward, like, how can you argue? He's like, what, 6 for 6 in the exact
He's very consistent.
He's right there. Like,
good horse, but he's not.
I'm kind of with you. He might be better on the cutback, too. I would have. The Woody Stevens is loaded already. I mean, if he would have gone on that, it would have been unbelievable.
It's going to be a fun Saturday and see how this plays out. Who takes that step forward in this third and final leg of the Triple Crown. All kinds of special wagers continuing this week as we get set for this Grade 1 Just a Game. 2-day all-turf pick 5 begins coming up.
Spicy. I was about to say spicy bug ran in the last race. This is a spicy menu.
All right, so we got the 2 races here. We've gone to them, the poker. I'd use Casa Creed.
I
the
like
mayor
him a
of
little
Saratoga, and Carl Spackler as well.
Okay.
Man, the Jipers of War. That's a very, very tough race. Nick Godolphin on the outside stuff. I think the Clement horse, whose name's escaping me, is Big Invasion's going to be tough. Manhattan, Euros are tough. Program Trading's the best American, but I think he's got a good horse outside of him, particularly in the number 6.
I would probably take Measured Time, the other Appleby with Program Trading. That probably horse would probably get
He'll be
played.
my third use in there.
Right?
I think he's dangerous. I prefer him, the 2 Applebees, though I have some friends who like Nation's Pride. It's Al Haffa, is that
Al Haffa, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he was improving, and I liked him among the Europeans for Joseph O'Brien.
Yeah, Joseph Al-Rifa.
Thank you.
Yeah, for Joseph
Thank
O'Brien.
You, Greg.
11 minutes to post here in this Grade 1 Just a Game. So that special wager, go to Naira Bets, and you could be part of that all-turf pick 5. Let's go to Acacia.
And here in the Just a Game coming up, Chad Brown does have the 5-headed monster, and we'll take a look at 3 of them here in the paddock, starting off with Coppice, who made her U.S. debut last time out in the Churchill Distaff Turf Mile, finishing second behind her stablemate Chili Flag that day, who she will rematch with in this spot, but she was off the pace in Coppice, and she was, I thought, closing really well in between horses and finishing up really nicely. I know that Chili Flag was the one that got the win that day, but to me, this is the horse who has some more upside and has class as well. You look at who she was facing, 2 back in Group 1 company at Newmarket. She was 4th behind in Spiral. This is a horse who's been running against the best of the best, and I like what I see from her in here. Perfect spot for her. She's dappled from head to toe and looks terrific. The number 3, Gina Romantica, was the one that I actually did like as a horse who could really take a step forward, second off the layoff. Last time out, we did see her stablemate Botte Cachet wire the field. It was a merry ground race in the Jenny Wiley. Gina Romantica very much up against it that day. Yes, she's run her best races at Keeneland, but she's probably the fastest horse in this field. She is fired up here in the paddock. She's getting herself a little bit warm, which I don't really love, so I'm hoping that she's going to be able to settle herself. She's always one that does tout herself before races, but just hoping that she can keep it under wraps. But I do think that she looks incredibly fit second off the bench. Now the number 2, Botte Cachet, who I did allude to wiring the field in that Jenny Wiley. She's one that's really come along very nicely. I remember in her first race in the U.S., she was just a little bit all over the place mentally, and even though that she won, she's really adapted nicely to U.S. racing. Now, there is other speed in here, obviously, with her stablemate White Beam, who I think is faster, and Evie Jets as well. I don't think we're going to see her get the soft fractions that she did last time out in the Jenny Wiley. She's improved. Can she do it again? Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Look at Tyler Gaffleone. He'll be on Gina Romantica for one of the 5 for Chad Brown. Pace-wise, what do you guys think? Do you agree with that Botte Cachet will not get that easy lead?
Well, I think White Beam is faster than she is, and I have to expect that Flavien Prat, who's a very aggressive rider, will look to use her speed. And when you consider the way they're betting on Coppice, the 4, obviously the barn likes Coppice, or she wouldn't be this short a price. And I think White Beam being aggressive only helps her chances, and it actually helps the chances of both horses.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting what happens. But I think Botte Cachet found a new running style, and you found a gate-to-wire winner, so why would you take that away? But you got 4 other horses.
Because there was a slow pace last time.
I get it.
And what happened last time was the surge capacity didn't break. She was going to be in front, and that's when they were able to get her in front. And the thing about Botte Cachet's race is it was a complete merry-go-round. Nobody changed positions the entire way around the track, basically 1 through 10, Paulie.
Here's Mission of Joy, one of the few not trained by Chad Brown, Graham Motion.
She didn't run particularly well behind 2 Chad Browns last time, but that was at Churchill Downs, and a lot of horses don't love that course.
Botte Cachet, gate-to-wire win, last out in that Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
Yeah, she's going to probably try to take advantage of that inside slot and see if Manny Franco can try to take him gate wire, see what her other stablemates do.
That was at 25-1. Here is Tyler Gaffleone for the Chad Brown barn.
Can she refine that form from last year at the end of the year, which would make her very much the one to beat?
7-5 favorite, and Acacia mentioned, among others, who she's faced in Europe, in Spiral. Pretty tough company.
Yeah, she was giant last time, too. She didn't have a great beginning, but I will say this, Chili Flag kind of beat her on the square late.
Such a great story. Evie Jets, if you watch our program, you know it well.
And she's better than her race at Churchill. She didn't handle that course at all. Can she get back to her performance that upset the Ballston Spa in Saratoga last year?
And Arad Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown on Chili Flag, trying to win 3 in a row.
You know, down the lane, you thought Coppice was going to go by, but Chili Flag just kept on going.
Grade 1 Diana winner. White Beam, who has not won since that performance.
And she will get an aggressive ride from Flavien Prat in all likelihood. And even though she lost to Evie Fair last time, she ran very well and was a pretty extended speed duel.
And that was her comeback race as a 5-year-old. Here's the one to beat, though. Coppice State's debut came in the Grade 2 Distaff Turf Mile. She missed by a neck.
The one thing I'll say, and I know she saved more ground than Chili Flag, but Chili Flag, angled out in the stretch. I wondered a little bit if trying to rally inside of horses, it's tougher to get your momentum from horses that are rallying outside in the clear. So I wonder if Chili Flag just had a little more momentum than her. But to be fair, Paulie, there's a lot of truth to what you said.
Yeah, and the other part about this being out at Churchill, that angle is weird. the chili flag was actually about 2 lengths up front, and the 5 was actually making up ground. Even though it doesn't look like that, you just get that bad angle. You know, Coppice is very talented to be able to gather himself out of that after that beginning and to fly home late.
Post time, 6 minutes away for this Grade 1 just a game. Let's go back to Acacia.
Well, taking on Chad Brown in this race is the Cantor Masu team with Evie Jets, who's had some big wins here at Saratoga. Ilkay and Matken joining me here. Ilkay, I want to start with you because I saw you taking photos of her in the paddock, and I know that she means so much to you and your whole team.
She means too much to all of us. Last year when she won, I usually don't take the video or picture. When she won the Boston Spa, I took the video and the picture, so I did the same thing. So let's see what happens.
I like it. And Matt, what do you think that she got out of that race at Churchill last time out? A little bit further back than typical.
Yeah, I think I thought she was ready and everything was gonna go in our favor, but the rain and I think the fitness issue we had a little bit, but after that I kept her in training, breathing every week, so she came 100% here, I think so.
And she looks great. And what do you think that she has shown you now coming back another year for racing? Does she still have the same fire that we've seen?
Yeah, she's ready. It means a lot for us because of the family, Amendola family. They give us the chance another year. So hopefully everything goes in our way. Let's see what happens.
We'll see if we can have a repeat last summer. Good luck, guys.
Thank you so much.
As Evie Jets, she's had some big wins here. See if she is indeed 100% today, Greg.
Huge win last year in an upset. Surprise at 29-1 for the late estate of Robert Amendola. We know those Silks well. He was the one that gave those brothers their chance here in the States, and they said for that they will always be grateful.
And claiming this horse for him was a great move and really gave them the attention they deserve. And we talk about them a lot. We talk about it for a reason. They are good trainers. Most importantly, they are very good at what they do. More importantly, I guess you could say, they're just great guys.
They really are.
Yeah,
this has been a great story with this mare.
It is a great story. They're just good guys. They have smiles on their face. They love to come to the racetrack. And listen, Evie Jets on her best day, I don't know if she can win this. She's long in the tooth at age 6, but she has some races and some backlash. You don't have $777,000 in your bank account for nothing.
Well, they've done a great job,
Yeah.
not just in claiming her, but how well she has run for them and the consistency she's shown. Regardless of where she finishes today, what they've done with her is something to be very proud of.
Well, the biggest price of the Chad Brown runners in this race, the 2, Boot Cachet, and she was a huge price when she went gate to wire last time out in a Grade 1.
And Andy's right. They got away with 113. But I just love the way she strided out here late and just kind of just put everybody away. It was the first time she'd ever been on the front end in her life, and she obviously enjoyed it. Now she got away with easier fractions. Will she get with that today? She's going to have to go a little bit faster today, but I think she's got a good shot. I really do.
She's not untalented, and it's not as though she ran badly in her other races. But last time out may not be a true indication of her abilities, not just because she was able to control the front end, but when you watch the race, it's like everybody ran in place the whole way around the track, suggesting it was a slow pace and a race not conducive to horses to trying to close. And had surge capacity broken cleanly in that race, it might have been a very different story, whether or not it would have won, but it would have been a different pace scenario.
Meanwhile, White Beam, when she broke through in the Grade 1 Diana last summer, it was unexpected. Since that performance, she's been beat at short prices because expectations rose. We'll see what happens. She's trying to win for the first time since that performance.
And this was a crazy race because
Really was.
Jose Lezcano on Spirit and Glory on the inside said, I'm not going to let White Beam walk in the front end. He took it to her. And Irad Ortiz said, well, I'm not going to let him take the lead from me and give it to him. And both riders were right, because if one had let the other go, the other horse would have won. So both riders lost, but they were sort of damned if you do and damned if you don't. As it turned out that the horse off a layoff, Nisi Marie, was running in the New York in the next race. She improved a little bit. She got the right pace to make that late close. But White Beam ran extremely well, even in defeat, even though she was a heavy favorite.
And that was the starting point for the year. Start number 2 coming up. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, and as far as White Beam is concerned, even in defeat, I thought it was one of the more valiant races that she's run, and I was impressed by what we saw from her, and off of the layoff as well. She was fired up in the paddock and in all the preliminaries last time before that try in the Bogey down at Aqueduct, and today, well, she's on her toes as she typically is. She's much more settled. She just really seems like she's into herself much more out there on the track, warming up under Flavien Prat. She looks tremendous. Even she looked fit, I thought, last time, and she looked really good, but I think she looks even better today if possible. Wondering what, again, with the pace as we talked about, but I do think that she is quicker. See what Evie Jets does do, but just based off pure physical, I would say White Beam of the 5 Chads is actually the one that looks the best in the preliminaries. Greg?
So the beauty pageant winner, the Grade 1 Diana winner, White Beam, 7-2 right now.
Well, we'll see how she does, and I do think that she's going to run well in this race. It's interesting, when she won this race last year, she upset In Italia by a nose. In Italia, of course, owned by Peter Brandt, who owns Gina Mantica. He also is one of the owners of Sierra Leone tomorrow. Maybe today, Peter Brandt can get his revenge with Gina Mantica when she's a bigger price and beat a couple of horses for Juddmonte, including the 4 as well as the 7.
It's such an interesting race. If you go back, you can go all the way back to 2023. Evie Jets had beaten these horses. Gina Romantica has beaten White Beam. They've all kind of like beaten each other. We'll see who shows up today. This is a very interesting heat, and I'm really excited to watch this because see how the pace dynamics play out.
And it's a good field. It's a very strong group of runners, and I think a lot of people focus on, oh, Chad Brown has 5. Why don't you focus on the fact that there are good horses in here making for a very good race?
Mission of Joy, 12-1. That's the second biggest price on the board. Graham Motion, Johnny V. They won that golden ticket to go to the Melbourne Cup yesterday with Seize the Gray.
You think they can make that kind of late close in this race to just get up in the wire?
What a thriller.
Yeah, that was an exciting race.
Really
and
was.
Graham, and give credit to Graham and the Catermachis. A lot of people, you can't win the race if you don't take a shot. These horses are not unbeatable, and both of them are taking a shot in a very prestigious race. And I understand it's intimidating, but you don't look at it as Chad Brown. You look at his 5 runners you got to run against. You know what? Grade 1 wins are supposed to be tough.
No question. And the most highly regarded, still favored throughout of this Chad Brown.
I'm surprised she's this short, Greg.
Group,
I never saw this.
8-5 on Coppice here.
I wouldn't have picked her if I thought she was going to be 8-5, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you right now, looking at this race, I thought, okay, if the 2 can get away, I actually think the 4 could be a superstar.
I'm going to be very surprised if White Beam's not in front, but you know what? I'm surprised at the racetrack on a daily basis.
Think Coppice, this is the coming out party?
Like I said, I like the 2 because of the price, but I think the 4 is the real deal.
We'll see. She ran very well. State's debut. Just missed with an awkward start. See what happens here in this Grade 1 Just a Game in her second start here on U.S. soil. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramonti with the call. Chad Brown trying to win this race for the 7th time since 2017.
Coppice right up to the gate and moving in now. Here's Evie Jets. Chili Flag will be second to last. And White Beam, reunited with Flavien Prat, takes up her spot. They're in the gate. But Cachet was standing a little awkwardly. The assistant starter is helping her out. Mission accomplished. And they're off in the Just a Game. It was a very clean start, and Gina Romantica wants the early lead, but Evie Jets is flashing good early foot, and so is White Beam on the outside. So it's Evie Jets in front. White Beam takes second, but Cachet is on the inside in the yellow colors third. Gina Romantica backs off fourth, well spotted, 3 lengths off the lead. It's another 3 back to Mission of Joy, who is by herself, 2 clear of Chili Flag, and stretch running Coppice at the back of the field. Evie Jets, Dylan Davis trying to slow things down right away. with White Beam right next to her. The opening quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Gina Romantica is racing a joint third on the outside of a well-held But de Cachet. And now Coppice, also headstrong in fifth. Along the inside, Mission of Joy, a neck behind her, and another 2 to Chili Flag. 48 and 3 for the half, and it's Evie Jets taking them into the far turn, 3/4 of a length. White Beam poised in second. But de Cachet rides the rail in third. Gina Romantica in the clear. Coppice between those two. Mission of Joy and Chili Flag. They're covered by 6 lengths with 1/4 mile to go. They went 48 and 3 for the half, 112 and 1 for 6 furlongs. Evie Jets and White Beam have been 1-2. White Beam sticks her gray head in front inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Gina Romantica. Here's Chili Flag coming with a huge rally in the center of the course, and Chili Flag is running them all down. Chili Flag, an enormous day for Irad Ortiz Jr., has won the Just a Game. It's a photo between White Beam and an oncoming Mission of Joy for second.
3 in a row for Chili Flag, who takes the Grade 1 Just a Game, and a 4-win day for Irad Ortiz Jr.
I mean, she just has some motor down the stretch and keeps running. And it's really amazing when you think of the job that Chad Brown and his team have done with this horse. It wasn't that long ago, just about a year ago, she failed to win a non-winners of 1. She's now won 3 straight graded stakes, including the Grade 1 Just a Game. That's what good training operations do. They improve horses. And this horse, Chili Cat, just keeps getting better and better. And it's not like the pace fell apart in this race, Paulie.
You got to give credit to Evie Jets. Man, she came back and ran a really giant race. I didn't think she ended up running 4th. But the 7, she stung the 7 White Beam. She really did. White Beam took a while to go by Evie Jets, and Chili Flag, like we showed in that replay, has just got that engine that just keeps on going, and just a perfectly timed ride by Irad. And this is why he shows up on the big days. This is why he's the best out here. He didn't even, he just showed it to the crowd. He didn't even use it.
And a nice performance by Mission of Joy, by the way. It was a narrowly beaten third making that run. So those two came from the back of the pack. But at the end of the day, both White Beam and the number 5 Evie Jets were up front. So it was a very fairly run race. And you noted to me that Coppice looked like she was low top of the stretch. She had no run.
She had nothing.
7 wins in the Grade 1 Just a Game for that man right there. And he runs 1-2 here.
But you know what? 2 people that tried them ran 3-4 in a blanket finish. So it's not like they didn't run well enough to be a factor in this race, Paul. And you like to see them run well. And you mentioned Evie Jets used to have some speed. Well, they used it today, and it worked out well for him. She wasn't quite good enough to win, but this was a very good effort by her.
Good game plan, too, right?
100%. And it's good to see her back in form. She's a game horse. It's just that she's not maybe at this level, but she gave them all that she can handle. She's not that far off, and you're right. White Beam was on her tail the whole way, and White Beam could not put her away. It actually cost White Beam the race, because if Evie Jets goes away earlier, White Beam gets a little bit of a breather, but Evie Jets did not go away.
They were moving. I mean, they came home, look at those times, in 22:67 the last quarter, and this horse made a big run. She came home in about 22 flat. That was a terrific horse race.
3 wins in a row for Chili Flag, 4 wins the last 5 starts. 4-win day for her pilot, as we mentioned. And Chad Brown, surprise, surprise, continues to dominate in this race.
He did, but you know what? The other 2 runners ran pretty well in here. So it's not like they didn't give him a little bit of a scare here. And Chad's looking and thinking, could I be 1-2-3? Well, he was 1-3, or 1-2, excuse me. And a great performance by his horse as always. But the other guys ran pretty well, too.
No, listen, we've had great finishes so far today. Hopefully it keeps on going in the last 2 races, but just great finishes, fast times. The rain has gone away. Let's keep on moving forward.
It's all good.
Going to say so long to this man. You have pressing plans?
Yeah, I got some stuff to do. I got some people to see, you know, have a few drinks, the usual.
The man of the people.
You know,
he is.
Yeah, I'm going to kiss some babies. The usual stuff for me.
Autograph signing?
Whatever the public
He's
needs.
an ambassador to the sport. Important week. He's going to be a big part of it. I will say so long to Andy. We're going to continue along. Chili Flag. 3 consecutive wins, all of them graded stakes, as Chad Brown's dominance in the Just a Game continues.
Grade
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Say, girl, I know you a little too tame. I'll be shooting that shot like 2K, girl, I know. Tell him I'm next. Tell him you find a little something too fresh, I know.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
We have an objection on the board. This race not in the books yet. Mission of Joy has lodged an objection against Chili Flag, and there was a bump.
You're going to see the two horses all the way to the left. Chili Flag's on the inside. You can see a tiny little push out. Now, it happened a little bit before then, and then they rush again there. The difference was not that much. And here's the other part. John Velasquez does not usually hang up the ejection sign. So this is a little bit, it got hung up, but not late, but if we go around the far turn, and I think they just announced that it's official, Greg, if I'm not mistaken. They did not make a change. Looks like it.
Yeah, it has come down already. So we'll wait and see if this does go official. And yeah, it has been announced no change.
Irad Ortiz giving the Luka Doncic and Nikolai Jokic hands like, I didn't foul anybody. Like, you know what I mean? That's what you are when you're
What,
a superstar.
me?
Yeah, what, me?
So this one in the books. You know, there was a bump. It was very minor. And it was a quick look at it, and no change.
Stewart did a great job. I think Johnny was thinking he got pushed out a little bit on the turn, but they both kind of got floated out a little bit. And they kind of, when they bumped the first time, I think Irad might have initiated it, but the second time it looked like they came together, you know what I mean?
One more time. Keep your eyes to the far outside. Those two runners.
That right there.
Red caps your eventual winner.
That right there. The push out there. And then they start, you know, touching a little bit, but it's light touching, right? So, you know, Irad's riding his horse to the fullest, and you see he puts the crop away. He's just showing the crop. And Johnny's thinking, you know what? Without the push out, I might have been able to run second, so he took a shot.
As he should.
Yeah.
Does not work out. Chili Flag remains your winner. Mission of Joy remains third. White Beam gets second, so a 1-2 finish for Chad Brown here in a race that he has just owned over the years.
Chili Flag just keeps on getting disrespected. Besides when she ran in Gulfstream on the Pegasus card, she had a bad trip that day. She's won 4 races where she's only been the favorite one time, and she's been 4-1. She kind of just gets dismissed. Kind of reminds me a little bit of a mini bricks and mortar. Always was winning at 4, 5-1, but she's now strung 3 in a row together in this French bred by Cityscape, by Flag Day the Mare, and Irad Ortiz Jr. And what do they say in NBA Jam? He's on fire.
He really is. Had that ankle injury onto that left ankle, which is a crucial one, where you put a lot of weight on. Mig talked about it on the show the other day, and he's come back as good as ever.
You know what makes pain go away?
Winning.
Winning.
Don't feel it a lot when you're in that getting that picture taken in the winner's circle, probably, do you?
Not at all. And
He's
there
got more work to do as well. May not be done just yet. He'll be on McCulloch for this barn. Up next in the Grade 1 New York. And he will be on Leslie's Rose for Todd Pletcher in the Grade 1 Acorn.
Yeah, the next race in New York is an interesting race because we're looking at a horse in English Rose, the 2 in here, that is going to be your favorite. But is everybody going to hang with trepidation after what happened to Siskiny yesterday in the last race for Charlie Appleby? Horse was a little keyed up, ran into the bit. Now this horse has speed and has shown speed and might be the front runner in here.
And look, she gets a much better post position than he did.
Yeah.
She's been incredibly consistent, and I think going in, you got to think this one has a better chance than probably Siskiny did.
I think so. I think she's going to be very tough to beat. I look at somebody else in here. I think Warlike Goddess, cutting back to the mile. She likes this race course. She's going to be flying late.
Mile 360. She's a little bit better, though, going longer, isn't she?
I think so, but I know that she loves this race course, and she always thrives up here, it seems like. And I just wouldn't leave her off the tickets, put it that way.
Too dangerous.
Yeah.
7-year-old return.
Yeah.
Coming up for Warlike Goddess. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by winning co-owner Michael Dubb as we see Chili Flag now with 3 graded stakes wins in a row. Frank Miramati just announced that this puts her over the $1 million mark. How fun has she been?
Well, she has, and you know, she started out as just a really nice horse, and she's gone level by level. This is her 3rd in a row, and she's progressing in a way that, you know, makes us dream of big days in November, because we've done this before with Chad. So I'm so happy, thankful to my partners, Madacat Stable, and to Mike Kisber, that we're here today. We have so much fun doing this, so it's terrific.
How about that late rally, the game performance up in time? It definitely gives you a little anxiety, I'm sure, but so thrilling.
Yeah, you know, when you have a horse whose running style is coming from behind, most of the race you're losing. And so you have just a short distance to win, and she seems to know how to do it.
That's a very good way to put it. And I know we all love Saratoga. Being here for Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is certainly special, seeing the reactions of the fans, and I think for the horsemen and owners as well.
So when I walked in yesterday, I said, it feels a little odd being here in June. And when I walked out, I said, this is so great. Why don't we use the place more often?
Couldn't agree more. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much.
Chili Flag, big dreams, Greg.
Michael Dubb, very familiar with the winner's circle here at Saratoga. Incredibly successful on this New York Racing Association circuit. He's had a lot of big moments here.
Yeah, he's been a fabric in New York racing for a long time. For a lot of people that know Michael Dubb, he's built the backstretch for kids as well. One of the prominent builders out in Long Island, has put a ton of money into this game. He's brought a lot of people in this game, including Madacat as well. Positive influence, been in the game for a long, long time. What I like about Michael, I've known Michael for a long time. He gives horses to Rudy. He gives horses to a lot of different trainers. Gives everybody a little bit of a chance. And he's really prominent in the claiming game, but he's gotten even more prominent with the big boy horses too as well.
It's a big one there. Grade 1 win. Chili Flag really starting to come into her own. Another Grade 1 next. That is the New York. Chad Brown could have another big say in this race. And it's a wide open group we'll see next. We'll have an Oaks rematch on the way as well. The Oaks winner, Torpedo Anna, and the 2-year-old champion filly, Just FYI, set to do battle again. Stay with us.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival continues on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on a beautiful Friday afternoon. We had a short deluge of rain, passed quickly, and it is beautiful once again. DK horse Acorn still to come on this Friday card with a rematch between Torpedo Anna, the Oaks winner, and the 2-year-old champion filly. Just FYI, let's go to Acacia. Who are you going to wind up with, Acacia?
Well, I'm going to stick with Torpedo Anna. Greg, I have just been so impressed with the way that she's run her recent races, what she's done as a 3-year-old. She was dominant in that Kentucky Oaks and shaking off a couple of very good horses. We saw Ways and Mean come back to win yesterday when a little bit of class relief and distance turned back, and she was able to shake off the 2-year-old champion, Just FYI, pretty easily. I know that she'll be a short price in here, but I have been very impressed with how she's been training and coming into this race. Toying with running in the Belmont Stakes, I think this is the right spot for her to pick up another big victory.
She's my play of the day as well. I like her a lot. I think she keeps on rolling. She's only lost once in her career, and she got off to a slow start that day. Ken McPeak was on the set with us yesterday. Believes they haven't even got to the bottom of her. She hasn't even felt the crop. She won so easily in that Kentucky Oaks. That was the second start back of her 3-year-old season. Today, third start off the bench. I think we're going to see even better from Torpedo Anna. She's so versatile as well. Paul, where are you going to wind up?
Well, it's going to be a three-peat. You know I've loved Torpedo Anna from the beginning, and I actually think all the boys are lucky she's not running the Belmont. If you look at some of her numbers, and I always call them metrics, whatever you want to use, I believe she's the fastest 3-year-old in the country. I think she's going to prove it again today, and I think she's really, really special, and I think Kenny knows it too. And I have a feeling, and I hope that she gets the job done today, and we're going to see her in the Travers.
We'll see. Yeah, potentially.
That would be fun.
There's the Haskell, there's Travers. We'll see. I mean, Alabama's a big target that he seemed to sound like he wanted when we had him on set yesterday, but he's kept it open that she could face the boys at some point this year.
The scariest part that I remember I talked to Ray Briner, assistant trainer for Kenny McPeak, and one of the most scariest things I heard was, I'll never forget when she won from the 12 hole. He had told me, he said, listen, she had outworked Mystic Dan and Gold's Gold multiple times. She'd been chewing both of those horses up in the morning. One that won the Kentucky Derby, the other one lost to Sir Barton by this much. That's how special Torpedo Anna is.
That is still to come. Grade 1 New York on the turf next. Mile and 3/16 and the return of Warlike Goddess for her 7-year-old season. She's got an outside post, does have plenty of room, however, until that first turn comes up.
Yeah, and she's the kind of horse that's going to lay back. If she runs her races kind of upside down, she's going to lay back. Now, she had shown speed at some longer distances when Joel Rosario had been aboard of her. Now, Junior Alvarado is taking a different approach. He's taking her back to where her old school ways were, which is taking her way back and making one run. But the one thing I will say, she's run 5 times here, 3 wins in 2 seconds. She loves it up here at Saratoga, and she's going to be rolling home.
Right now, 6-1. Can you imagine that? That's how good this race is.
Yeah, it is.
That Warlike Goddess is 6-1.
Well, English Rose comes in with good credentials. Really does. She does. She's the horse to beat. That's why she's 6-5.
Coverage continues as you see next on FS1, including the Acorn and the rematch of the top 2 finishers from the Oaks.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
26 Black almost there. 26 Black.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch up both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
The breeding shed is still open. Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common.